Section 8 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 8. As a rule, when Florent arrived, the Méhudins were just finishing their dinner. Mouche sprang to his neck, and for a moment the young man remained seated with the lad shattering between his legs. Then, when the oilcloth cover had been wiped, the lesson began on a corner of the table. The beautiful Normande gave Florent a cordial welcome. She generally began to knit or mend some linen, and would draw her chair up to the table and work by the light of the same lamp as the others, and she frequently put down her needle to listen to the lesson, which filled her with surprise. She soon began to feel warm esteem for this man who seemed so clever, who, in speaking to the little one, showed himself as gentle as a woman, and manifested angelic patience in again and again repeating the same instructions. She no longer considered him at all plain, but even felt somewhat jealous of beautiful Lisa. And then she drew her chair still nearer, and gazed at Florent with an embarrassing smile.
"But you're jogging my elbow, Mother, and I can't write," Mouche exclaimed angrily. "There, see what a blot you've made me make? Get further away, do!"
La Normande now gradually began to say a good many unpleasant things about beautiful Lisa. She pretended that the latter concealed her real age, that she laced her stays so tightly that she nearly suffocated herself, and that if she came down of a morning looking so trim and neat, without a single hair out of place, it must be because she looked perfectly hideous when in déshabille. Then La Normande would raise her arm a little and say that there was no need for her to wear any stays to cramp and deform her figure. At these times the lessons would be interrupted, and Mouche gazed with interest at his mother as she raised her arms. Florent listened to her, and even laughed, thinking to himself that women were very odd creatures. The rivalry between the beautiful Normande and beautiful Lisa amused him. Mouche, however, managed to finish his page of writing. Florent, who was a good penman, set him copies in large hand and round hand on slips of paper. The words he chose were very long and took up the whole line, and he evinced a marked partiality for such expressions as tyrannically, liberticide, unconstitutional, and revolutionary. At times also he made the boy copy such sentences as these: "The day of justice will surely come. The suffering of the just man is the condemnation of the oppressor. When the hour strikes, the guilty shall fall." In preparing these copy slips, he was indeed influenced by the ideas which haunted his brain. He would for the time become quite oblivious of Mouche, the beautiful Normande, and all his surroundings. The lad would have copied Rousseau's Contrat Social had he been told to do so. And thus, drawing each letter in turn, he filled page after page with lines of tyrannically and unconstitutional. As long as the tutor remained there, old Madame Méhudin kept fidgeting round the table, muttering to herself. She still harbored terrible rancor against Florent, and asserted that it was folly to make the lad work in that way at a time when children should be in bed. She would certainly have turned that spindle-shanks out of the house if the beautiful Normande, after a stormy scene, had not bluntly told her that she would go to live elsewhere if she were not allowed to receive whom she chose. However, the pair began quarrelling again on the subject every evening.
"You may say what you like," exclaimed the old woman, "but he's got treacherous eyes. And besides, I'm always suspicious of those skinny people. A skinny man's capable of anything. I've never come across a decent one yet. That one's as flat as a board, and he's got such an ugly face, too. Though I'm 65 and more, I'd precious soon send him about his business if he came a-courting of me."
She said this because she had a shrewd idea of how matters were likely to turn out. And then she went on to speak in laudatory terms of Monsieur le Bigre, who indeed paid the greatest attention to the beautiful Normande. Apart from the handsome dowry, which he imagined she would bring with her, He considered that she would be a magnificent acquisition to his counter. The old woman never missed an opportunity to sound his praises. There was no lankiness at any rate about him, said she. He was stout and strong, with a pair of calves that would have done honor even to one of the emperor's footmen. However, La Normande shrugged her shoulders and snappishly replied, "What do I care whether he's stout or not? I don't want him or anybody, and besides, I shall do as I please." Then, if the old woman became too pointed in her remarks, the other added, "It's no business of yours, and besides, it isn't true. Hold your tongue and don't worry me." And thereupon she would go off into her room, banging the door behind her. Florent, however, had a yet more bitter enemy than Madame Mehudin in the house. As soon as ever he arrived there, Claire would get up without a word, take a candle, and go off to her own room on the other side of the landing, and she could be heard locking her door in a burst of sullen anger. One evening, when her sister asked the tutor to dinner, she prepared her own food on the landing and ate it in her bedroom, and now and again she secluded herself so closely that nothing was seen of her for a week at a time. She usually retained her appearance of soft lissomness, but periodically had a fit of iron rigidity, when her eyes blazed from under her pale tawny locks like those of a distrustful wild animal. Old Mother Mehudin, fancying that she might relieve herself in her company, only made her furious by speaking to her of Florent, and thereupon the old woman, in her exasperation, told everyone that she would have gone off and left her daughters to themselves had she not been afraid of their devouring each other if they remained alone together. As Florent went away one evening, he passed in front of Claire's door, which was standing wide open. He saw the girl look at him and turn very red. Her hostile demeanor annoyed him, and it was only the timidity which he felt in the presence of women that restrained him from seeking an explanation of her conduct. On this particular evening he would certainly have addressed her if he had not detected Mademoiselle Saget's pale face peering over the balustrade of the upper landing. So he went his way, but had not taken a dozen steps before Claire's door was closed behind him with such violence as to shake the whole staircase. It was after this that Mademoiselle Saget, eager to propagate slander, went about repeating everywhere that Madame Quenu's cousin was carrying on, most dreadfully, with both the Mehudin girls. Florent, however, gave very little thought to these two handsome young women. His usual manner towards them was that of a man who had but little success with the sex. Certainly he'd come to entertain a feeling of genuine friendship for La Normande, who really displayed a very good heart when her impetuous temper did not run away with her. But he never went any further than this. Moreover, the queenly proportions of her robust figure filled him with a kind of alarm, and of an evening, whenever she drew her chair up to the lamp and bent forward as though to look at Much's copybook, he drew in his own sharp, bony elbows and shrunken shoulders, as if realizing what a pitiful specimen of humanity he was by the side of that buxom, hardy creature, so full of a life of ripe womanhood. Moreover, there was another reason why he recoiled from her. The smells of the markets distressed him. On finishing his duties of an evening, he would have liked to escape from the fishy odor amidst which his days were spent. But alas, beautiful though La Normande was, this odor seemed to adhere to her silky skin. She tried every sort of aromatic oil and bathed freely, but as soon as the freshening influence of the bath was over, her blood again impregnated her skin with the faint odor of salmon, the musky perfume of smelts, and the pungent scent of herrings and skate. Her skirts, too, as she moved about, exhaled these fishy smells, and she walked as though amidst an atmosphere redolent of slimy seaweed. With her tall goddess-like figure, her purity of form and transparency of complexion, she resembled some lovely antique marble that had rolled about in the depths of the sea and had been brought to land in some fisherman's net. Mademoiselle Saget, however, swore by all her gods that Florent was the young woman's lover. According to her account, indeed, he courted both the sisters. She had quarreled with the beautiful Normand about a 10-sou dab, and ever since this falling out, she'd manifested warm friendship for handsome Lisa. By this means, she hoped the sooner to arrive at a solution of what she called the Quenu's mystery. Florent still continued to elude her curiosity, and she told her friends that she felt like a body without a soul, though she was careful not to reveal what was troubling her so grievously. A young girl infatuated with a hopeless passion could not have been in more distress than this terrible old woman at finding herself unable to solve the mystery of the Quenu's cousin. She was constantly playing the spy on Florent, following him about and watching him, in a burning rage at her failure to satisfy her rampant curiosity. Now that he'd begun to visit the Méhudin, she was forever haunting the stairs and landings. She soon discovered that handsome Lisa was much annoyed at Florent visiting those women, and accordingly she called at the pork shop every morning with a budget of information. She went in shriveled and shrunk by the frosty air, and resting her hands on the heating pan to warm them, remained in front of the counter buying nothing, but repeating in her shrill voice, "He was with them again yesterday. He seems to live there now. I heard La Normande call him my dear on the staircase." She indulged like this in all sorts of lies in order to remain in the shop and continue warming her hands for a little longer. On the morning after the evening when she'd heard Claire close her door behind Florent, she spun out her story for a good half-hour, inventing all sorts of mendacious and abominable particulars. Lisa, who had assumed a look of contemptuous scorn, said but little, simply encouraging Mademoiselle Saget's gossip by her silence. At last, however, she interrupted her. "No, no," she said, "I can't really listen to all that. Is it possible that there can be such women?" Thereupon Mademoiselle Saget told Lisa that unfortunately all women were not so well conducted as herself. And then she pretended to find all sorts of excuses for Florent. It wasn't his fault. He was no doubt a bachelor. These women had very likely inveigled him in their snares. In this way she hinted questions without openly asking them. But Lisa preserved silence with respect to her cousin, merely shrugging her shoulders and compressing her lips. When Mademoiselle Saget at last went away, the mistress of the shop glanced with disgust at the cover of the heating pan, the glistening metal of which had been tarnished by the impression of the old woman's little hands. "Augustine," she cried, "bring a duster, and wipe the cover of the heating pan. It's quite filthy." The rivalry between the beautiful Lisa and the beautiful Normand now became formidable. The beautiful Normand flattered herself that she'd carried a lover off from her enemy, and the beautiful Lisa was indignant with the hussy who, by luring the sly cousin to her home, would surely end by compromising them all. The natural temperament of each woman manifested itself in the hostilities which ensued. The one remained calm and scornful, like a woman who holds up her skirts to keep them from being soiled by the mud, while the other, much less subject to shame, displayed insolent gaiety and swaggered along the footways with the airs of a duellist seeking a cause of quarrel. Each of their skirmishes would be the talk of the fish market for the whole day. When the beautiful Normand saw the beautiful Lisa standing at the door of her shop, she would go out of her way in order to pass her, and brush against her with her apron. And then the angry glances of the two rivals crossed like rapiers, with the rapid flash and thrust of pointed steel. When the beautiful Lisa, on the other hand, went to the fish market, she assumed an expression of disgust on approaching the beautiful Normand's stall. And then she proceeded to purchase some big fish, a turbot or a salmon, of a neighboring dealer, spreading her money out on the marble slab as she did so, for she'd noticed that this seemed to have a painful effect upon the hussy, who ceased laughing at the sight. To hear the two rivals speak, anyone would have supposed that the fish and pork they sold were quite unfit for food. However, their principal engagements took place when the beautiful Normand was seated at her stall and the beautiful Lisa at her counter, and they glowered blackly at each other across the Rue Rambuteau. They sat in state in their big white aprons, decked out with showy toilets and jewels, and the battle between them would commence early in the morning. "Oh, the fat woman's got up," the beautiful Norman would exclaim. "She ties herself up as tightly as her sausages. Ah, she's got Saturday's collar on again, and she's still wearing that poplin dress." At the same moment, on the opposite side of the street, beautiful Lisa was saying to her shop girl, "Just look at that creature staring at us over yonder, Augustine. She's getting quite deformed by the life she leads. Do you see her earrings? She's wearing those big drops of hers, isn't she? It makes one feel ashamed to see a girl like that with brilliance." All complacence, Augustine echoed her mistress's words. When either of them was able to display a new ornament, it was like scoring a victory. The other one almost choked with spleen. Every day they would scrutinize and count each other's customers, and manifest the greatest annoyance if they thought that the big thing over the way was doing the better business. Then they spied out what each had for lunch. Each knew what the other ate, and even watched to see how she digested it. In the afternoon, while the one sat amidst her cooked meats and the other amidst her fish, they posed and gave themselves airs as though they were queens of beauty. It was then that the victory of the day was decided. The beautiful Norman embroidered, selecting the most delicate and difficult work, and this aroused Lisa's exasperation. "Ah," she said, speaking of her rival, "she had far better mend her boy's stockings. He's running about quite barefooted. Just look at that fine lady with her red hands stinking of fish." For her part, Lisa usually knitted. "She's still at that same sock," La Normande would say as she watched her. "She eats so much that she goes to sleep over her work. I pity her poor husband if he's waiting for those socks to keep his feet warm." They would sit glowering at each other with this implacable hostility until evening, taking note of every customer and displaying such keen eyesight that they detected the smallest details of each other's dress and person when other women declared that they could see nothing at such a distance. Mademoiselle Saget expressed the highest admiration for Madame Quenu's wonderful sight when she one day detected a scratch on the fish girl's left cheek. "With eyes like those," said the old maid, "one might even see through a door." However, the victory often remained undecided when night fell. Sometimes one or the other of the rivals was temporarily crushed, but she took her revenge on the morrow. Several people of the neighborhood actually laid wagers on these contests, some backing the beautiful Lisa and others the beautiful Norman. At last they ended by forbidding their children to speak to one another. Pauline and Mooch had formerly been good friends, notwithstanding the girl's stiff petticoats and ladylike demeanor, and the lad's tattered appearance, coarse language, and rough manners. They had at times played together at horses on the broad footway in front of the fish market, Pauline always being the horse and Mooch the driver. One day, however, when the boy came in all simplicity to seek his playmate, Lisa turned him out of the house, declaring that he was a dirty little street Arab. "One can't tell what may happen with children who've been so shockingly brought up," she observed.
"Yes, indeed, you're quite right," replied Mademoiselle Saget,
who happened to be present. When Mooch, who was barely 7 years old, came in tears to his mother to tell her of what had happened, La Normande broke out into a terrible passion. At the first moment she felt a strong inclination to rush over to the Quenu Gradelles and smash everything in their shop. But eventually she contented herself with giving Mooch a whipping. "If ever I catch you going there again," she cried, boiling over with anger, "you'll get it hot from me, I can tell you." Florent, however, was the real victim of the two women. It was he, in truth, who had set them by the ears, and it was on his account that they were fighting each other. Ever since he'd appeared upon the scene, things had been going from bad to worse. he compromised and disturbed and embittered all these people who had previously lived in such sleek peace and harmony. The beautiful Normand felt inclined to claw him when he lingered too long with the Quenus, and it was chiefly from an impulse of hostile rivalry that she desired to win him to herself. The beautiful Lisa, on her side, maintained a cold, judicial bearing, and although extremely annoyed, forced herself to silence whenever she saw Florent leaving the pork shop to go to the Rue Pirouette. Still, there was now much less cordiality than formerly round the Quenus' dinner table in the evening. The clean, prim dining room seemed to have assumed an aspect of chilling severity. Florent divined a reproach, a sort of condemnation in the bright oak, the polished lamp, and the new matting. He scarcely dared to eat for fear of letting crumbs fall on the floor or soiling his plate. There was a guileless simplicity about him which prevented him from seeing how the land really lay. He still praised Lisa's affectionate kindliness on all sides, and outwardly, indeed, she did continue to treat him with all gentleness. "It's very strange," she said to him, one day with a smile, as though she were joking. "Although you don't eat at all badly now, you don't get fatter. Your food doesn't seem to do you any good." At this, Quenu laughed aloud, and tapping his brother's stomach, protested that the whole contents of the pork shop might pass through it without depositing a layer of fat as thick as a 2-sou piece. However, Lisa's insistence on this particular subject was instinct with that same suspicious dislike for fleshless men which Madame Méhudin manifested more outspokenly, and behind it all there was likewise a veiled allusion to the disorderly life which she imagined Florent was leading. She never, however, spoke a word to him about La Normande. Quenu had attempted a joke on the subject one evening, but Lisa had received it so icily that the good man had not ventured to refer to the matter again. They would remain seated at table for a few moments after dessert, and Florent, who had noticed his sister-in-law's vexation if ever he went off too soon, tried to find something to talk about. On these occasions Lisa would be near him, and certainly he did not suffer in her presence from that fishy smell which assailed him when he was in the company of La Normande. The mistress of the pork shop, on the contrary, exhaled an odor of fat and rich meats. Moreover, not a thrill of life stirred her tight-fitting bodice. She was all massiveness and all sedateness. Gavard once said to Florent, in confidence, that Madame Quenu was no doubt handsome, but that for his part he did not admire such armor-plated women. Lisa avoided talking to Quenu of Florent. She habitually prided herself on her patience, and considered, too, that it would not be proper to cause any unpleasantness between the brothers, unless some peremptory reason for her interference should arise. As she said, she could put up with a good deal, but of course she must not be tried too far. She had now reached the period of courteous tolerance, wearing an expressionless face, affecting perfect indifference and strict politeness, and carefully avoiding everything which might seem to hint that Florent was boarding and lodging with them without their receiving the slightest payment from him. Not indeed that she would have accepted any payment from him, she was above all that. Still, he might at any rate, she thought, have lunched away from the house. "We never seem to be alone now," she remarked to Quenu one day. "If there's anything we want to say to one another, we have to wait till we go upstairs at night." And then, one night when they were in bed, she said to him, "Your brother earns 150 francs a month, doesn't he? Well, it's strange that he can't put a trifle by to buy himself some more linen. I've been obliged to give him 3 more of your old shirts." "Oh, that doesn't matter," Quenu replied. "Florent's not hard to please, and we must let him keep his money for himself." "Oh, yes, of course," said Lisa, without pressing the matter further. "I didn't mention it for that reason. Whether he spends his money well or ill, it isn't our business." In her own mind she felt quite sure that he wasted his salary at the Méhudin. Only on one occasion did she break through her habitual calmness of demeanor. the quiet reserve which was the result of both natural temperament and preconceived design. The beautiful Norman had made Florent a present of magnificent salmon. Feeling very much embarrassed with the fish and not daring to refuse it, he brought it to Lisa. "You can make a pasty of it," he said ingenuously. Lisa looked at him sternly with whitening lips. Then, striving to restrain her anger, she exclaimed, "Do you think that we are short of food? Thank God we've got quite enough to eat here. Take it back." "Well, at any rate, cook it for me," replied Florent, amazed by her anger. "I'll eat it myself." At this she burst out furiously. "The house isn't an inn. Tell those who gave you the fish to cook it for you. I won't have my pans tainted and infected. Take it back again, do you hear?" If he'd not gone away with it, she would certainly have seized it and hurled it into the street. Florent took it to Monsieur Lebigre's, where Rose was ordered to make a pasty of it. And one evening the pasty was eaten in the little cabinet, Gavard, who was present, standing some oysters for the occasion. Florent now gradually came more and more frequently to Monsieur Lebigre's, till at last he was constantly to be met in the little private room. He there found an atmosphere of heated excitement in which his political feverishness could pulsate freely. At times now, when he shut himself up in his garret to work, the quiet simplicity of the little room irritated him. His theoretical search for liberty proved quite insufficient, and it became necessary that he should go downstairs, sally out, and seek satisfaction in the trenchant axioms of Charvet and the wild outbursts of Logre. During the first few evenings, the clamor and chatter had made him feel ill at ease. He was then quite conscious of their utter emptiness. But he felt a need of drowning his thoughts, of goading himself on to some extreme resolution which might calm his mental disquietude. The atmosphere of the little room, reeking with the odor of spirits and warm with tobacco smoke, intoxicated him and filled him with peculiar beatitude, prompting a kind of self-surrender which made him willing to acquiesce in the wildest ideas. He grew attached to those he met there, and looked for them, and awaited their coming with a pleasure which increased with habit. Robin's mild, bearded countenance, Clémence's serious profile, Charvet's fleshless pallor, Logre's hump, Gavard, Alexandre, and Lacaille all entered into his life, and assumed a larger and larger place in it. He took quite a sensual enjoyment in these meetings. When his fingers closed round the brass knob on the door of a little cabinet, it seemed to be animated with life, to warm him and turn of its own accord. Had he grasped the supple wrist of a woman, he could not have felt a more thrilling emotion. To tell the truth, very serious things took place in that little room. One evening, Logre, after indulging in wilder outbursts than usual, banged his fist upon the table, declaring that if they were men, they would make a clean sweep of the government. And he added that it was necessary that they should come to an understanding without further delay, if they desired to be further prepared when the time for action arrived. Then they all bent their heads together, discussed the matter in lower tones, and decided to form a little group, which should be ready for whatever might happen. From that day forward, Gavard flattered himself that he was a member of a secret society, and was engaged in a conspiracy. The little circle received no new members, but Logre promised to put it into communication with other associations with which he was acquainted. And then, as soon as they held all Paris in their grasp, they would rise and make the Tuileries people dance. A series of endless discussions, renewed during several months, then began. Discussions on questions of organization, on questions of ways and means, on questions of strategy, and on the form of the future government. As soon as Rose had brought Clémence's grog, Charvet's and Robin's beer, the coffee for Logre, Gavard, and Florent, and the liqueur glasses of brandy for Lacaille and Alexandre, the door of the cabinet was carefully fastened, and the debate began. Charvet and Florent were naturally those whose utterances were listened to with the greatest attention. Gavard had not been able to keep his tongue from wagging, but had gradually related the whole story of Cayenne, and Florent found himself surrounded by a halo of martyrdom. His words were received as though they were the expression of indisputable dogmas. One evening, however, the poultry dealer, vexed at hearing his friend, who happened to be absent, attacked, exclaimed,
"Don't say anything against Florent. He's been to Cayenne."
Charvet was rather annoyed by the advantage which the circumstance gave to Florent.
Cayenne, Cayenne, he muttered between his teeth. Ah well, they were not so badly off there after all.
Then he attempted to prove that exile was a mere nothing, and that real suffering consisted in remaining in one's oppressed country, gagged in presence of triumphant despotism. And besides, he urged, it wasn't his fault that he hadn't been arrested on the 2nd of December. Next, however, he hinted that those who had allowed themselves to be captured were imbeciles. His secret jealousy made him a systematic opponent of Florent, and the general discussion always ended in a duel between these two, who, while their companions listened in silence, would speak against one another for hours at a time, without either of them allowing that he was beaten. One of the favorite subjects of discussion was that of the reorganization of the country, which would have to be effected on the morrow of their victory.
"We are the conquerors, are we not?" began Gavard.
And triumph being taken for granted, everyone offered his opinion. There were two rival parties. Charvet, who was a disciple of Hébert, was supported by Logre and Robine, while Florent, who was always absorbed in humanitarian dreams and called himself a socialist, was backed by Alexandre and Lacaille. As for Gavard, he felt no repugnance for violent action, but as he was often twitted about his fortune with no end of sarcastic witticisms which annoyed him, he declared himself a communist.
"We must make a clean sweep of everything," Charvet would curtly say, as though he were delivering a blow with a cleaver. "The trunk is rotten, and it must come down."
"Yes, yes," cried Logre, standing up that he might look taller, and making the partition shake with the excited motion of his hump. "Everything will be level to the ground. Take my word for it. After that, we shall see what to do." Robine signified approval by wagging his beard. His silence seemed instinct with delight whenever violent revolutionary propositions were made. His eyes assumed a soft, ecstatic expression at the mention of the guillotine. He half closed them as though he could see the machine, and was filled with pleasant emotion at the sight. And next he would gently rub his chin against the knob of his stick, with a subdued purr of satisfaction. "All the same," said Florent, in whose voice a vague touch of sadness lingered, "if you cut down the tree, it will be necessary to preserve some seed. For my part, I think that the tree ought to be preserved, so that we may graft new life on it. The political revolution, you know, has already taken place. Today we have got to think of the laborer, the working man. Our movement must be altogether a social one. I defy you to reject the claims of the people. They're weary of waiting and are determined to have their share of happiness." These words aroused Alexandre's enthusiasm. With a beaming, radiant face, he declared that this was true, but the people were weary of waiting. "And we will have our share," added Lacaille, with a more menacing expression. "All the revolutions that have taken place have been for the good of the middle classes. We've had quite enough of that sort of thing, and the next one shall be for our benefit." From this moment disagreement set in. Gavard offered to make a division of his property, but Logre declined, asserting that he cared nothing for money. Then Charvet gradually overcame the tumult, till at last he alone was heard speaking. "The selfishness of the different classes does more than anything else to uphold tyranny," said he. "It's wrong of the people to display egotism. If they assist us, they shall have their share. But why should I fight for the working man if the working man won't fight for me? Moreover, this is not the question at present. 10 years of revolutionary dictatorship will be necessary to accustom a nation like France to the fitting enjoyment of liberty." All the more so as the working man is not ripe for it and requires to be directed, said Clemence bluntly. She but seldom spoke. This tall, serious-looking girl, alone among so many men, listened to all the political chatter with a learnedly critical air. She leaned back against the partition and every now and then sipped her grog while gazing at the speakers with frowning brows or inflated nostrils, thus silently signifying her approval or disapproval, and making it quite clear that she held decided opinions upon the most complicated matters. At times she would roll a cigarette and puff slender whiffs of smoke from the corners of her mouth, whilst lending increased attention to what was being debated. It was as though she were presiding over the discussion and would award the prize to the victor when it was finished. She certainly considered that it became her as a woman to display some reserve in her opinions and to remain calm whilst the men grew more and more excited. Now and then, however, in the heat of a debate, she would let a word or a phrase escape her and clench the matter, even for Charvet himself, as Guevara said. In her heart, she believed herself the superior of all these fellows. The only one of them for whom she felt any respect was Robin, and she would thoughtfully contemplate his silent bearing. Neither Florent nor any of the others paid any special attention to Clemence. They treated her just as though she were a man, shaking hands with her so roughly as almost to dislocate her arms. One evening Florent witnessed the periodical settlement of accounts between her and Charvet. She just received her pay, and Charvet wanted to borrow 10 francs from her. But she first of all insisted that they must reckon up how matters stood between them. They lived together in a voluntary partnership, each having complete control of his or her earnings, and strictly paying his or her expenses. By so doing, said they were under no obligations to one another, but retained entire freedom. Rent, food, washing, and amusements were all noted down and added up. That evening, when the accounts had been verified, Clemence proved to Charvet that he already owed her 5 francs. Then she handed him the other 10 which he wished to borrow, and exclaimed, "Recollect that you now owe me 15. I shall expect you to repay me on the 5th, when we get paid for teaching little Lehoudier." When Rose was summoned to receive payment for the drinks, each produced the few coppers required to discharge his or her liability. Charvet laughingly called Clemence an aristocrat because she drank grog. She wanted to humiliate him, said he, and make him feel that he earned less than she did, which, as it happened, was the fact. Beneath his laugh, however, there was a feeling of bitterness that the girl should be better circumstanced than himself, for, in spite of his theory of the equality of the sexes, this lowered him. Although the discussions in the little room had virtually no result, they served to exercise the speaker's lungs. A tremendous hubbub proceeded from the sanctum, and the panes of frosted glass vibrated like drumskins. Sometimes the uproar became so great that Rose, while languidly serving some blouse-wearing customer in the shop, would turn her head uneasily. "Why, they're surely fighting together in there," the customer would say, as he put his glass down on the zinc-covered counter and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Oh, there is no fear of that," Monsieur Lebigre tranquilly replied. "It's only some gentlemen talking together." Monsieur Lebigre, indeed, although very strict with his other customers, allowed the politicians to shout as loudly as they pleased, and never made the least remark on the subject. He would sit for hours together on the bench behind the counter, with his big head lolling drowsily against the mirror, whilst he watched Rose uncorking the bottles and giving a wipe here and there with her duster. And in spite of the somniferous effects of the wine fumes and the warm, streaming gaslight, he would keep his ears open to the sounds proceeding from the little room. At times, when the voices grew noisier than usual, he got up from his seat and went to lean against the partition, and occasionally he even pushed the door open and went inside and sat down there for a few minutes, giving Gavard a friendly slap on the thigh. And then he would nod approval of everything that was said, The poultry dealer asserted that although friend Lebigre hadn't the stuff of an orator in him, they might safely reckon on him when the shindy came. One morning, however, at the markets, when a tremendous row broke out between Rose and one of the fishwives, through the former accidentally knocking over a basket of herrings, Florent heard Rose's employer spoken of as a dirty spy in the pay of the police. And after he'd succeeded in restoring peace, all sorts of stories about Monsieur Lebigre were poured into his ears. Yes, the wine cellar was in the pay of the police, the fishwives said. All the neighborhood knew it. Before Mademoiselle Saget had begun to deal with him, she'd once met him entering the prefecture to make his report. It was asserted, too, that he was a money-monger, a usurer, and lent petty sums by the day to costermongers and let out barrows to them, exacting a scandalous rate of interest in return. Florent was greatly disturbed by all this, and felt it his duty to repeat it that evening to his fellow politicians. The latter, however, only shrugged their shoulders and laughed at his uneasiness. "Poor Florent!" Charvet exclaimed sarcastically. "He imagines the whole police force is on his track, just because he happens to have been sent to Cayenne." Gavard gave his word of honor that Lebigre was perfectly staunch and true, while Logre, for his part, manifested extreme irritation. He fumed and declared that it would be quite impossible for them to get on if everyone was to be accused of being a police spy. For his own part, he'd rather stay at home and have nothing more to do with politics. Why, hadn't people even dared to say that he, Logre himself, who'd fought in 48 and 51 and had twice narrowly escaped transportation, was a spy as well? As he shouted this out, he thrust his jaws forward and glared at the others, as though he would have liked to ram the conviction that he had nothing to do with the police down their throats. At the sight of his furious glances, his companions made gestures of protestation. However, Lacaille, on hearing Monsieur Lebigre accused of usury, silently lowered his head. The incident was forgotten in the discussions which ensued. Since Logre had suggested a conspiracy, Monsieur Lebigre had grasped the hands of the frequenters of the little room with more vigor than ever. Their custom, to tell the truth, was of but small value to him, for they never ordered more than one drink apiece. They drained the last drops just as they rose to leave, having been careful to allow a little to remain in their glasses, even during their most heated arguments. In this wise, the one shout lasted throughout the evening. They shivered as they turned out into the cold dampness of the night, and for a moment or two remained standing on the footway with dazzled eyes and buzzing ears, as though surprised by the dark silence of the street. Rose, meanwhile, fastened the shutters behind them. Then, quite exhausted, at a loss for another word, they shook hands, separated, and went their different ways, still mentally continuing the discussion of the evening, and regretting that they could not ram their particular theories down each other's throats. Robin walked away with his bent back bobbing up and down, in the direction of the Rue Rambuteau, whilst Charvet and Clémence went off through the markets on their return to the Luxembourg quarter, their heels sounding on the flagstones in military fashion, whilst they still discussed some question of politics or philosophy, walking along side by side, but never arm in arm. The conspiracy ripened very slowly. At the commencement of the summer, the plotters had got no further than agreeing that it was necessary a stroke should be attempted. Florent, who had at first looked upon the whole business with a kind of distrust, had now, however, come to believe in the possibility of a revolutionary movement. He took up the matter seriously, making notes and preparing plans in writing, while the others still did nothing but talk. For his part, he began to concentrate his whole life in the one persistent idea which made his brain throb night after night, and this to such a degree that he at last took his brother Quenu with him to Monsieur Lebigre's, as though such a duty to start him on the proper path, as though such a course were quite natural. Certainly he'd no thought of doing anything improper. He still looked upon Quenu as in some degree his pupil, and may even have considered it his duty to start him on the proper path. Quenu was an absolute novice in politics, but after spending 5 or 6 evenings in the little room, he found himself quite in accord with the others. When Lisa was not present, he manifested much docility, a sort of respect for his brother's opinions. But the greatest charm of the affair for him was really the mild rakishness and romance to the proceedings. He now made all haste with his chitterlings in order that he might get away as early as possible, anxious to lose not a single word of the discussions, which seemed to him to be very brilliant, though he was not always able to follow them. The beautiful Lisa did not fail to notice his hurry to be gone, but as yet she refrained from saying anything. When Florent took him off, she simply went to the doorstep and watched them enter Monsieur Lebigre's, her face paling somewhat, and a severe expression coming into her eyes. One evening, as Mademoiselle Saget was peering out of her garret casement, she recognized Quenu's shadow on the frosted glass of the cabinet window facing the Rue Pirouette. She'd found her casement an excellent post of observation, as it overlooked that milky transparency on which the gaslight threw silhouettes of the politicians, with noises suddenly appearing and disappearing, gaping jaws abruptly springing into sight and then vanishing, and huge arms, apparently destitute of bodies, waving hither and thither. This extraordinary jumble of detached limbs, these silent but frantic profiles, bore witness to the heated discussions that went on in the little room, and kept the old maid peering from behind her muslin curtains until the transparency turned black. She shrewdly suspected some bit of trickery, as she phrased it. By continuing watching, she'd come to recognize the different shadows by their hands and hair and clothes. As she gazed upon the chaos of clenched fists, angry heads, and swaying shoulders, which seemed to have become detached from their trunks and to roll about one atop of the other, she would exclaim unhesitatingly, "Ah, there's that big booby of a cousin, there's that miserly old Gavard, and there's the hunchback, and there's that maypole of a Clemence." Then, when the action of the shadow play became more pronounced, and they all seemed to have lost control over themselves, she felt an irresistible impulse to go downstairs to try to find out what was happening. Thus she now made a point of buying her black currant syrup at nights, pretending that she felt out of sorts in the morning and was obliged to take a sip as soon as ever she was out of bed. On the evening when she noticed Quenu's massive head shadowed on the transparency in close proximity to Charvet's fist, she made her appearance at Monsieur Lebigre's in a breathless condition. To gain more time, she made Rose rinse out her little bottle for her. However, she was about to return to her room when she heard the pork butcher exclaim with a sort of childish candor, "No, indeed, we'll stand for it no longer. We'll make a clean sweep of all those humbugging deputies and ministers. Yes, we'll send the whole lot packing." 8 o'clock had scarcely struck on the following morning when Mademoiselle Saget was already at the pork shop. She found Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette there, dipping their noses into the heating pan and buying hot sausages for breakfast. As the old maid had managed to draw them into her quarrel with La Normande with respect to the 10-sou dab, they had at once made friends again with Lisa, and they now had nothing but contempt for the handsome fish girl, and assailed her and her sister as good-for-nothing hussies, whose only aim was to fleece men of their money. This opinion had been inspired by the assertions of Mademoiselle Saget, who had declared to Madame Lecoeur that Florent had induced one of the two girls to coquette with Gavard, and that the 4 of them had indulged in the wildest dissipation at Barat's, of course at the poultry dealer's expense. From the effects of this impudent story Madame Lecoeur had not yet recovered. She wore a doleful appearance, and her eyes were quite yellow with spleen. That morning, however, it was for Madame Quenu that the old maid had a shock in store. She looked round the counter, and then in her most gentle voice remarked, "I saw Monsieur Quenu last night. They seem to enjoy themselves immensely in that little room at Lebigre's, if one may judge from the noise they make." Lisa had turned her head towards the street, listening very attentively, but apparently unwilling to show it. The old maid paused, hoping that one of the others would question her. And then, in a lower tone, she added,
"They had a woman with them. Oh, I don't mean Monsieur Quenu, of course. I didn't say that. I don't know."
"Oh, yes, I know," replied the old maid, who indeed knew everything about Charvet and Clémence, and whose only purpose was to alarm Lisa. The mistress of the pork shop, however, never flinched. She seemed to be absorbed in watching something of great interest in the market yonder. Accordingly, the old maid had recourse to stronger measures.
"I think," said she, addressing herself to Madame Lecoeur, "that you ought to advise your brother-in-law to be careful. Last night they were shouting out the most shocking things in that little room. Men really seem to lose their heads over politics. If anyone had heard them, it might have been a very serious matter for them."
"Oh, Gavard will go his own way," sighed Madame Lecoeur. "It only wanted this to fill my cup. I shall die of anxiety, I'm sure, if he ever gets arrested." As she spoke, a gleam shot from her dim eyes. La Sarriette, however, laughed and wagged her little face, bright with the freshness of the morning air.
"Oh, there's no harm done, of course, so long as only people like myself hear their foolish talk," resumed Mademoiselle Saget. "I'd rather cut my hand off, you know, than make mischief. Last night now, for instance, Monsieur Quenu was saying—"
She again paused. Lisa had started slightly.
"Monsieur Quenu was saying that the ministers and deputies and all who are in power ought to be shot."
At this Lisa turned sharply, her face quite white and her hands clenched beneath her apron. "Quenu said that?" she curtly asked.
"Yes, indeed, and several other similar things that I can't recollect now. I heard him myself. But don't distress yourself like that, Madame Quenu. You know very well that I shan't breathe a word. I'm quite old enough to know what might harm a man if it came out. Oh, no, it will go no further."
Lisa had recovered her equanimity. She took a pride in the happy peacefulness of her home. She would not acknowledge that there had ever been the slightest difference between herself and her husband. And so now she shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, "Oh, it's all a pack of foolish nonsense." When the three others were in the street together, they agreed that handsome Lisa had pulled a very doleful face, and they were unanimously of opinion that the mysterious goings-on of the cousin, the Méhudin, Gavard, and the Quenus would end in trouble. Madame Lecoeur inquired what was to be done to the people who got arrested for politics, but on this point Mademoiselle Saget could not enlighten her. She only knew that they were never seen again. No, never. And this induced La Sarriette to suggest that perhaps they were thrown into the Seine, as Jules had said they ought to be. Lisa avoided all reference to the subject at breakfast and dinner that day, and even in the evening when Florent and Quenu went off together to Monsieur Lebigre's, there was no unwonted severity in her glance. On that particular evening, however, the question of framing a constitution for the future came under discussion, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning before the politicians could tear themselves away from the little room. The shutters had already been fastened, and they were obliged to leave by a small door, passing out one at a time with bent backs. Quenu returned home with an uneasy conscience. He opened 3 or 4 doors on his way to bed as gently as possible, walking on tiptoe and stretching out his hands as he passed through the sitting-room to avoid a collision with any of the furniture. The whole house seemed to be asleep. When he reached the bedroom, he was annoyed to find that Lisa had not extinguished the candle, which was burning with a tall, mournful flame in the midst of a deep silence. As Quenu took off his shoes and put them down in a corner, the timepiece struck 1:30 with such a clear, ringing sound that he turned in alarm, almost frightened to move, and gazing with an expression of angry reproach at the shining gilded Gutenberg standing there, with his finger on a book. Lisa's head was buried in her pillow, and Quenu could only see her back, but he divined that she was merely feigning sleep, and her conduct in turning her back upon him was so instinct with reproach that he felt sorely ill at ease. At last he slipped beneath the bedclothes, blew out the candle, and lay perfectly still. He could have sworn that his wife was awake, though she did not speak to him. And presently he fell asleep, feeling intensely miserable and lacking the courage to say good night. He slept till late, and when he awoke he found himself sprawling in the middle of the bed with the eider-down quilt up to his chin, while Lisa sat in front of the secrétaire, arranging some papers. His slumber had been so heavy that he had not heard her rise. However, he now took courage and spoke to her from the depths of the alcove. "Why didn't you wake me? What are you doing there?"
"I'm sorting the papers in these drawers," she replied in her usual tone of voice.
Quenu felt relieved. But Lisa added, "One never knows what may happen. If the police were to come—" "What, the police?"
"Yes, indeed, the police.
For you're mixing yourself up with politics now." At this Quenu sat up in bed, quite dazed and confounded by such a violent and unexpected attack. "I mix myself up with politics? I mix myself up with politics," he repeated. "It's no concern of the police. I have nothing to do with any compromising matters." "No," replied Lisa, shrugging her shoulders. "You merely talk about shooting everybody." "I? I?"
"Yes,
and you bawl it out in a public house. Mademoiselle Saget heard you. All the neighborhood knows by this time that you are a red Republican." Quenu fell back in bed again. He was not perfectly awake as yet. Lisa's words resounded in his ears as though he already heard the heavy tramp of gendarmes at the bedroom door. He looked at her as she sat there, with her hair already arranged, her figure tightly imprisoned in her stays, her whole appearance the same as it was on any other morning, and he felt more astonished than ever that she should be so neat and prim under such extraordinary circumstances. "I leave you absolutely free, you know," she continued, as she went on arranging the papers. "I don't want to wear the breeches, as the saying goes. You are the master, and you are at liberty to endanger your position, compromise our credit, or ruin our business." Then, as Quenu tried to protest, she silenced him with a gesture. No, don't say anything," she continued. "This is no quarrel, and I'm not even asking an explanation from you. But if you had consulted me, and we talked the matter over together, I might have intervened. It's a great mistake to imagine that women understand nothing about politics. Shall I tell you what my politics are?" She'd risen from her seat whilst speaking, and was now walking to and fro between the bed and the window, wiping as she went some specks of dust from the bright mahogany of the mirrored wardrobe and the dressing table. "My politics are the politics of honest folk," said she. "I'm grateful to the government when business is prosperous, when I can eat my meals in peace and comfort, and can sleep at nights without being awakened by the firing of guns. There were pretty times in '48, were they not? You remember our Uncle Gradel, the worthy man, showing us his books for that year? He lost more than 6,000 francs. Now that we've got the empire, however, everything prospers. We sell our goods readily enough. You can't deny it. Well then, what is it that you want? How will you be better off when you've shot everybody?" She took her stand in front of a little night table, crossed her arms over her breast, and fixed her eyes upon Quenu, who shuffled himself beneath the bedclothes, almost out of sight. He attempted to explain what it was that his friends wanted, but he got quite confused in his endeavors to summarize Florent's and Charvet's political and social systems, and could only talk about the disregard shown to principles, the accession of a democracy to power, and the regeneration of society, in such a strange, tangled way that Lisa shrugged her shoulders, quite unable to understand him. At last, however, he extricated himself from his difficulties by declaring that the empire was the reign of licentiousness, swindling finance, and highway robbery. And recalling an expression of Logre's, he added, "We are the prey of a band of adventurers, who are pillaging, violating, and assassinating France. We'll have no more of them." Lisa, however, still shrugged her shoulders. "Well, and is that all you have got to say?" she asked with perfect coolness. "What has all that got to do with me? Even supposing it were true, what then? Have I ever advised you to practice dishonest courses? Have I ever prompted you to dishonor your acceptances, or cheat your customers, or pile up money by fraudulent practices? Really, you'll end by making me quite angry. We are honest folks, and we don't pillage or assassinate anybody. That's quite sufficient. What other folks do is no concern of ours. If they choose to be rogues, it's their affair." She looked quite majestic and triumphant, and again pacing the room, drawing herself up to her full height, she resumed. "A pretty notion it is that people are to let their business go to rack and ruin, just to please those who are penniless. For my part, I'm in favor of making hay while the sun shines, and supporting a government which promotes trade. If it does do dishonorable things, I prefer to know nothing about them. I know that I myself commit none, and that no one in the neighborhood can point a finger at me. It's only fools who go tilting at windmills. At the time of the last elections, you remember, Gavard said that the emperor's candidate had been bankrupt and was mixed up in all sorts of scandalous matters. Well, perhaps that was true. I don't deny it, but all the same, you acted wisely in voting for him. For all that was not in question, you were not asked to lend the man any money or to transact any business with him, but merely to show the government that you were pleased with the prosperity of the pork trade." At this moment Quenu called to mind a sentence of Charvet's, asserting that the bloated bourgeois, the sleek shopkeepers who backed up that government of universal gourmandizing, ought to be hurled into the sewers before all others, for it was owing to them and their gluttonous egotism that tyranny had succeeded in mastering and preying upon the nation. He was trying to complete this piece of eloquence, when Lisa, carried off by her indignation, cut him short. "Don't talk such stuff. My conscience doesn't reproach me with anything. I don't owe a copper to anybody. I'm not mixed up in any dishonest business. I buy and sell good sound stuff, and I charge no more than others do. What you say may perhaps apply to people like our cousins, the Saccards. They pretend to be even ignorant that I'm in Paris. But I'm prouder than they are, and I don't care a rap for their millions. It's said that Saccard speculates in condemned buildings and cheats and robs everybody. I'm not surprised to hear it, for he was always that way inclined. He loves money just for the sake of wallowing in it, and then tossing it out of his windows like the imbecile he is. I can understand people attacking men of his stamp, who pile up excessive fortunes. For my part, if you care to know it, I have but a bad opinion of Saccard. But we who live so quietly and peaceably, who will need at least 15 years to put by sufficient money to make ourselves comfortably independent, we who have no reason to meddle in politics, and whose only aim is to bring up our daughter respectably and to see that our business prospers, why, you must be joking to talk such stuff about us. We're honest folks." She came and sat down on the edge of the bed. Quenu was already much shaken in his opinions. "Listen to me now," she resumed in a more serious voice. "You surely don't want to see your own shop pillaged, your cellar emptied, and your money taken from you? If these men who meet at Monsieur le Bicouche should prove triumphant, do you think that you would then lie as comfortably in your bed as you do now? And on going down into the kitchen, do you imagine that you would set about making your galantine as peacefully as you will presently? No, no indeed. So why do you talk about overthrowing a government which protects you and enables you to put money by? You have a wife and a daughter, and your first duty is towards them. You would be in fault if you imperiled their happiness. It's only those who have neither home nor hearth, who have nothing to lose, who want to be shooting people. Surely you don't want to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for them. So stay quietly at home, you foolish fellow. Sleep comfortably, eat well, make money, keep an easy conscience, and leave France to free herself of the Empire if the Empire annoys her. France can get on very well without you." She laughed her bright, melodious laugh as she finished, and Quenu was now altogether convinced. Yes, she was right after all. She looked so charming, he thought, as she sat there on the edge of the bed, so trim, although it was so early, so bright and so fresh in the dazzling whiteness of her linen. As he listened to her, his eyes fell on their portraits hanging on either side of the fireplace. Yes, they were certainly honest folks. They had such a respectable, well-to-do air in their black clothes and their gilded frames. The bedroom, too, looked as though it belonged to people of some account in the world. The lace squares seemed to give a dignified appearance to the chairs, and the carpet, the curtains, and the vases decorated with painted landscapes all spoke of their exertions to get on in the world and their taste for comfort. Thereupon he plunged yet further beneath the eider-down quilt, which kept him in a state of pleasant warmth. He began to feel that he'd risked losing all these things at Monsieur Lebigre's: his huge bed, his cozy room, and his business, on which his thoughts now dwelt with tender remorse. And from Lisa, from the furniture, from all his cozy surroundings, he derived a sense of comfort which thrilled him with a delightful, overpowering charm. "You foolish fellow," said his wife, seeing that he was now quite conquered. "A pretty business it was that you'd embarked upon. But you'd have had to reckon with Pauline and me, I can tell you. And now don't bother your head any more about the government. To begin with, all governments are alike, and if we didn't have this one, we should have another. A government is necessary, but the one thing is to be able to live on, to spend one's savings in peace and comfort when one grows old, and to know that one has gained one's means honestly." Quenu nodded his head in acquiescence and tried to commence a justification of his conduct. "It was Gavard," he began. But Lisa's face again assumed a serious expression, and she interrupted him sharply. "No, it was not Gavard. I know perfectly well who it was, and it would be a great deal better if he would look after his own safety before compromising that of others." "Is it Florent, you mean?" Quenu timidly inquired after a pause. Lisa did not immediately reply. She got up and went back to the secrétaire as if to restrain herself. "Yes, it is Florent," she said presently in incisive tones. "You know how patient I am. I would bear almost anything rather than come between you and your brother. The tie of relationship is a sacred thing. But the cup is filled to overflowing now. Since your brother came here, things have been constantly getting worse and worse. But now I won't say anything more. It's better that I shouldn't." There was another pause. Then, as her husband gazed up at the ceiling with an air of embarrassment, she continued, with increased violence. "Really, he seems to ignore all that we've done for him. We've put ourselves to great inconvenience for his sake. We've given him Augustine's bedroom, and the poor girl sleeps without a murmur in a stuffy little closet where she can scarcely breathe. We board and lodge him and give him every attention. But no, he takes it all quite as a matter of course. He's earning money, but what he does with it nobody knows, or rather, one knows only too well." "But there's his share of the inheritance, you know," Quenu ventured to say, pained at hearing his brother attacked. Lisa suddenly stiffened herself as though she were stunned, and her anger vanished. "Yes, you're right. There is his share of the inheritance. Here is the statement of it, in this drawer. But he refused to take it, you remember. You were present and heard him. That only proves that he's a brainless, worthless fellow. If he had had an idea in his head, he would have made something out of that money by now. For my own part, I should be very glad to get rid of it. It would be a relief to us. I've told him so twice, but he won't listen to me. You ought to persuade him to take it. Talk to him about it, will you?" Quenu growled something in reply, and Lisa refrained from pressing the point further. being of opinion that she'd done all that could be expected of her. "He's not like other men," she resumed. "He's not a comfortable sort of person to have in the house. I shouldn't have said this if we hadn't got talking on the subject. I don't busy myself about his conduct, though it's setting the whole neighborhood gossiping about us. Let him eat and sleep here and put us about if he likes. We can get over that. But what I won't tolerate is that he should involve us in his politics. If he tries to lead you off again or compromises us in the least degree, I shall turn him out of the house without the least hesitation. I warn you, and now you understand." Florent was doomed. Lisa was making a great effort to restrain herself, to prevent the animosity which had long been rankling in her heart from flowing forth. But Florent and his ways jarred against her every instinct. He wounded her, frightened her, and made her quite miserable. "A man who's made such a discreditable career," she murmured, "who's never been able to get a roof of his own over his head. I can very well understand his partiality for bullets. He can go and stand in their way if he chooses, but let him leave honest folks to their families. And then he isn't pleasant to have about one. He reeks of fish in the evening at dinner. It prevents me from eating. He himself never lets a mouthful go past him, though it's little better he seems to be for it all. He can't even grow decently stout, the wretched fellow, to such a degree do his bad instincts prey on him." She had stepped up to the window whilst speaking, and now saw Florent crossing the Rue Rambuteau on his way to the fish market. There was a very large arrival of fish that morning. The tray-like baskets were covered with rippling silver, and the auction room roared with the hubbub of their sales. Lisa kept her eyes on the bony shoulders of her brother-in-law as he made his way into the pungent smells of the market, stooping beneath the sickening sensation which they brought him, and the glance with which she followed his steps was that of a woman bent on combat and resolved to be victorious. When she turned round again, Quenu was getting up. As he sat on the edge of the bed in his nightshirt, still warm from the pleasant heat of the eider-down quilt, and with his feet resting on the soft, fluffy rug below him, he looked quite pale, quite distressed at the misunderstanding between his wife and his brother. Lisa, however, gave him one of her sweetest smiles, and he felt deeply touched when she handed him his socks. This ends Section 8. Section 9 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 9. Marjolin had been found in a heap of cabbages at the Market of the Innocents. He was sleeping under the shelter of a large white-hearted one, a broad leaf of which concealed his rosy childish face. It was never known what poverty-stricken mother had laid him there. When he was found, he was already a fine little fellow of 2 or 3 years of age, very plump and merry, but so backward and dense that he could scarcely stammer a few words, and only seemed able to smile. When one of the vegetable saleswomen found him lying under the big white cabbage, she raised such a loud cry of surprise that her neighbors rushed up to see what was the matter, while the youngster, still in petticoats and wrapped in a scrap of old blanket, held out his arms towards her. He could not tell who his mother was, but opened his eyes in wide astonishment as he squeezed against the shoulder of a stout tripe dealer, who eventually took him up. The whole market busied itself about him throughout the day. He soon recovered confidence, ate slices of bread and butter, and smiled at all the women. The stout tripe dealer kept him for a time, then a neighbor took him, and a month later a third woman gave him shelter. When they asked him where his mother was, he waved his little hand with a pretty gesture, which embraced all the women present. He became the adopted child of the place, always clinging to the skirts of one or another of the women, and always finding a corner of a bed and a share of a meal somewhere. Somehow, too, he managed to find clothes, and he even had a copper or two at the bottom of his ragged pockets. It was a buxom, ruddy girl dealing in medicinal herbs who gave him the name of Marjolin, footnote, literally marjoram, though no one knew why. When Marjolin was nearly 4 years of age, old Mother Chantemesse also happened to find a child, a little girl, lying on the footway of the Rue Saint-Denis, near the corner of the market. Judging by the little one's size, she seemed to be a couple of years old, but she could already chatter like a magpie, murdering her words in an incessant childish babble. Old Mother Chantemesse, after a time, gathered that her name was Cadine, and that on the previous evening her mother had left her sitting on a doorstep, with instructions to wait till she returned. The child had fallen asleep there and did not cry. She related that she was beaten at home, and she gladly followed Mother Chantemesse, seemingly quite enchanted with that huge square, where there were so many people and such piles of vegetables. Mother Chantemesse, a retail dealer by trade, was a crusty but very worthy woman approaching her 60th year. She was extremely fond of children and had lost 3 boys of her own when they were mere babies. She came to the opinion that the chit she had found was far too wide awake to kick the bucket, and so she adopted her. One evening, however, as she was going off home with her right hand clasping Cadine's, Marjolin came up and unceremoniously caught hold of her left hand. "Nay, my lad," said the old woman, stopping, "the place is filled." "Have you left your big Teresa, then? What a fickle little gadabout you are." The boy gazed at her with his smiling eyes, without letting go of her hand. He looked so pretty with his curly hair that she could not resist him. "Well, come along, then, you little scamp," said she. "I'll put you to bed as well." Thus she made her appearance in the Rue Hollard, where she lived, with a child clinging to either hand. Marjolin made himself quite at home there. When the 2 children proved too noisy, the old woman cuffed them, delighted to shout and worry herself, and washed the youngsters and packed them away beneath the blankets. She'd fixed them up a little bed in an old costermonger's barrow, the wheels and shafts of which had disappeared. It was like a big cradle, a trifle hard, but retaining a strong scent of the vegetables, which it had long kept fresh and cool beneath a covering of damp cloths. And there, when 4 years old, Cadine and Marjolin slept locked in each other's arms. They grew up together, and were always to be seen with their arms about one another's waist. At night time, old Mother Chantemesse heard them prattling softly. Cadine's clear treble went chattering on for hours together, while Marjolin listened with occasional expressions of astonishment vented in a deeper tone. The girl was a mischievous young creature, and concocted all sorts of stories to frighten her companion, telling him, for instance, that she had one night seen a man dressed all in white looking at them and putting out a great red tongue at the foot of the bed. Marjolin quite perspired with terror, and anxiously asked for further particulars. But the girl would then begin to jeer at him, and end by calling him a big donkey. At other times they were not so peaceably disposed, but kicked each other beneath the blankets. Cadine would pull up her legs and try to restrain her laughter as Marjolin missed his aim and sent his feet banging against the wall. When this happened, old Madame Chantemesse was obliged to get up to put the bedclothes straight again, and by way of sending the children to sleep, she would administer a box on the ear to both of them. For a long time their bed was a sort of playground. They carried their toys into it and munched stolen carrots and turnips as they lay side by side. Every morning their adopted mother was amazed at the strange things she found in the bed: pebbles, leaves, apple cores, and dolls made out of scraps of rags. When the very cold weather came, She went off to her work, leaving them sleeping there, Cadine's black mop mingling with Marjolin's sunny curls, and their mouths so near together that they looked as though they were keeping each other warm with their breath. The room in the Rue aux Lards was a big dilapidated garret, with a single window, the panes of which were dimmed by the rain. The children would play at hide-and-seek in the tall walnut wardrobe and underneath Mother Chantemesse's colossal bed. There were also 2 or 3 tables in the room, and they crawled under these on all fours. They found the place a very charming playground on account of the dim light and the vegetables scattered about in the dark corners. The street itself, too, narrow and very quiet, with a broad arcade opening into the Rue de la Lingerie, provided them with plenty of entertainment. The door of the house was by the side of the arcade. It was a low door, and could only be opened halfway, owing to the near proximity of the greasy corkscrew staircase. The house, which had a projecting pent roof and a bulging front, dark with damp, and displaying greenish drain sinks near the windows of each floor, also served as a big toy for the young couple. They spent their mornings below in throwing stones up into the drain sinks, and the stones thereupon fell down the pipes with a very merry clatter. In thus amusing themselves, however, they managed to break a couple of windows, and filled the drains with stones, so that Mother Chantemesse, who had lived in the house for 43 years, narrowly escaped being turned out of it. Cadine and Marjolin then directed their attention to the vans and drays and tumbrils which were drawn up in the quiet street. They clambered onto the wheels, swung from the dangling chains, and larked about amongst the piles of boxes and hampers. Here also were the back premises of the commission agents of the Rue de la Poterie, huge, gloomy warehouses, each day filled and emptied afresh, and affording a constant succession of delightful hiding-places, where the youngsters buried themselves amidst the scent of dried fruits, oranges, and fresh apples. When they got tired of playing in this way, they went off to join old Madame Chantemesse at the Market of the Innocents. They arrived there arm in arm, laughing gaily as they crossed the streets with never the slightest fear of being run over by the endless vehicles. They knew the pavement well, and plunged their little legs knee-deep in the vegetable refuse without ever slipping. They jeered merrily at any porter in heavy boots who, in stepping over an artichoke stem, fell sprawling full length upon the ground. They were the rosy-cheeked familiar spirits of those greasy streets. They were to be seen everywhere. On rainy days they walked gravely beneath the shelter of a ragged old umbrella, with which Mother Chantemesse had protected her stock-in-trade for 20 years, and sticking it up in a corner of the market, they called it their house. On sunny days they romped to such a degree that when evening came they were almost too tired to move. They bathed their feet in the fountains, dammed up the gutters, or hid themselves beneath piles of vegetables, and remained there, prattling to each other just as they did in bed at night. People passing some huge mountain of cos or cabbage lettuces often heard a muffled sound of chatter coming from it. And when the green stuff was removed, the 2 children would be discovered lying side by side on their couch of verdure, their eyes glistening uneasily like those of birds discovered in the depth of a thicket. As time went on, Cadine could not get along without Marjolin, and Marjolin began to cry when he lost sight of Cadine. If they happened to get separated, they sought one another behind the petticoats of every stall-keeper in the markets, amongst the boxes and under the cabbages. It was indeed chiefly under the cabbages that they grew up and learned to love each other. Marjolin was nearly 8 years old and Cadine 6 when old Madame Chantemesse began to reproach them for their idleness. She told them that she would interest them in her business and pay them a sou a day to assist her in paring her vegetables. During the first few days the children displayed eager zeal. They squatted down on either side of the big flat basket with little knives in their hands and worked away energetically. Mother Chantemesse made a specialty of pared vegetables. On her stall, covered with a strip of damp black lining, were little lots of potatoes, turnips, carrots, and white onions, arranged in pyramids of 4, 3 at the base and 1 at the apex, all quite ready to be popped into the pans of dilatory housewives. She also had bundles duly stringed in readiness for the soup pot, 4 leeks, 3 carrots, a parsnip, 2 turnips, and a couple of sprigs of celery. Then there were finely cut vegetables for julienne soup, laid out on squares of paper, cabbages cut into quarters, and little heaps of tomatoes and slices of pumpkin, which gleamed like red stars and golden crescents amidst the pale hues of the other vegetables. Cadine evinced much more dexterity than Marjolin, although she was younger. The peelings of the potatoes she pared were so thin that you could see through them. She tied up the bundles for the soup pot so artistically that they looked like bouquets, and she had a way of making the little heaps she set up, though they contained but 3 carrots or turnips, look like very big ones. The passers-by would stop and smile when she called out in her shrill, childish voice, "Madame, Madame, come and try me! Each little pile for 2 sous!" She had her regular customers, and her little piles and bundles were widely known. Old Mother Chantemesse, seated between the 2 children, would indulge in a silent laugh, which made her bosom rise almost to her chin, at seeing them working away so seriously. She paid them their daily sous most faithfully, but they soon began to weary of the little heaps and bundles. They were growing up and began to dream of some more lucrative business. Marjolin remained very childish for his years, and this irritated Cadine. He had no more brains than a cabbage, she often said, and it was indeed quite useless for her to devise any plan for him to make money. He never earned any. He could not even do an errand satisfactorily. The girl, on the other hand, was very shrewd. When but 8 years old, she obtained employment from one of those women who sit on a bench in the neighborhood of the markets, provided with a basket of lemons, and employ a troop of children to go about selling them. Carrying the lemons in her hands and offering them at 2 for 3 sous, Cadine thrust them under every woman's nose and ran after every passer-by. Her hands empty, she hastened back for a fresh supply. She was paid 2 sous for every dozen lemons that she sold, and on good days she could earn some 5 or 6 sous. During the following year she hawked caps at 9 sous apiece, which proved a more profitable business, only she had to keep a sharp lookout, as street trading of this kind is forbidden unless one be licensed. However, she scented a policeman at a distance of 100 yards, and the caps forthwith disappeared under her skirts, whilst she began to munch an apple with an air of guileless innocence. Then she took to selling pastry, cakes, cherry tarts, gingerbread, and thick yellow maize biscuits on wicker trays. Marjolin, however, ate up nearly the whole of her stock in trade. At last, when she was 11 years old, she succeeded in realizing a grand idea which had long been worrying her. In a couple of months, she put by 4 francs, bought a small hot, footnote, a basket carried on the back, translator, and then set up as a dealer in birds' food. It was a big affair. She got up early in the morning and purchased her stock of groundsel, millet, and bird cake from the wholesale dealers. Then she set out on her day's work, crossing the river and perambulating the Latin Quarter from the Rue Saint-Jacques to the Rue Dauphine, and even to the Luxembourg. Marjolin used to accompany her, but she would not let him carry the basket. He was only fit to call out, she said, and so in his thick, drawling voice he would raise the cry, "Chickweed for little birds!" Then Cadine herself, with her flute-like voice, would start on a strange scale of notes, ending in a clear, protracted alto, "Chickweed for the little birds!" They each took one side of the road, and looked up in the air as they walked along. In those days Marjolin wore a big scarlet waistcoat which hung down to his knees. It had belonged to the defunct Monsieur Chantemesse, who'd been a cab driver. Cadine, for her part, wore a white and blue check gown, made out of an old tartan of Madame Chantemesse's. All the canaries in the garrets of the Latin Quarter knew them, and as they passed along, repeating their cry, each echoing the other's voice, every cage poured out a song. Cadine sold watercress too. 2 sous a bunch! 2 sous a bunch! And Marjolin went into the shops to offer it for sale. Fine watercress! Health for the body! Fine, fresh watercress! However, the new central markets had just been erected, and the girl would stand gazing in ecstasy at the avenue of flower stalls which runs through the fruit pavilion. Here on either hand, from end to end, big clumps of flowers bloom as in the borders of a garden walk. It is a perfect harvest, sweet with perfume, a double hedge of blossoms, between which the girls of the neighborhood love to walk, smiling the while, though almost stifled by the heavy perfume. And on the top tiers of the stalls are artificial flowers with paper leaves, in which dewdrops are simulated by drops of gum, and memorial wreaths of black and white beads rippling with bluish reflections. Cadine's rosy nostrils would dilate with feline sensuality. She would linger as long as possible in that sweet freshness, and carry as much of the perfume away with her as she could. When her hair bobbed under Marjolin's nose, he would remark that it smelt of pinks. She said that she'd given over using pomatum, that it was quite sufficient for her to stroll through the flower walk in order to scent her hair. Next, she began to intrigue and scheme with such success that she was engaged by one of the stall-keepers. And then Marjolin declared that she smelt sweet from head to foot. She lived in the midst of roses, lilacs, wallflowers, and lilies of the valley, and Marjolin would playfully smell at her skirts, feign a momentary hesitation, and then exclaim, "Ah, that's lily of the valley." Next he would sniff at her waist and bodice. "Ah, that's wallflowers," and at her sleeves and wrists. "Ah, that's lilac," and at her neck and her cheeks and lips. "Ah, but that's roses," he would cry. Cadine used to laugh at him and call him a silly stupid, and tell him to get away because he was tickling her with the tip of his nose. As she spoke, her breath smelt of jasmine. She was verily a bouquet full of warmth and life. She now got up at 4 o'clock every morning to assist her mistress in her purchases. Each day they bought armfuls of flowers from the suburban florists, with bundles of moss and bundles of fern fronds, and periwinkle leaves to garnish the bouquets. Cadine would gaze with amazement at the diamonds and Valenciennes worn by the daughters of the great gardeners of Montreuil, who came to the markets amidst their roses. On the saints' days of popular observance, such as St. Mary's, St. Peter's, and St. Joseph's days, the sale of flowers began at 2 o'clock. More than 100,000 francs worth of cut flowers would be sold on the footways, and some of the retail dealers would make as much as 200 francs in a few hours. On days like those, only Cadine's curly locks peered over the mounds of pansies, mignonette, and marguerite. She was quite drowned and lost in the flood of flowers. Then she would spend all her time in mounting bouquets on bits of rush. In a few weeks she acquired considerable skillfulness in her business, and manifested no little originality. Her bouquets did not always please everybody, however. Sometimes they made one smile, sometimes they alarmed the eyes. Red predominated in them, mottled with violent tints of blue, yellow, and violet of a barbaric charm. On the mornings when she pinched Marjolin and teased him till she made him cry, she made up fierce-looking bouquets, suggestive of her own bad temper, bouquets with strong, rough scents and glaring, irritating colors. On other days, however, when she was softened by some thrill of joy or sorrow, her bouquets would assume a tone of silvery gray, very soft and subdued, and delicately perfumed. Then, too, she would set roses as sanguineous as open hearts in lakes of snow-white pinks, arrange bunches of tawny iris that shot up in tufts of flame from foliage that seemed scared by the brilliance of the flowers, work elaborate designs as complicated as those of Smyrna rugs, adding flower to flower as on a canvas, and prepare rippling fan-like bouquets spreading out with all the delicacy of lace. Here was a cluster of flowers of delicious purity, there a fat nosegay, whatever one might dream of for the hand of a marchioness or a fishwife, all the charming quaint fancies, in short, which the brain of a sharp-witted child of 12, budding into womanhood, could devise. There were only 2 flowers for which Cadine retained respect: white lilac, which by the bundle of 8 or 10 sprays cost from 15 to 20 francs in the winter-time, and camellias, which were still more costly, and arrived in boxes of a dozen lying on beds of moss and covered with cotton wool. She handled these as delicately as though they were jewels, holding her breath for fear of dimming their luster, and fastening their short stems to springs of cane with the tenderest care. She spoke of them with serious reverence. She told Marjolin one day that a speckless white camellia was a very rare and exceptionally lovely thing. And as she was making him admire one, he exclaimed, "Yes, it's pretty, but I prefer your neck, you know. It's much more soft and transparent than the camellia, and there are some little blue and pink veins, just like the pencilings on a flower." Then, drawing near and sniffing, he murmured, "Ah, you smell like orange blossom today." Cadine was self-willed and did not get on well in the position of a servant, so she ended by setting up in business on her own account. As she was only 13 at the time and could not hope for a big trade and a stall in the Flower Avenue, she took to selling 1-sou bunches of violets pricked into a bed of moss in an osier tray which she carried hanging from her neck. All day long she wandered about the markets and their precincts with her little bit of hanging garden. She loved this continual stroll, which relieved the numbness of her limbs after long hours spent with bent knees on a low chair making bouquets. She fastened her violets together with marvelous deftness as she walked along. She counted out 6 or 8 flowers according to the season, doubled a sprig of cane in half, added a leaf, twisted some damp thread round the whole, and broke off the thread with her strong young teeth. The little bunches seemed to spring spontaneously from a layer of moss, so rapidly did she stick them into it. Along the footways, amidst the jostling of the street traffic, her nimble fingers were ever flowering, though she gave them not a glance, but boldly scanned the shops and passers-by. Sometimes she would rest in a doorway for a moment, and alongside the gutters, greasy with kitchen slops, she sat, as it were a patch of springtime, a suggestion of green woods and purple blossoms. Her flowers still betokened her frame of mind, her fits of bad temper, and her thrills of tenderness. Sometimes they bristled and glowered with anger amidst their crumpled leaves. At other times they spoke only of love and peacefulness as they smiled in their prim collars. As Cadine passed along, she left a sweet perfume behind her. Marjolin followed her devoutly. From head to foot she now exhaled but one scent, and the lad repeated that she was herself a violet, a great big violet. "Do you remember the day when we went to Romainville together?" he would say. "Romainville, where there are so many violets. The scent was just the same. Oh, don't change again. You smell too sweetly." And she did not change again. This was her last trade. Still, she often neglected her osier tray to go rambling about the neighborhood. The building of the central markets, as yet incomplete, provided both children with endless opportunities for amusement. They made their way into the midst of the workyards through some gap or other between the planks. They descended into the foundations and climbed up the cast-iron pillars. Every nook, every piece of the framework witnessed their games and quarrels. The pavilions grew up under the touch of their little hands. From all this arose the affection which they felt for the great markets, and which the latter seemed to return. They were on familiar terms with that gigantic pile, old friends as they were, who'd seen each pin and bolt put into place. They felt no fear of the huge monster, but slapped it with their childish hands, treated it like a good friend, a chum whose presence brought no constraint. And the market seemed to smile at these two light-hearted children, whose love was the song, the idyll of their immensity. Cadine alone now slept at Mother Chantemesse's. The old woman had packed Marjolin off to a neighbor's. This made the two children very unhappy. Still, they contrived to spend much of their time together. In the daytime they would hide themselves away in the warehouses of the Rue Hollard, behind piles of apples and cases of oranges, and in the evening they would dive into the cellars beneath the poultry market, and secrete themselves among the huge hampers of feathers which stood near the blocks where the poultry was killed. They were quite alone there, amidst the strong smell of the poultry, and with never a sound but the sudden crowing of some rooster to break upon their babble and their laughter. The feathers amidst which they found themselves were of all sorts. Turkey's feathers, long and black, goose quills, white and flexible, the downy plumage of ducks, soft like cotton wool, and the ruddy and mottled feathers of fowls, which at the faintest breath flew up in a cloud like a swarm of flies buzzing in the sun. And then, in winter-time, there was the purple plumage of the pheasants, the ashen gray of the larks, the splotched silk of the partridges, quails, and thrushes. And all these feathers freshly plucked were still warm and odoriferous, seemingly endowed with life. The spot was as cozy as a nest, at times a quiver as of flapping wings sped by, and Marjolin and Cadine, nestling amidst all the plumage, often imagined that they were being carried aloft by one of those huge birds with outspread pinions that one hears of in the fairy tales. As time went on, their childish affection took the inevitable turn. Knowing naught of social conventions and restraints, they loved one another in all innocence and guilelessness. They mated even as the birds of the air mate, even as youth and maid mated in primeval times, because such is nature's law. At 16, Cadine was a dusky town gypsy, greedy and sensual, whilst Marjolin, now 18, was a tall, strapping fellow, as handsome a youth as could be met, but still with his mental faculties quite undeveloped. He had lived indeed a mere animal life, which had strengthened his frame, but left his intellect in a rudimentary state. When old Madame Chantemesse realized the turn that things were taking, she wrathfully upbraided Cadine, and struck out vigorously at her with her broom. But the hussy only laughed and dodged the blows, and then hied off to her lover. And gradually the markets became their home, their manger, their aviary, where they lived and loved amidst the meat, the butter, the vegetables, and the feathers. They discovered another little paradise in the pavilion where butter, eggs, and cheese were sold wholesale. Enormous walls of empty baskets were here piled up every morning, and amidst these Cadine and Marjolin burrowed and hollowed out a dark lair for themselves. A mere partition of osier work separated them from the market crowd, whose loud voices rang out all around them. They often shook with laughter when people, without the least suspicion of their presence, stopped to talk together a few yards away from them. On these occasions they would contrive peepholes and spy through them, and when cherries were in season, Cadine tossed the stones in the faces of all the old women who passed along, a pastime which amused them, the more as the startled old crones could never make out whence the hail of cherry stones had come. They also prowled about the depths of the cellars, knowing every gloomy corner of them and contriving to get through the most carefully locked gates. One of their favorite amusements was to visit the track of the subterranean railway which had been laid under the markets, and which those who planned the latter had intended to connect with the different goods stations of Paris. Sections of this railway were laid beneath each of the covered ways, between the cellars of each pavilion. The work indeed was in such an advanced state that turntables had been put into position at all the points of intersection, and were in readiness for use. After much examination, Cadine and Magellan had at last succeeded in discovering a loose plank in the hoarding which enclosed the track, and they'd managed to convert it into a door by which they could easily gain access to the line. There they were quite shut off from the world, though they could hear the continuous rumbling of the street traffic over their heads. The line stretched through deserted vaults, here and there illumined by a glimmer of light filtering through iron gratings, while in certain dark corners gas jets were burning. And Cadine and Magellan rambled about as in the secret recesses of some castle of their own, secure from all interruption and rejoicing in the buzzy silence, the murky glimmer and subterranean secrecy which imparted a touch of melodrama to their experiences. All sorts of smells were wafted through the hoarding from the neighboring cellars, the musty smell of vegetables, the pungency of fish, the overpowering stench of cheese, and the warm reek of poultry. At other times, on clear nights and fine dawns, they would climb onto the roofs, ascending thither by the steep staircases of the turrets at the angles of the pavilions. Up above they found fields of leads, endless promenades and squares, a stretch of undulating country which belonged to them. They rambled round the square roofs of the pavilions, followed the course of the long roofs of the covered ways, climbed and descended the slopes, and lost themselves in endless perambulations of discovery. And when they grew tired of the lower levels, they ascended still higher, venturing up the iron ladders, on which Cadine's skirts flapped like flags. Then they ran along the second tier of roofs beneath the open heavens. There was nothing save the stars above them. All sorts of sounds rose up from the echoing markets, a clattering and rumbling, a vague roar as of a distant tempest heard at night time. At that height, the morning breeze swept away the evil smells, the foul breath of the awaking markets. They would kiss one another on the edge of the gutterings like sparrows frisking on the housetops. The rising fires of the sun illumined their faces with a ruddy glow. Cadine laughed with pleasure at being so high up in the air, and her neck shone with iridescent tints like a dove's, while Magellan bent down to look at the street still wrapped in gloom, with his hands clutching hold of the leads like the feet of a wood pigeon. When they descended to earth again, joyful from their excursion in the fresh air, they would remark to one another that they were coming back from the country. It was in the tripe market that they had made the acquaintance of Claude Lantier. They went there every day, impelled thereto by an animal taste for blood, the cruel instinct of urchins who find amusement in the sight of severed heads. A ruddy stream flowed along the gutters round the pavilion. They dipped the tips of their shoes in it, and dammed it up with leaves so as to form large pools of blood. They took a strong interest in the arrival of the loads of offal in carts, which always smelt offensively, despite all the drenchings of water they got. They watched the unloading of the bundles of sheep's trotters, which were piled up on the ground like filthy paving stones, of the huge stiffened tongues bleeding at their torn roots, and of the massive bell-shaped bullocks' hearts. But the spectacle which, above all others, made them quiver with delight was that of the big dripping hampers, full of sheep's heads, with greasy horns and black muzzles, and strips of woolly skin dangling from bleeding flesh. The sight of these conjured up in their minds the idea of some guillotine casting into the baskets the heads of countless victims. They followed the baskets into the depths of a cellar, watching them glide down the rails laid over the steps, and listening to the rasping noise which the casters of these osier wagons made in their descent. Down below there was a scene of exquisite horror. They entered into a charnel house atmosphere and walked along through murky puddles, amidst which every now and then purple eyes seemed to be glistening. At times the soles of their boots stuck to the ground, at others they splashed through the horrible mire, anxious and yet delighted. The gas jets burned low like blinking bloodshot eyes. Near the water taps, in the pale light falling through the gratings, they came upon the blocks, and there they remained in rapture, watching the tripe men, who, in aprons stiffened by gory splashings, broke the sheep's heads one after another with a blow of their mallets. They lingered there for hours, waiting till all the baskets were empty, fascinated by the crackling of the bones, unable to tear themselves away till all was over. Sometimes an attendant passed behind them, cleansing the cellar with a hose. Floods of water rushed out with a sluice-like roar, but although the violence of the discharge actually ate away the surface of the flagstones, it was powerless to remove the ruddy stains and stench of blood. Cadine and Marjolin were sure of meeting Claude between 4 and 5 in the afternoon at the wholesale auction of the Bullock's Lights. He was always there amidst the tripe dealers' carts, backed up against the curbstones, and the blue-bloused, white-aproned men who jostled him and deafened his ears by their loud bids. But he never felt their elbows. He stood in a sort of ecstatic trance before the huge hanging lights, and often told Cadine and Marjolin that there was no finer sight to be seen. The lights were of a soft rosy hue, gradually deepening and turning at the lower edges to a rich carmine, and Claude compared them to watered satin, finding no other term to describe the soft silkiness of those flowing lengths of flesh which drooped in broad folds like ballet dancers' skirts. He thought, too, of gauze and lace allowing a glimpse of pinky skin, and when a ray of sunshine fell upon the lights and girdled them with gold, an expression of languorous rapture came into his eyes, and he felt happier than if he'd been privileged to contemplate the Greek goddesses in their sovereign nudity, or the chatelaines of romance in their brocaded robes. The artist became a great friend of the two young scapegraces. He loved beautiful animals, and such undoubtedly they were. For a long time he dreamt of a colossal picture which should represent the loves of Cadine and Marjolin in the central markets, amidst the vegetables, the fish, and the meat. He would have depicted them seated on some couch of food, their arms circling each other's waists and their lips exchanging an idyllic kiss. In this conception he saw a manifesto proclaiming the positivism of art, modern art, experimental and materialistic. And it seemed to him also that it would be a smart satire on the school which wishes every painting to embody an idea, a slap for the old traditions and all they represented. But during a couple of years he began study after study without succeeding in giving the particular note he desired. In this way he spoilt 15 canvases. His failure filled him with rancor. However, he continued to associate with his two models from a sort of hopeless love for his abortive picture. When he met them prowling about in the afternoon, he often scoured the neighborhood with them, strolling around with his hands in his pockets and deeply interested in the life of the streets. They all three trudged along together, dragging their heels over the footways and monopolizing their whole breadth so as to force others to step down into the road. With their noses in the air, they sniffed in the odors of Paris and could have recognized every corner blindfold by the spirituous emanations of the wine shops, the hot puffs that came from the bake-houses and confectioners, and the musty odors wafted from the fruiterers. They would make the circuit of the whole district. They delighted in passing through the rotunda of the corn market, that huge massive stone cage where sacks of flour are piled up on every side, and where their footsteps echoed in the silence of the resonant roof. These were the Rue Babille, the Rue Sauval, the Rue des Deux Écus, and the Rue des Viarmes, this last pallid from its proximity to the miller's stores. And at 4 o'clock, lively by reason of the corn exchange held there. It was generally at this point that they started on their round. They made their way slowly along the Rue Vauviliers, glancing as they went at the windows of the low eating houses, and thus reaching the miserably narrow Rue des Prouvaires, where Claude blinked his eyes as he saw one of the covered ways of the market, at the far end of which, framed round by this huge iron nave, appeared a side entrance of Saint-Eustache, with its rows and its tiers of arched windows. And then, with an air of defiance, he would remark that all the Middle Ages and the Renaissance put together were less mighty than the central markets. Afterwards, as they paced the broad new streets, the Rue du Pont-Neuf and the Rue des Halles, he explained modern life with its wide footways, its lofty houses, and its luxurious shops to the two urchins. He predicted, too, the advent of new and truly original art, whose approach he could divine, and despair filled him that its revelation should seemingly be beyond his own powers. Cadine and Marjolin, however, preferred the provincial quietness of the Rue des Bourdonnais, where one could play at marbles without fear of being run over. The girl perked her head affectedly as she passed the wholesale glove and hosiery stores, at each door of which bareheaded assistants, with their pens stuck in their ears, stood watching her with a weary gaze. And she and her lover had yet a stronger preference for such bits of olden Paris as still existed, the Rue de la Poterie and the Rue de la Lingerie, with their butter and egg and cheese dealers, the Rue de la Ferronnerie and the Rue de l'Aiguillerie, the beautiful streets of faraway times, with their dark, narrow shops, and especially the Rue Courtalon, a dank, dirty byway running from the Place Saint-Opportune to the Rue Saint-Denis, and intersected by foul-smelling alleys where they'd romped in their younger days. In the Rue Saint-Denis they entered into the land of dainties, and they smiled upon the dried apples, the Spanish wood, the prunes, and the sugar candy in the windows of the grocers and druggists. Their ramblings always set them dreaming of a feast of good things, and inspired them with a desire to glut themselves on the contents of the windows. To them the district seemed like some huge table, always laid with an everlasting dessert into which they longed to plunge their fingers. They devoted but a moment to visiting the other blocks of tumble-down old houses, the Rue Pirouette, the Rue de Montetour, the Rue de la Petite Truanderie, and the Rue de la Grande Truanderie, for they took little interest in the shops of the dealers in edible snails, cooked vegetables, tripe, and drink. In the Rue de la Grande Truanderie, however, there was a soap factory, an oasis of sweetness in the midst of all the foul odors, and Marjolin was fond of standing outside it till someone happened to enter or come out, so that the perfume which swept through the doorway might blow full in his face. Then with all speed they returned to the Rue Pierre-Lescaut and the Rue Rambuteau. Cadine was extremely fond of salted provisions. She stood in admiration before the bundles of red herrings, the barrels of anchovies and capers, and the little casks of gherkins and olives, standing on end with wooden spoons inside them. The smell of the vinegar titillated her throat. The pungent odor of the rolled cod, smoked salmon, bacon, and ham, and the sharp acidity of the baskets of lemons made her mouth water longingly. She was also fond of feasting her eyes on the boxes of sardines piled up in metallic columns amidst the cases and sacks. In the Rue Montorgueil and the Rue Montmartre were other tempting-looking groceries and restaurants, from whose basements appetizing odors were wafted, with glorious shows of game and poultry, and preserved provision shops, which last displayed beside their doors open kegs overflowing with yellow sauerkraut, suggestive of old lacework. Then they lingered in the Rue Coquillière, inhaling the odor of truffles from the premises of a notable dealer in comestibles, which threw so strong a perfume into the street that Cadine and Marjolin closed their eyes and imagined that they were swallowing all kinds of delicious things. These perfumes, however, distressed Claude. They made him realize the emptiness of his stomach, he said, and leaving the two animals to feast on the odor of the truffles, the most penetrating odor to be found in all the neighborhood, he went off again to the corn market by way of the Rue aux Blancs, studying on his road the old women who sold green stuff in the doorways, and the displays of cheap pottery spread out on the foot pavements. Such were their rambles in common, but when Cadine set out alone with her bunches of violets, she often went farther afield, making it a point to visit certain shops for which she had a particular partiality. She had an especial weakness for the Taboureau bakery establishment, one of the windows of which was exclusively devoted to pastry. She would follow the Rue Turbigot and retrace her steps a dozen times in order to pass again and again before the almond cakes, the Savarin, the Saint-Honoré tarts, the fruit tarts, and the various dishes containing bun-like babas, redolent of rum, eclairs combining the finger biscuit with chocolate, and choux à la crème, little rounds of pastry overflowing with whipped white of egg. The glass jars full of dry biscuits, macaroons, and madeleine also made her mouth water, and the bright shop with its big mirrors, its marble slabs, its gilding, its bread bins of ornamental iron, and its second window in which long glistening loaves were displayed slantwise, with one end resting on a crystal shelf, whilst above they were upheld by a brass rod, was so warm and odoriferous of baked dough that her features expanded with pleasure when, yielding to temptation, she went in to buy a brioche for 2 sous. Another shop, one in front of the Square des Innocents, also filled her with gluttonous inquisitiveness, a fever of longing desire. This shop made a specialty of force-meat pasties. In addition to the ordinary ones, there were pasties of pike and pasties of truffled foie gras, and the girl would gaze yearningly at them, saying to herself that she would really have to eat one some day. Cadine also had her moments of vanity and coquetry. When these fits were on her, she bought herself in imagination some of the magnificent dresses displayed in the windows of the Fabrique de France, which made the Pont Saint-Eustache gaudy with their pieces of bright stuff hanging from the first floor to the footway and flapping in the breeze. Somewhat incommoded by the flat basket hanging before her, amidst the crowd of market women in dirty aprons gazing at future Sunday dresses, the girl would feel the woolens, flannels, and cottons to test the texture and suppleness of the material, and she would promise herself a gown of bright-colored flanelling, flowered print, or scarlet poplin. Sometimes, even from amongst the pieces draped and set off to advantage by the window dressers, she would choose some soft sky blue or apple green silk, and dream of wearing it with pink ribbons. In the evenings, she would dazzle herself with the displays in the windows of the big jewelers in the Rue Montmartre. That terrible street deafened her with its ceaseless flow of vehicles, and the streaming crowd never ceased to jostle her. Still she did not stir, but remained feasting her eyes on the blazing splendor set out in the light of the reflecting lamps which hung outside the windows. On one side all was white with the bright glitter of silver. Watches in rows, chains hanging, spoons and forks laid crossways, cups, snuff-boxes, napkin rings, and combs arranged on shelves. The silver thimbles, dotting a porcelain stand covered with a glass shade, had an especial attraction for her. Then on the other side the windows glistened with the tawny glow of gold. A cascade of long pendant chains descended from above, rippling with ruddy gleams. Small ladies' watches, with the backs of their cases displayed, sparkled like fallen stars. Wedding rings clustered round slender rods. Bracelets, brooches, and other costly ornaments glittered on the black velvet linings of their cases. Jeweled rings set their stands aglow with blue, green, yellow, and violet flamelets, while on every tier of the shelves superposed rows of earrings and crosses and lockets hung against the crystal like the rich fringes of altar cloths. The glow of this gold illumined the street halfway across with a sun-like radiance, and Cadine, as she gazed at it, almost fancied that she was in presence of something holy, or on the threshold of the emperor's treasure chamber. She would for a long time scrutinize all this show of gaudy jewelry, adapted to the taste of the fishwives, and carefully read the large figures on the tickets affixed to each article, and eventually she would select for herself a pair of earrings, pear-shaped drops of imitation coral hanging from golden roses. One morning Claude caught her standing in ecstasy before a hairdresser's window in the Rue Saint-Honoré. She was gazing at the display of hair with an expression of intense envy. High up in the window was a streaming cascade of long manes, soft wisps, loose tresses, frizzy falls, undulating comb curls, a perfect cataract of silky and bristling hair, real and artificial, now in coils of a flaming red, now in thick black crops, now in pale golden locks, and even in snowy white ones for the coquette of 60. In cardboard boxes down below were cleverly arranged fringes, curling side ringlets, and carefully combed chignons glossy with pomade. And amidst this framework, in a sort of shrine beneath the ravelled ends of the hanging locks, there revolved the bust of a woman, arrayed in a wrapper of cherry-colored satin, fastened between the breasts with a brass brooch. The figure wore a lofty bridal coiffure, picked out with sprigs of orange blossom, and smiled with a dollish smile. Its eyes were pale blue, its eyebrows were very stiff and of exaggerated length, and its waxen cheeks and shoulders bore evident traces of the heat and smoke of the gas. Cadine waited till the revolving figure again displayed its smiling face, and as its profile showed more distinctly, and as it slowly went round from left to right, she felt perfectly happy. Claude, however, was indignant, and shaking Cadine, he asked her what she was doing in front of that abomination, that corpse-like hussy picked up at the morgue. He flew into a temper with the dummy's cadaverous face and shoulders, that disfigurement of the beautiful, and remarked that artists painted nothing but that unreal type of woman nowadays. Cadine, however, remained unconvinced by his oratory, and considered the lady extremely beautiful. Then, resisting the attempts of the artist to drag her away by the arm, and scratching her black mop in vexation, she pointed to an enormous ruddy tail, severed from the quarters of some vigorous mare, and told him she would have liked to have a crop of hair like that. During the long rambles, when Claude, Cadine, and Marjolin prowled about the neighborhood of the markets, they saw the iron ribs of a giant building at the end of every street. Wherever they turned, they caught sudden glimpses of it. The horizon was always bounded by it. Merely the aspect under which it was seen varied. Claude was perpetually turning round, and particularly in the Rue Montmartre, after passing the church. From that point, the markets, seen obliquely in the distance, filled him with enthusiasm. A huge arcade, a giant gaping gateway, was opened before him. Then came the crowding pavilions with their lower and upper roofs, their countless Venetian shutters and endless blinds, a vision, as it were, of superposed houses and palaces, a Babylon of metal, of Hindu delicacy of workmanship, intersected by hanging terraces, aerial galleries, and flying bridges poised over space. The trio always returned to this city round which they strolled, unable to stray more than 100 yards away. They came back to it during the hot afternoons, when the Venetian shutters were closed and the blinds lowered. In the covered ways all seemed to be asleep. The ashy grayness was streaked by yellow bars of sunlight falling through the high windows. Only a subdued murmur broke the silence. The steps of a few hurrying passers-by resounded on the footways, whilst the badge-wearing porters sat in rows on the stone ledges at the corners of the pavilions, shaking off their boots and nursing their aching feet. The quietude was that of a colossus at rest, interrupted at times by some cock-crow rising from the cellars below. Claude, Cadine, and Marjolin then often went to see the empty hampers piled upon the drays, which came to fetch them every afternoon so that they might be sent back to the consignors. There were mountains of them, labeled with black letters and figures, in front of the salesmen's warehouses in the Rue Bergère. The porters arranged them symmetrically, tier by tier, on the vehicles. When the pile rose, however, to the height of a first floor, the porter who stood below balancing the next batch of hampers had to make a spring in order to toss them up to his mate, who was perched aloft with arms extended. Claude, who delighted in feats of strength and dexterity, would stand for hours watching the flight of these masses of osiers, and would burst into a hearty laugh whenever too vigorous a toss sent them flying over the pile into the roadway beyond. He was fond, too, of the footways of the Rue Rambuteau and the Rue du Pont Neuf, near the fruit market, where the retail dealers congregated. The sight of the vegetables displayed in the open air, on trestle tables covered with damp black rags, was full of charm for him. At 4 p.m, the whole of this nook of greenery was aglow with sunshine, and Claude wandered between the stalls, inspecting the bright-colored heads of the saleswomen with keen artistic relish. The younger ones, with their hair in nets, had already lost all freshness of complexion through the rough life they led, while the older ones were bent and shriveled, with wrinkled, flaring faces showing under the yellow kerchiefs bound round their heads. Cadine and Marjolin refused to accompany him hither, as they could perceive old Mother Chantemesse shaking her fist at them, in her anger at seeing them prowling about together. He joined them again, however, on the opposite footway, where he found a splendid subject for a picture in the stall-keepers squatting under their huge umbrellas of faded red, blue, and violet, which, mounted upon poles, filled the whole market side with bumps, and showed conspicuously against the fiery glow of the sinking sun, whose rays faded amidst the carrots and the turnips. One tattered harridan, a century old, was sheltering 3 spare-looking lettuces beneath an umbrella of pink silk, shockingly split and stained. Cadine and Marjolin had struck up an acquaintance with Lisa Quenu's apprentice, one day when he was taking a pie to a house in the neighborhood. They saw him cautiously raise the lid of his pan in a secluded corner of the Rue de Montetour, and delicately take out a bowl of forcemeat. They smiled at the sight, which gave them a very high opinion of Léon, and the idea came to Cadine that she might at last satisfy one of her most ardent longings. Indeed, the very next time that she met the lad with his basket, she made herself very agreeable, and induced him to offer her a forcemeat ball. But although she laughed and licked her fingers, she experienced some disappointment. The forcemeat did not prove nearly so nice as she had anticipated. On the other hand, the lad, with his sly, greedy phiz, and his white garments, which made him look like a girl going to her first communion, somewhat took her fancy. She invited him to a monster lunch which she gave amongst the hampers in the auction room at the butter market. The 3 of them, herself, Marjolin, and Léon, completely secluded themselves from the world within 4 walls of osier. The feast was laid out on a large flat basket. There were pears, nuts, cream cheese, shrimps, fried potatoes, and radishes. The cheese came from a fruiterer's in the Rue de la Cossonnerie, and was a present, and a friar of the Rue de la Grande Truanderie had given Cadine credit for 2 sous worth of potatoes. The rest of the feast, the pears, the nuts, the shrimps, and the radishes, had been pilfered from different parts of the market. It was a delicious treat, and Léon, desirous of returning the hospitality, gave a supper in his bedroom at 1 o'clock in the morning. The bill of fare included cold black pudding, slices of polony, a piece of salt pork, some gherkins, and some goose fat. The Quenu Gradelle shop had provided everything. And matters did not stop there. Dainty suppers alternated with delicate luncheons, and invitation upon invitation. 3 times a week there were banquets, either amidst the hampers or in Léon's garret, where Florent, on the nights when he lay awake, could hear a stifled sound of munching and rippling laughter until day began to break. The loves of Cadine and Marjolin now took another turn. The youth played the galant, and just as another might entertain his inamorata at a champagne supper on tête-à-tête in a private room, he led Cadine into some quiet corner of the market cellars to march apples or sprigs of celery. One day he stole a red herring, which they devoured with immense enjoyment on the roof of the fish market, beside the guttering. There was not a single shady nook in the whole place where they did not indulge in secret feasts. The district, with its rows of open shops full of fruit and cakes and preserves, was no longer a closed paradise, in front of which they prowled with greedy, covetous appetites. As they passed the shops, they now extended their hands and pilfered a prune, a few cherries, or a bit of cod. They also provisioned themselves at the markets, keeping a sharp lookout as they made their way between the stalls, picking up everything that fell, and often assisting the fall by a push of their shoulders. In spite, however, of all the marauding, some terrible scores had to be run up with the friar of the Rue de la Grande Truanderie. This friar, whose shanty leaned against the tumble-down house and was propped up by heavy joists, green with moss, made a display of boiled mussels lying in large earthenware bowls, filled to the brim with clear water, of dishes of little yellow dabs stiffened by too thick a coating of paste, of squares of tripe simmering in a pan, and of grilled herrings, black and charred, and so hard that if you tapped them they sounded like wood. On certain weeks Cadine owed the friar as much as 20 sous, a crushing debt, which required the sale of an incalculable number of bunches of violets, for she could count upon no assistance from Marjolin. Moreover, she was bound to return Léon's hospitalities, and she even felt some little shame at never being able to offer him a scrap of meat. He himself had now taken to purloining entire hams. As a rule, he stowed everything away under his shirt, and at night, when he reached his bedroom, he drew from his bosom hunks of polony, slices of pâté de foie gras, and bundles of pork rind. They had to do without bread, and there was nothing to drink, but no matter. One night Marjolin saw Léon kiss Cadine between 2 mouthfuls. However, he only laughed. He could have smashed the little fellow with a blow from his fist, but he felt no jealousy in respect of Cadine. He treated her simply as a comrade with whom he had chummed for years. Claude never participated in these feasts. Having caught Cadine one day stealing a beetroot from a little hamper lined with hay, he'd pulled her ears and given her a sound rating. These thieving propensities made her perfect as a ne'er-do-well. However, in spite of himself, he could not help feeling a sort of admiration for these sensual, pilfering, greedy creatures who preyed upon everything that lay about, feasting off the crumbs that fell from the giant's table. At last, Marjolin nominally took service under Gavard, happy in having nothing to do except to listen to his master's flow of talk, while Cadine still continued to sell violets, quite accustomed by this time to old Mother Chantemesse's scoldings. They were still the same children as ever, giving way to their instincts and appetites without the slightest shame. They were the growth of the slimy pavements of the market district, where, even in fine weather, the mud remains black and sticky. However, as Cadine walked along the footways, mechanically twisting her bunches of violets, she was sometimes disturbed by disquieting reveries. And Marjolin, too, suffered from an uneasiness which he could not explain. He would occasionally leave the girl and miss some ramble or feast in order to go and gaze at Madame Quenu through the windows of her pork shop. She was so handsome and plump and round that it did him good to look at her. As he stood gazing at her, he felt full and satisfied, as though he'd just eaten or drunk something extremely nice. And when he went off, a sort of hunger and thirst to see her again suddenly came upon him. This had been going on for a couple of months. At first he'd looked at her with the respectful glance which he bestowed upon the shop fronts of the grocers and provision dealers. But subsequently, when he and Cadine had taken to general pilfering, he began to regard her smooth cheeks much as he regarded the barrels of olives and boxes of dried apples. For some time Marjolin had seen handsome Lisa every day in the morning. She would pass Gavard's stall and stop for a moment or two to chat with the poultry dealer. She now did her marketing herself, so that she might be cheated as little as possible, she said. The truth, however, was that she wished to make Gavard speak out. In the pork shop he was always distrustful, but at his stall he chatted and talked with the utmost freedom. Now Lisa had made up her mind to ascertain from him exactly what took place in the little room at Monsieur Lebigre's, for she had no great confidence in her secret police office, Mademoiselle Saget. In a short time she learnt from the incorrigible chatterbox a lot of vague details which very much alarmed her. 2 days after her explanation with Quenu, she returned home from the market looking very pale. She beckoned to her husband to follow her into the dining room, and having carefully closed the door, she said to him, "Is your brother determined to send us to the scaffold, then? Why did you conceal from me what you knew?" Quenu declared that he knew nothing. He even swore a great oath that he had not returned to Monsieur Lebigre's, and would never go there again. "You will do well not to do so," replied Lisa, shrugging her shoulders, "unless you want to get yourself into a serious scrape. Florent is up to some evil trick, I'm certain of it. I've just learned quite sufficient to show me where he is going. He's going back to Cayenne, do you hear?" Then, after a pause, she continued in calmer ones, "Oh, the unhappy man! He had everything here that he could wish for. He might have redeemed his character. He had nothing but good examples before him. But no, it is in his blood. He will come to a violent end with his politics. I insist upon there being an end to all this. You hear me, Quenu? I gave you due warning long ago." She spoke the last words very incisively. Quenu bent his head as if awaiting sentence. "To begin with," continued Lisa, "he shall cease to take his meals here. It will be quite sufficient if we give him a bed. He is earning money. Let him feed himself." This ends section 9. Section 10 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 10. Quenu seemed on the point of protesting, but his wife silenced him by adding energetically, "Make your choice between him and me. If he remains here, I swear to you that I will go away and take my daughter with me. Do you want me to tell you the whole truth about him? He's a man capable of anything. He's come here to bring discord into our household. But I will set things right, you may depend on it. You have your choice between him and me, you hear me?" Then, leaving her husband in silent consternation, she returned to the shop, where she served the customer with her usual affable smile. The fact was that, having artfully inveigled Gavard into a political discussion, the poultry dealer had told her that she would soon see how the land lay, that they were going to make a clean sweep of everything, and that 2 determined men like her brother-in-law and himself would suffice to set the fire blazing. This was the evil trick of which she had spoken to Quenu, some conspiracy to which Gavard was always making mysterious allusions with a sniggering grin from which he seemingly desired a great deal to be inferred. And in imagination Lisa had already saw the gendarme invading the pork shop, gagging herself, her husband and Pauline, and casting them into some underground dungeon. In the evening at dinner, she evinced an icy frigidity. She made no offers to serve Florent, but several times remarked, "It's very strange what an amount of bread we've got through lately." Florent at last understood. He felt that he was being treated like a poor relation who's gradually turned out of doors. For the last 2 months, Lisa had dressed him in Quenu's old trousers and coats, and as he was as thin as his brother was fat, these ragged garments had a most extraordinary appearance upon him. She also turned her oldest linen over to him, pocket handkerchiefs which had been darned a score of times, ragged towels, sheets which were only fit to be cut up into dusters and dishcloths, and worn-out shirts, distended by Quenu's corpulent figure, and so short that they would have served Florent as undervests. Moreover, he no longer found around him the same good-natured kindliness as in the earlier days. The whole household seemed to shrug its shoulders after the example set by handsome Lisa. Auguste and Augustine turned their backs upon him, and little Pauline, with the cruel frankness of childhood, let fall some bitter remarks about the stains on his coat and the holes in his shirt. However, during the last days he suffered most at table. He scarcely dared to eat as he saw the mother and daughter fix their gaze upon him whenever he cut himself a piece of bread. Quenu meantime peered into his plate to avoid having to take any part in what went on. That which most tortured Florent was his inability to invent a reason for leaving the house. During a week he kept on revolving in his mind a sentence expressing his resolve to take his meals elsewhere, but could not bring himself to utter it. Indeed, this man of tender nature lived in such a world of illusions that he feared he might hurt his brother and sister-in-law by ceasing to lunch and dine with them. It had taken him over 2 months to detect Lisa's latent hostility, and even now he was sometimes inclined to think that he must be mistaken, and that she was in reality kindly disposed towards him. Unselfishness with him extended to forgetfulness of his requirements. It was no longer a virtue, but utter indifference to self, an absolute obliteration of personality. Even when he recognized that he was being gradually turned out of the house, his mind never for a moment dwelt upon his share in old Gradel's fortune, or upon the accounts which Lisa had offered him. He had already planned out his expenditure for the future, reckoning that with what Madame Verloc still allowed him to retain of his salary, and the 30 francs a month which a pupil, obtained through La Normande, paid him, he would be able to spend 18 sous on his breakfast and 26 sous on his dinner. This, he thought, would be ample. And so at last, taking as his excuse the lessons which he was giving his new pupil, he emboldened himself one morning to pretend that it would be impossible for him in future to come to the house at meal-times. He blushed as he gave utterance to this laboriously constructed lie, which had given him so much trouble, and continued apologetically, "You mustn't be offended. The boy only has those hours free. I can easily get something to eat, you know, and I'll come and have a chat with you in the evenings." Beautiful Lisa maintained her icy reserve, and this increased Florent's feeling of trouble. In order to have no cause for self-reproach, she'd been unwilling to send him about his business, preferring to wait till he should weary of the situation and go of his own accord. Now he was going, and it was a good riddance, and she studiously refrained from all shows of kindliness for fear it might induce him to remain. Quenu, however, showed some signs of emotion and exclaimed, "Don't think of putting yourself about. Take your meals elsewhere by all means, if it's more convenient. It isn't we who are turning you away. You'll at all events dine with us sometimes on Sundays, eh?" Florent hurried off. His heart was very heavy. When he had gone, the beautiful Lisa did not venture to reproach her husband for his weakness in giving that invitation for Sundays. She had conquered, and again breathed freely amongst the light oak of her dining room, where she would have liked to burn some sugar to drive away the odor of perverse leanness which seemed to linger about. Moreover, she continued to remain on the defensive, and at the end of another week she felt more alarmed than ever. She only occasionally saw Florent in the evenings, and began to have all sorts of dreadful thoughts, imagining that her brother-in-law was constructing some infernal machine upstairs in Augustine's bedroom, or else making signals which would result in barricades covering the whole neighborhood. Gavard, who had become gloomy, merely nodded or shook his head when she spoke to him, and left his stall for days together in Marjolin's charge. The beautiful Lisa, however, determined that she would get to the bottom of affairs. She knew that Florent had obtained a day's leave and intended to spend it with Claude Lantier at Madame Francois's at Nanterre. As he would start in the morning and remain away till night, she conceived the idea of inviting Gavard to dinner. He would be sure to talk freely at table, she thought. But throughout the morning she was unable to meet the poultry dealer, and so in the afternoon she went back again to the markets. Marjolin was in the stall alone. He used to drowse there for hours, recouping himself from the fatigue of his long rambles. He generally sat upon one chair with his legs resting upon another, and his head leaning against the little dresser. In the winter-time he took a keen delight in lolling there and contemplating the display of game, the bucks lunging head downwards, with their forelegs broken and twisted round their necks, the larks festooning the stall like garlands, the big ruddy hares, the mottled partridges, the waterfowl of a bronze-grey hue, the Russian black cocks and hazel hens, which arrived in a packing of oat straw and charcoal. Footnote: the basket in which these are sent to Paris are identical with those which in many provinces of Russia serve the moujik as cradles for their infants. Translator. And the pheasants, the magnificent pheasants with their scarlet hoods, their stomachers of green satin, their mantles of embossed gold, and their flaming tails that trailed like trains of court robes. All this show of plumage reminded Marjolin of his rambles in the cellars with Cadine amongst the hampers of feathers. That afternoon the beautiful Lisa found Marjolin in the midst of the poultry. It was warm, and whiffs of hot air passed along the narrow alleys of the pavilion. She was obliged to stoop before she could see him stretched out inside the stall, below the bare flesh of the birds. From the hooked bar up above hung fat geese, the hooks sticking in the bleeding wounds of their long stiffened necks, while their huge bodies bulged out, glowing ruddily beneath their fine down, and with their snowy tails and wings suggesting nudity encompassed by fine linen. And also hanging from the bar, with ears thrown back and feet parted as though they were bent on some vigorous leap, were grey rabbits whose turned-up tails gleamed whitely, whilst their heads, with sharp teeth and dim eyes, laughed with the grin of death. On the counter of a stall, plucked fowls showed their strained, fleshy breasts. Pigeons, crowded on osier trays, displayed the soft bare skin of innocence. Ducks, with skin of rougher texture, exhibited their webbed feet, and 3 magnificent turkeys, speckled with blue dots, like freshly shaven chins, slumbered on their backs amidst the black fans of their expanded tails. On plates nearby were giblets, livers, gizzards, necks, feet, and wings, while an oval dish contained a skinned and gutted rabbit with its 4 legs wide apart, its head bleeding, and its kidneys showing through its gashed belly. A streamlet of dark blood, after trickling along its back to its tail, had fallen drop by drop, staining the whiteness of the dish. Marjolin had not even taken the trouble to wipe the block near which the rabbit's feet were still lying. He reclined there with his eyes half closed, encompassed by other piles of dead poultry which crowded the shelves of the stall. Poultry in paper wrappers like bouquets, rows upon rows of protuberant breasts and bent legs showing confusedly. And amidst all this mass of food, the young fellow's big, fair figure, the flesh of his cheeks, hands, and powerful neck, covered with ruddy down, seemed as soft as that of the magnificent turkeys, and as plump as the breasts of the fat geese. When he caught sight of Lisa, he at once sprang up, blushing at having been caught sprawling in this way. He always seemed very nervous and ill at ease in Madame Quenu's presence, and when she asked him if Monsieur Gavard was there, he stammered out, "No, I don't think so. He was here a little while ago, but he went away again." Lisa looked at him smiling. She had a great liking for him. But feeling something warm brush against her hand, which was hanging by her side, she raised a little shriek. Some live rabbits were thrusting their noses out of a box under the counter of the stall and sniffing at her skirts. "Oh!" she exclaimed with a laugh. "It's your rabbits that are tickling me." Then she stooped and attempted to stroke a white rabbit, which darted in alarm into a corner of the box. "Will Monsieur Gavard be back soon, do you think?" she asked, as she again rose erect. Marjolin once more replied that he did not know. Then, in a hesitating way, he continued, "He's very likely gone down into the cellars. He told me, I think, that he was going there." "Well, I think I'll wait for him then," replied Lisa. "Could you let him know that I'm here? Or I might go down to him, perhaps." "Yes, that's a good idea. I've been intending to go and have a look at the cellars for these last 5 years. You'll take me down, won't you, and explain things to me?" Marjolin blushed crimson, and hurrying out of the stall, walked on in front of her, leaving the poultry to look after itself. "Of course I will," said he. "I'll do anything you wish, Madame Lisa." When they got down below, the beautiful Lisa felt quite suffocated by the dank atmosphere of the cellar. She stood at the bottom step and raised her eyes to look at the vaulted roofing of red and white bricks arching slightly between the iron ribs upheld by small columns. What made her hesitate more than the gloominess of the place was a warm, penetrating odor, the exhalations of large numbers of living creatures which irritated her nostrils and throat. "What a nasty smell!" she exclaimed. "It must be very unhealthy down here." "It never does me any harm," replied Marjolin in astonishment. "There's nothing unpleasant about the smell when you've got accustomed to it, and it's very warm and cozy down here in the winter-time." As Lisa followed him, however, she declared that the strong scent of the poultry quite turned her stomach, and that she would certainly not be able to eat a fowl for the next 2 months. All around her, the storerooms, the small cabins where the stall-keepers keep their livestock, formed regular streets intersecting each other at right angles. There were only a few scattered gas-lights, and the little alleys seemed wrapped in sleep like the lanes of a village where the inhabitants have all gone to bed. Marjolin made Lisa feel the close-meshed wiring stretched on a framework of cast iron, and as she made her way along one of the streets she amused herself by reading the names of the different tenants, which were inscribed on blue labels. "Monsieur Gavard's place is quite at the far end," said the young man, still walking on. They turned to the left and found themselves in a sort of blind alley, a dark, gloomy spot where not a ray of light penetrated. Gavard was not there. "Oh, it makes no difference," said Marjolin. "I can show you our birds just the same. I have a key of the storeroom." Lisa followed him into the darkness. "You don't suppose that I can see your birds in this black oven, do you?" she asked, laughing. Marjolin did not reply at once, but presently he stammered out that there was always a candle in the storeroom. He was fumbling about the lock and seemed quite unable to find the keyhole. As Lisa came to help him, she felt a hot breath on her neck, and when the young man had at last succeeded in opening the door and lighted the candle, she saw that he was trembling. "You silly fellow," she exclaimed, to get yourself into such a state just because a door won't open. Why, you're no better than a girl, in spite of your big fists." She stepped inside the storeroom. Gavard had rented 2 compartments, which he had thrown into one by removing the partition between them. In the dirt on the floor wallowed the larger birds, the geese, turkeys, and ducks, while up above on tiers of shelves were boxes with barred fronts containing fowls and rabbits. The grating of the storeroom was so coated with dust and cobwebs that it looked as though covered with gray blinds. The woodwork down below was rotting and covered with filth. Lisa, however, not wishing to vex Marjolin, refrained from any further expression of disgust. She pushed her fingers between the bars of the boxes and began to lament the fate of the unhappy fowls, which were so closely huddled together and could not even stand upright. Then she stroked a duck with a broken leg, which was squatting in a corner, and the young man told her that it would be killed that very evening, for fear lest it should die during the night. "But what do they do for food?" asked Lisa. Thereupon he explained to her that poultry would not eat in the dark, and that it was necessary to light a candle and wait there till they'd finished their meal. "It amuses me to watch them," he continued. "I often stay here with a light for hours altogether. You should see how they peck away, and when I hide the flame of the candle with my hand, they all stand stock still with their necks in the air, as though the sun had set. It is against the rules to leave a lighted candle here and go away. One of the dealers, old Mother Palette, you know her, don't you? Nearly burned the whole place down the other day. A fowl must have knocked the candle over into the straw while she was away." "A pretty thing, isn't it," said Lisa, "for fowls to insist upon having the chandeliers lighted up every time they take a meal?" This idea made her laugh. Then she came out of the storeroom, wiping her feet and holding up her skirts to keep them from the filth. Marjolin blew out the candle and locked the door. Lisa felt rather nervous at finding herself in the dark again with this big young fellow, and so she hastened on in front. "I'm glad I came all the same," she presently said as he joined her. "There's a great deal more under these markets than I ever imagined. But I must make haste now and get home again. They'll wonder what has become of me at the shop. If Monsieur Gavard comes back, tell him that I want to speak to him immediately." "I expect he's in the killing room," said Marjolin. "We'll go and see if you like." Lisa made no reply. She felt oppressed by the close atmosphere which warmed her face. She was quite flushed, and her bodice, generally so still and lifeless, began to heave. Moreover, the sound of Marjolin's hurrying steps behind her filled her with an uneasy feeling. At last she stepped aside and let him go on in front. The lanes of this underground village were still fast asleep. Lisa noticed that her companion was taking the longest way. When they came out in front of the railway track, he told her that he had wished to show it to her, and they stood for a moment or two looking through the chinks in the hoarding of heavy beams. Then Marjolin proposed to take her on to the line, but she refused, saying that it was not worth while and she could see things well enough where she was. As they returned to the poultry cellars, they found old Madame Palette in front of her storeroom, removing the cords of a large square hamper, in which a furious fluttering of wings and scraping of feet could be heard. As she unfastened the last knot, the lid suddenly flew open, as though shot up by a spring, and some big geese thrust out their heads and necks. Then, in wild alarm, they sprang from their prison and rushed away, craning their necks and filling the dark cellars with a frightful noise of hissing and clattering of beaks. Lisa could not help laughing, in spite of the lamentations of the old woman, who swore like a carter as she caught hold of 2 of the absconding birds and dragged them back by the neck. Marjolin, meantime, set off in pursuit of a third. They could hear him running along the narrow alleys, hunting for the runaway and delighting in the chase. Then, far off in the distance, they heard the sounds of a struggle, and presently Marjolin came back again, bringing the goose with him. Mother Palette, A sallow-faced old woman took it in her arms and clasped it for a moment to her bosom, in the classic attitude of Leda.
Well, well, I'm sure I don't know what I should have done if you hadn't been here, said she. The other day I had a regular fight with one of the brutes, but I had my knife with me and I cut its throat.
Marjolin was quite out of breath. When they reached the stone blocks where the poultry were killed and where the gas burnt more brightly, Lisa could see that he was perspiring and had bold, glistening eyes. She thought he looked very handsome like that, with his broad shoulders, big flushed face and fair curly hair. And she looked at him so complacently, with that air of admiration which women feel they may safely express for quite young lads, that he relapsed into timid bashfulness again. "Well, Monsieur Gavard isn't here, you see," she said. "You've only made me waste my time." Marjolin, however, began rapidly explaining the killing of the poultry to her. 5 huge stone slabs stretched out in the direction of the Rue Rambuteau under the yellow light of the gas jets. A woman was killing fowls at one end, and this led him to tell Lisa that the birds were plucked almost before they were dead, the operation thus being much easier. Then he wanted her to feel the feathers which were lying in heaps on the stone slabs, and told her that they were sorted and sold for as much as 9 sous the pound, according to their quality. To satisfy him, she was also obliged to plunge her hand into the big hampers full of down. Then he turned the water taps, of which there was one by every pillar. There was no end to the particulars he gave. The blood, he said, streamed along the stone blocks and collected into pools on the paved floor, which attendants sluiced with water every 2 hours, removing the more recent stains with coarse brushes. When Lisa stooped over the drain which carried away the swillings, Marjolin found a fresh text for talk. "On rainy days," said he, "the water sometimes rose through this orifice and flooded the place. It had once risen a foot high, and they'd been obliged to transport all the poultry to the other end of the cellar, which is on a higher level." He laughed as he recalled the wild flutter of the terrified creatures. However, he had now finished, and it seemed as though there remained nothing else for him to show, when all at once he bethought himself of the ventilator. Thereupon he took Lisa off to the far end of the cellar and told her to look up. And inside one of the turrets at the corner angles of the pavilion, she observed a sort of escape pipe by which the foul atmosphere of the storerooms ascended into space. Here, in this corner, reeking with abominable odors, Marjolin's nostrils quivered, and his breath came and went violently. His long stroll with Lisa in these cellars, full of warm animal perfumes, had gradually intoxicated him. She had again turned towards him. "Well," said she, "it was very kind of you to show me all this, and when you come to the shop I'll give you something." Whilst speaking, she took hold of his soft chin as she often did, without recognizing that he was no longer a child, and perhaps she allowed her hand to linger there a little longer than was her wont. At all events, Marjolin, usually so bashful, was thrilled by the caress, and all at once he impetuously sprang forward, clasped Lisa by the shoulders, and pressed his lips to her soft cheeks. She raised no cry, but turned very pale at this sudden attack, which showed her how imprudent she had been. And then, freeing herself from the embrace, she raised her arm, as she'd seen men do in slaughterhouses, clenched her comely fist, and knocked Marjolin down with a single blow, planted straight between his eyes. And as he fell, his head came into collision with one of the stone slabs and was split open. Just at that moment, the hoarse and prolonged crowing of a cock sounded throughout the gloom. Handsome Lisa, however, remained perfectly cool. Her lips were tightly compressed, and her bosom had recovered its wonted immobility. Up above, she could hear the heavy rumbling of the markets, and through the vent-holes alongside the Rue Rambuteau, the noise of the street traffic made its way into the oppressive silence of the cellar. Lisa reflected that her own strong arm had saved her, and then, fearing lest someone should come and find her there, She hastened off without giving a glance at Marjolin. As she climbed the steps, after passing through the grated entrance of the cellars, the daylight brought her great relief. She returned to the shop quite calm and only looking a little pale. "You've been a long time," Quenu said to her. "I can't find Gavard. I've looked for him everywhere," she quietly replied. "We shall have to eat our leg of mutton without him." Then she filled the lard pot, which she noticed was empty, and cut some pork chops for her friend Madame Taboureau, who had sent her little servant for them. The blows which she dealt with her cleaver reminded her of Marjolin. She felt that she'd nothing to reproach herself with. She had acted like an honest woman. She was not going to disturb her peace of mind. She was too happy to do anything to compromise herself. However, she glanced at Quenu, whose neck was coarse and ruddy, and whose shaven chin looked as rough as knotted wood, whereas Marjolin's chin and neck resembled rosy satin. But then she must not think of him any more, for he was no longer a child. She regretted it, and could not help thinking that children grew up much too quickly. A slight flush came back to her cheeks, and Quenu considered that she looked wonderfully blooming. He came and sat down beside her at the counter for a moment or two. "You ought to go out oftener," said he. "It does you good. We'll go to the theatre together one of these nights, if you like. To the Gaîté, eh? Madame Taboureau has been to see the piece they are playing there, and she declares it's splendid." Lisa smiled and said they would see about it, and then once more she took herself off. Quenu thought that it was too good of her to take so much trouble in running about after that brute Gavard. In point of fact, however, she'd simply gone upstairs to Florent's bedroom, the key of which was hanging from a nail in the kitchen. She hoped to find out something or other by an inspection of this room, since the poultry dealer had failed her. She went slowly round it, examining the bed, the mantelpiece, and every corner. The window with the little balcony was open, and the budding pomegranate was steeped in the golden beams of the setting sun. The room looked to her as though Augustine had never left it, had slept there only the night before. There seemed to be nothing masculine about the place. She was quite surprised, for she had expected to find some suspicious-looking chests and coffers with strong locks. She went to feel Augustine's summer gown, which was still hanging against the wall. Then she sat down at a table and began to read an unfinished page of manuscript, in which the word revolution occurred twice. This alarmed her, and she opened the drawer, which she saw was full of papers. But her sense of honor awoke within her in presence of the secret which the rickety deal table so badly guarded. She remained bending over the papers, trying to understand them without touching them, in a state of great emotion, when the shrill song of the chaffinch, on whose cage streamed a ray of sunshine, made her start. She closed the drawer. It was a base thing that she had contemplated, she thought. Then, as she lingered by the window, reflecting that she ought to go and ask counsel of Abbé Roustan, who was a very sensible man, she saw a crowd of people round a stretcher in the market square below. The night was falling. Still she distinctly recognized Cadine weeping in the midst of the crowd, while Florent and Claude, whose boots were white with dust, stood together talking earnestly at the edge of the footway. She hurried downstairs again, surprised to see them back so soon, and scarcely had she reached her counter when Mademoiselle Saget entered the shop. "They found that scamp of a Marjolin in the cellar, with his head split open," exclaimed the old maid. "Won't you come to see him, Madame Quenu?" Lisa crossed the road to look at him. The young fellow was lying on his back on the stretcher, looking very pale. His eyes were closed, and a stiff wisp of his fair hair was clotted with blood. The bystanders, however, declared that there was no serious harm done, and besides, the scamp had only himself to blame, for he was always playing all sorts of wild pranks in the cellars. It was generally supposed that he'd been trying to jump over one of the stone blocks, one of his favorite amusements, and had fallen with his head against the slab.
I dare say that hussy there gave him a shove, remarked Mademoiselle Saget, pointing to Cadine, who was weeping. They are always larking together.
Meantime, the fresh air had restored Marjolin to consciousness, and he opened his eyes in wide astonishment. He looked round at everybody, and then, observing Lisa bending over him, he gently smiled at her with an expression of mingled humility and affection. He seemed to have forgotten all that had happened. Lisa, feeling relieved, said that he ought to be taken to the hospital at once, and promised to go and see him there and take him some oranges and biscuits. However, Marjolin's head had fallen back, and when the stretcher was carried away, Cadine followed it, with her flat basket slung round her neck, and her hot tears rolling down upon the bunches of violets in their mossy bed. She certainly had no thoughts for the flowers that she was thus scalding with her bitter grief. As Lisa went back to her shop, she heard Claude say, as he shook hands with Florent and parted from him, "Ah, the confounded young scamp! He's quite spoiled my day for me. Still, we had a very enjoyable time, didn't we?" Claude and Florent had returned both worried and happy, bringing with them the pleasant freshness of the country air. Madame Francois had disposed of all her vegetables that morning before daylight, and they had all three gone to the Golden Compasses in the Rue Montorgueil to get the cart. Here, in the middle of Paris, they found a foretaste of the country. Behind the Restaurant Philippe, with its frontage of gilt woodwork rising to the first floor, there was a yard like that of a farm, dirty, teeming with life, reeking with the odor of manure and straw. Bands of fowls were pecking at the soft ground. Sheds and staircases and galleries of greeny wood clung to the old houses around, and at the far end, in a shanty of big beams, was Balthazar, harnessed to the cart and eating the oats in his nose-bag. He went down the Rue Montorgueil at a slow trot, seemingly well pleased to return to Nanterre so soon. However, he was not going home without a load. Madame Francois had a contract with the company which undertook the scavenging of the markets, and twice a week she carried off with her a load of leaves, forked up from the mass of refuse which littered the square. It made excellent manure. In a few minutes the cart was filled to overflowing. Claude and Florent stretched themselves out on a deep bed of greenery. Madame Francois grasped her reins, and Balthazar went off at his slow, steady pace, his head somewhat bent by reason of there being so many passengers to pull along. This excursion had been talked of for a long time past. Madame Francois laughed cheerily. She was partial to the two men, and promised them an omelette au lard, as had never been eaten, she said, in that villainous Paris. Florent and Claude revelled in the thought of this day of lounging idleness, which as yet had scarcely begun to dawn. Nanterre seemed to be some distant paradise into which they would presently enter. "Are you quite comfortable?" Madame Francois asked as the car turned into the Rue du Pont-Neuf. Claude declared that their couch was as soft as a bridal bed. Lying on their backs with their hands crossed under their heads, both men were looking up at the pale sky from which the stars were vanishing. All along the Rue de Rivoli they kept unbroken silence, waiting till they should have got clear of the houses, and listening to the worthy woman as she chattered to Balthazar. "Take your time, old man," she said to him in kindly tones. "We're in no hurry. We shall be sure to get there at last." On reaching the Champs-Élysées, when the artist saw nothing but tree-tops on either side of him, and the great green mass of the Tuileries gardens in the distance, he woke up, as it were, and began to talk. When the cart had passed the end of the Rue de Roule, he had caught a glimpse of the side entrance of Saint-Eustache under the giant roofing of one of the market-covered ways. He was constantly referring to this view of the church, and tried to give it a symbolical meaning. "It's an odd mixture," he said, "that bit of church framed round by an avenue of cast iron. The one will kill the other. The iron will slay the stone, and the time is not very far off." "Do you believe in chance, Florent?" For my part, I don't think that it was any mere chance of position that set a rose window of Saint Eustache right in the middle of the central markets. No, there's a whole manifesto in it. It's modern art, realism, naturalism, whatever you like to call it, that's grown up and dominates ancient art. Don't you agree with me?" Then, as Florent still kept silence, Claude continued. "Besides, that church is a piece of bastard architecture, made up of the dying gasp of the Middle Ages and the first stammering of the Renaissance. Have you noticed what sort of churches are built nowadays? They resemble all kinds of things, libraries, observatories, pigeon-cotes, barracks, and surely no one can imagine that the deity dwells in such places. The pious old builders are all dead and gone, and it would be better to cease erecting those hideous carcasses of stone in which we have no belief to enshrine. Since the beginning of a century there has only been one large original pile of buildings erected in Paris, a pile in accordance with modern developments, and that's the Central Market. You hear me, Florent? Ah, they are a fine bit of building, though they but faintly indicate what we shall see in the 20th century. And so you see, Saint Eustache is done for. It stands there with its rose windows, deserted by worshippers, while the markets spread out by its side and teem with noisy life. Yes, that's how I understand it all, my friend." "Monsieur Claude," said Madame Francois, laughing, "the woman who cut your tongue-strings certainly earned her money. Look at Balthazar laying his ears back to listen to you. Come, get along, Balthazar." The cart was slowly making its way up the incline. At this early hour of the morning, the avenue, with its double lines of iron chairs on either pathway, and its lawns dotted with flower beds and clumps of shrubbery stretching away under the blue shadows of the trees, was quite deserted. However, at the rond-point, a lady and gentleman on horseback passed the cart at a gentle trot. Florent, who had made himself a pillow with a bundle of cabbage leaves, was still gazing at the sky, in which a far-stretching rosy glow was appearing. Every now and then he would close his eyes, the better to enjoy the fresh breeze of the morning as it fanned his face. He was so happy to escape from the markets and travel on through the pure air that he remained speechless, and did not even listen to what was being said around him. "And then, too, what fine jokers are those fellows who imprison art in a toy box," resumed Claude after a pause. "They are always repeating the same idiotic words. 'You can't create art out of science,' says one. 'Mechanical appliances kill poetry,' says another, and a pack of fools wail over the fate of the flowers, as though anybody wished the flowers any harm. I'm sick of all such twaddle. I should like to answer all that snivelling with some work of open defiance. I should take a pleasure in shocking those good people. Shall I tell you what was the finest thing I ever produced since I began to work, and the one which I recall with the greatest pleasure? It's quite a story. When I was at my Aunt Lisa's on Christmas Eve last year, that idiot of an Auguste, the assistant, was setting out the shop window. Well, he quite irritated me by the weak, spiritless way in which he arranged the display, and at last I requested him to take himself off, saying that I would group the things myself in a proper manner. You see, I had plenty of bright colors to work with, the red of the tongues, the yellow of the hams, the blue of the paper shavings, the rosy pink of the things that had been cut into, the green of the sprigs of heath, and the black of the black puddings. A magnificent black, which I've never managed to produce on my palette. And naturally the crapines, the small sausages, the chitterlings, and the crumb trotters provided me with delicate grays and browns. I produced a perfect work of art. I took the dishes, the plates, the pans, and the jars, and arranged the different colors, and I devised a wonderful picture of still life, with subtle scales of tints leading up to brilliant flashes of color. The red tongues seemed to thrust themselves out like greedy flames, and the black puddings, surrounded by pale sausages, suggested a dark night, fraught with terrible indigestion. I had produced, you see, a picture symbolical of the gluttony of Christmas Eve, when people meet and sup. The midnight feasting, the ravenous gorging of stomachs, void and faint after all the singing of hymns. Footnote: an allusion to the midnight mass, usually celebrated in Roman Catholic churches on Christmas Eve. Translator. At the top of everything, a huge turkey exhibited its white breast, marbled blackly by betruffles showing through its skin. It was something barbaric and superb, suggesting a paunch amidst the halo of glory. But there was such a cutting, sarcastic touch about it all that people crowded to the window, alarmed by the fierce flare of the shop front. When my Aunt Lisa came back from the kitchen, she was quite frightened and thought I'd set the fat in the shop on fire. And she considered the appearance of a turkey so indelicate that she turned me out of the place, while Auguste rearranged the window after his own idiotic fashion. Such brutes will never understand the language of a red splotch by the side of a grey one. Ah well, that was my masterpiece. I've never done anything better. He relapsed into silence, smiling and dwelling with gratification on this reminiscence. The cart had now reached the Arc de Triomphe, and strong currents of air swept from the avenues across the expanse of open ground. Florent sat up and inhaled with zest the first odors of grass wafted from the fortifications. He turned his back on Paris, anxious to behold the country in the distance. At the corner of the Rue de Longchamp, Madame Francois pointed out to him the spot where she picked him up. This rendered him thoughtful, and he gazed at her as she sat there, so healthy-looking and serene, with her arms slightly extended so as to grasp the reins. She looked even handsomer than Lisa, with her neckerchief tied over her head, her robust glow of health, and her brusque, kindly air. When she gave a slight cluck with her tongue, Balthasar pricked up his ears and rattled down the road at a quicker pace. On arriving at Nanterre, the cart turned to the left into a narrow lane, skirted some blank walls, and finally came to a standstill at the end of a sort of blind alley. It was the end of the world, Madame Francois used to say. The load of vegetable leaves now had to be discharged. Claude and Florent would not hear of the journeyman gardener, who was planting leaves, leaving his work, but armed themselves with pitchforks and proceeded to toss the leaves into the manure pit. This occupation afforded them much amusement. Claude had quite a liking for manure, since it symbolizes the world and its life. The strippings and parings of the vegetables, the scourings of the markets, the refuse that fell from that colossal table, remained full of life and returned to the spot where the vegetables had previously sprouted, to warm and nourish fresh generations of cabbages, turnips, and carrots. They rose again in fertile crops, and once more went to spread themselves out upon the market square. Paris rotted everything, and returned everything to the soil, which never wearied of repairing the ravages of death. "Ah," exclaimed Claude as he plied his fork for the last time, "here's a cabbage stalk that I'm sure I recognize. It's grown up at least half a score of times in that corner yonder by the apricot tree." This remark made Florent laugh, but he soon became grave again and strolled slowly through the kitchen garden, while Claude made a sketch of the stable and Madame Francois got breakfast ready. The kitchen garden was a long strip of ground, divided in the middle by a narrow path. It rose slightly, and at the top end, on raising the head, you could perceive the low barracks of Mont Valérien. Green hedges separated it from other plots of land, and these lofty walls of hawthorn fringed the horizon with a curtain of greenery, in such wise that of all the surrounding country, Mont Valérien alone seemed to rise inquisitively on tiptoe, in order to peer into Madame Francois's close. Great peacefulness came from the countryside which could not be seen. Along the kitchen garden, between the four hedges, the May sun shone with a languid heat, a silence disturbed only by the buzzing of insects, a somnolence suggestive of painless parturition. Every now and then a faint cracking sound, a soft sigh, made one fancy that one could hear the vegetables sprout into being. The patches of spinach and sorrel, the borders of radishes, carrots, and turnips, The beds of potatoes and cabbages spread out in even regularity, displaying their dark leaf mold between their tufts of greenery. Farther away, the trenched lettuces, onions, leeks, and celery, planted by line in long straight rows, looked like soldiers on parade, while the peas and beans were beginning to twine their slender tendrils around a forest of sticks, which, when June came, they would transform into a thick and verdant wood. There was not a weed to be seen. The garden resembled two parallel strips of carpet of a geometrical pattern of green on a reddish ground, which were carefully swept every morning. Borders of thyme grew like grayish fringe along each side of the pathway. Florent paced backwards and forwards amidst the perfume of the thyme, which the sun was warming. He felt profoundly happy in the peacefulness and cleanliness of the garden. For nearly a year past he had only seen vegetables bruised and crushed by the jolting of the market carts, vegetables torn up on the previous evening and still bleeding. He rejoiced to find them at home, in peace in the dark mold and sound in every part. The cabbages had a bulky, prosperous appearance. The carrots looked bright and gay, and the lettuces lounged in line with an air of careless indolence. And as he looked at them all, the markets which he'd left behind him that morning seemed to him like a vast mortuary, an abode of death, where only corpses could be found, a charnel house reeking with foul smells and putrefaction. He slackened his steps and rested in that kitchen garden, as after a long perambulation amidst deafening noises and repulsive odors. The uproar and the sickening humidity of the fish market had departed from him, and he felt as though he were being born anew in the pure, fresh air. Claude was right, he thought. The markets were a sphere of death. The soil was the life, the eternal cradle, the health of the world. "The omelet's ready!" suddenly cried Madame Francois. When they were all three seated round the table in the kitchen, with the door thrown open to the sunshine, they ate their breakfast with such light-hearted gaiety that Madame Francois looked at Florent in amazement, repeating between each mouthful, "You're quite altered. You're 10 years younger. It's that villainous Paris which makes you seem so gloomy. You've got a little sunshine in your eyes now. Ah, those big towns do one's health no good. You ought to come and live here." Claude laughed and retorted that Paris was a glorious place. He stuck up for it and all that belonged to it, even to its gutters, though at the same time retaining a keen affection for the country. In the afternoon, Madame Francois and Florent found themselves alone at the end of the garden, in a corner planted with a few fruit trees. Seated on the ground, they talked somewhat seriously together. The good woman advised Florent with an affectionate and quite maternal kindness. She asked him endless questions about his life and his intentions for the future, and begged him to remember that he might always count upon her if ever he thought that she could in the slightest degree contribute to his happiness. Florent was deeply touched. No woman had ever spoken to him in that way before. Madame Francois seemed to him like some healthy, robust plant that had grown up with the vegetables in the leaf mold of the garden, while the Lisas, the Normands, and other pretty women of the markets appeared to him like flesh of doubtful freshness, decked out for exhibition. He here enjoyed several hours of perfect well-being, delivered from all that reek of food which sickened him in the markets, and reviving to new life amidst the fertile atmosphere of the country, like that cabbage stalk which Claude declared he'd seen sprout up more than 60 of times. The two men took leave of Madame Francois at about 5 o'clock. They had decided to walk back to Paris, and the market gardener accompanied them into the lane. As she bade good-bye to Florent, she kept his hand in her own for a moment and said gently, "If ever anything happens to trouble you, remember to come to me." For a quarter of an hour Florent walked on without speaking, already getting gloomy again, and reflecting that he was leaving health behind him. The road to Courbevoie was white with dust. However, both men were fond of long walks and the ringing of stout boots on the hard ground. Little clouds of dust rose up behind their heels at every step, while the rays of the sinking sun darted obliquely over the avenue, lengthening their shadows in such wise that their heads reached the other side of the road and journeyed along the opposite footway. Claude, swinging his arms and taking long, regular strides, complacently watched these two shadows, whilst enjoying the rhythmical cadence of his steps, which he accentuated by a motion of his shoulders. Presently, however, as though just awaking from a dream, he exclaimed, "Do you know the battle of the fat and the thin?" Florent, surprised by the question, replied in the negative, and thereupon Claude waxed enthusiastic, talking of that series of prints in very eulogical terms. He mentioned certain incidents, the fat so swollen that they almost burst, preparing their evening debauch, while the thin, bent double by fasting, looked in from the street with the appearance of envious laths. And then again the fat, with hanging cheeks, driving off one of the thin, who had been audacious enough to introduce himself into their midst in lowly humility, and who looked like a ninepin amongst a population of balls. In these designs Claude detected the entire drama of human life, and he ended by classifying men into fat and thin, two hostile groups, one of which devours the other and grows fat and sleek and enjoys itself. Cain, said he, was certainly one of the fat, and Abel one of the thin. Ever since that first murder, there have been rampant appetites which have drained the lifeblood of small eaters. It's a continual preying of the stronger upon the weaker, each swallowing his neighbor and then getting swallowed in his turn. Beware of the fat, my friend." He relapsed into silence for a moment, still watching their two shadows, while the setting sun elongated more than ever. Then he murmured, "You see, we belong to the thin, you and I. Those who are no more corpulent than we are don't take up much room in the sunlight, eh?" Florent glanced at the two shadows and smiled. But Claude waxed angry and exclaimed, "You make a mistake if you think it is a laughing matter. For my own part, I greatly suffer from being one of the thin. If I were one of the fat, I could paint at my ease. I should have a fine studio and sell my pictures for their weight in gold. But instead of that, I'm one of the thin, and I have to grind my life out in producing things which simply make the fat ones shrug their shoulders. I shall die of it all in the end, I'm sure of it, with my skin clinging to my bones and so flattened that they will be able to bury me between two leaves of a book. And you too, you're one of the thin, a wonderful one, the very king of thin, in fact. Do you remember your quarrel with the fishwives? It was magnificent, all those colossal bosoms flying at your scraggy breast. Oh, they were simply acting from natural instinct. They were pursuing one of the thin just as cats pursue a mouse. The fat, you know, have an instinctive hatred of the thin, to such an extent that they must needs drive the latter from their sight, either by means of their teeth or their feet. And that's why, if I were in your place, I should take my precautions. The Quenus belong to the fat, and so do the Méhudins. Indeed, you have none but fat ones around you. I should feel uneasy under such circumstances." "And what about Cavard, and Mademoiselle Saget, and your friend Marjolin?" asked Florent, still smiling.
"Oh, if you like, I will classify all of our acquaintances for you," replied Claude.
"I've had their heads in a portfolio in my studio for a long time past, with memoranda of the order to which they belong. Cavard is one of the fat, but of the kind which pretends to belong to the thin. The variety is by no means uncommon. Mademoiselle Saget and Madame Lecoeur belong to the thin, but to a variety which is much to be feared, the thin ones whom envy drives to despair, and who are capable of anything in their craving to fatten themselves. My friend Marjolin, little Cadine, and La Sarriette are three fat ones, still innocent, however, and having nothing but the guileless hunger of youth. I may remark that the fat, so long as they've not grown old, are charming creatures. Monsieur Lebigre is one of the fat, don't you think so? As for your political friends, Charvet, Clémence, Logre, and Lacaille, they mostly belong to the thin. I only accept that big animal Alexandre and that prodigy Robin, who has caused me a vast amount of annoyance." The artist continued to talk in this strain from the Pont de Neuilly to the Arc de Triomphe. He returned to some of those whom he'd already mentioned and completed their portraits with a few characteristic touches. Logre, he said, was the one of the thin whose belly had been placed between his shoulders. Beautiful Lisa was all stomach, and the beautiful Norman all bosom. Mademoiselle Saget in her earlier life must have certainly lost some opportunity to fatten herself, for she detested the fat, while at the same time she despised the thin. As for Gavard, he was compromising his position as one of the fat, and it would end by becoming as flat as a bug. "And what about Madame Francois?" Florent asked. Claude seemed much embarrassed by this question. He cast about for an answer, and at last stammered, "Madame Francois? Madame Francois? Well, no, I really don't know. I never thought about classifying her. But she's a dear, good soul, and that's quite sufficient. She's neither one of the fat nor one of the thin." They both laughed. They were now in front of the Arc de Triomphe. The sun, over by the hills of the Sereine, was so low on the horizon that their colossal shadows streaked the whiteness of the great structure even above the huge groups of statuary, like strokes made with a piece of charcoal. This increased Claude's merriment. He waved his arms and bent his body. And then, as he started on his way again, he said, "Did you notice? Just as the sun set, our two heads shot up to the sky." But Florent no longer smiled. Paris was grasping him again, that Paris which now frightened him so much after having cost him so many tears at Cayenne. When he reached the markets, night was falling, and there was a suffocating smell. He bent his head as he once more returned to the nightmare of endless food, whilst preserving the sweet yet sad recollection of that day of bright health, odorous with the perfume of time. This ends section 10.
Section 11 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 11. At about 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the following day, Lisa betook herself to Saint-Eustache. For the short walk across the square, she had arrayed herself very seriously in a black silk gown and thick woolen shawl. The handsome Norman, who from her stall in the fish market watched her till she vanished into the church porch, was quite amazed. "Hullo! So the fat thing's gone in for priests now, has she?" she exclaimed with a sneer. "Well, a little holy water may do her good." She was mistaken in her surmises, however, for Lisa was not a devotee. She did not observe the ordinances of the church, but said that she did her best to lead an honest life, and that this was all that was necessary. At the same time, however, she disliked to hear religion spoken ill of, and often silenced Gavard, who delighted in scandalous stories of priests and their doings. Talk of that sort seemed to her altogether improper. Everyone, in her opinion, should be allowed to believe as they pleased, and every scruple should be respected. Besides, the majority of the clergy were most estimable men. She knew Abbé Roustan of Saint-Eustache, a distinguished priest, a man of shrewd sense, and one, she thought, whose friendship might be safely relied upon. And she would wind up by explaining that religion was absolutely necessary for the people. She looked upon it as a sort of police force that helped to maintain order, and without which no government would be possible. When Gavard went too far on this subject and asserted that the priests ought to be turned into the streets and have their shops shut up, Lisa shrugged her shoulders and replied, "A great deal of good that would do. Why, before a month was over, the people would be murdering one another in the streets, and you would be compelled to invent another god. That was just what happened in '93. You know very well that I'm not given to mixing with the priests, but for all that, I say that they are necessary, as we couldn't do without them." And so, when Lisa happened to enter a church, she always manifested the utmost decorum. She'd bought a handsome missal, which she never opened, for use when she was invited to a funeral or a wedding. She knelt and rose at the proper times, and made a point of conducting herself with all propriety. She assumed, indeed, what she considered a sort of official demeanor, such as all well-to-do folks, tradespeople, and house owners ought to observe with regard to religion. As she entered St. Eustache that afternoon, she let the double doors, covered with green baize, faded and worn by the frequent touch of pious hands, close gently behind her. Then she dipped her fingers in the holy water and crossed herself in the correct fashion. And afterwards, with hushed footsteps, she made her way to the chapel of St. Agnes, where two kneeling women with their faces buried in their hands were waiting, whilst the blue skirts of a third protruded from the confessional. Lisa seemed rather put out by the sight of these women, and, addressing a verger who happened to pass along, wearing a black skull cap and dragging his feet over the slab, she inquired, "Is this Monsieur l'Abbé Roussan's day for hearing confessions?" The verger replied that his reverence had only 2 more penitents waiting, and that they would not detain him long, so that if Lisa would take a chair, her turn would speedily come. She thanked him, without telling him that she had not come to confess, and making up her mind to wait, she began to pace the church, going as far as the chief entrance, whence she gazed at the lofty, severe, bare nave, stretching between the brightly colored aisles. Raising her head a little, she examined the high altar, which she considered too plain, having no taste for the cold grandeur of stonework, but preferring the gilding and gaudy coloring of the side chapels. Those on the side of the Rue du Jour looked grayish in the light which filtered through their dusty windows. But on the side of the markets, the sunset was lighting up the stained glass with lovely tints, limpid greens and yellows in particular, which reminded Lisa of the bottle of liqueur in front of Monsieur Le Bigre's mirror. She came back by this side, which seemed to be warmed by the glow of light, and took a passing interest in the reliquaries, altar ornaments, and paintings steeped in prismatic reflections. The church was empty, quivering with the silence that fell from its vaulted roofing. Here and there a woman's dress showed like a dark splotch amidst the vague yellow of the chairs, and a low buzzing came from the closed confessionals. As Lisa again passed the chapel of St. Agnes, she saw the blue dress still kneeling at Abbé Roustan's feet. "Why, if I wanted to confess, I could have said everything in 10 seconds, she thought, proud of her irreproachable integrity. Then she went on to the end of the church. Behind the high altar, in the gloom of a double row of pillars, is the chapel of the Blessed Virgin, damp and dark and silent. The dim-stained windows only show the flowing crimson and violet robes of saints, which blaze like flames of mystic love in the solemn, silent adoration of the darkness. It is a weird, mysterious spot, like some crepuscular nook of paradise, solely illumined by the gleaming stars of 2 tapers. The 4 brass lamps hanging from the roof remain unlighted, and are but faintly seen. On espying them, you think of the golden censers which the angels swing before the throne of Mary. And kneeling on the chairs between the pillars, there are always women surrendering themselves languorously to the dim spot's voluptuous charm. Lisa stood and gazed tranquilly around her. She did not feel the least emotion, but considered that it was a mistake not to light the lamps. Their brightness would have given the place a more cheerful look. The gloom even struck her as savoring of impropriety. Her face was warmed by the flames of some candles burning in a candelabrum by her side, and an old woman armed with a big knife was scraping off the wax which had trickled down and congealed into pale tears. And amidst the quivering silence, the mute ecstasy of adoration prevailing in the chapel, Lisa would distinctly hear the rumbling of the vehicles turning out of the Rue Montmartre, behind the scarlet and purple saints on the windows, whilst in the distance the markets roared without a moment's pause. Just as Lisa was leaving the chapel, she saw the younger of the Méhudins, Claire, the dealer in fresh water fish, come in. The girl lighted a taper at the candelabrum, and then went to kneel behind a pillar, her knees pressed upon the hard stones, and her face so pale beneath her loose fair hair that she seemed a corpse. And believing herself to be securely screened from observation, she gave way to violent emotion, and wept hot tears with a passionate outpouring of prayer which bent her like a rushing wind. Lisa looked on in amazement, for the Méhudins were not known to be particularly pious. Indeed, Claire was accustomed to speak of religion and priests in such terms as to horrify one. "What's the meaning of this, I wonder?" pondered Lisa, as she again made her way to the chapel of St. Agnes. The hussy must have been poisoning someone or other. Abbé Rustan was at last coming out of his confessional. He was a handsome man of some 40 years of age, with a smiling, kindly air. When he recognized Madame Quenu, he grasped her hand, called her "dear lady," and conducted her to the vestry, where, taking off his surplice, he told her that he would be entirely at her service in a moment. They returned, the priest in his cassock, bareheaded, and Lisa strutting along in her shawl, and paced up and down in front of the side chapels, adjacent to the Rue du Jour. They conversed together in low tones. The sunlight was departing from the stained windows, the church was growing dark, and the retreating footsteps of the last worshippers sounded but faintly over the flagstones. Lisa explained her doubts and scruples to Abbé Rustan. There had never been any question of religion between them. She never confessed, but merely consulted him in cases of difficulty, because he was shrewd and discreet, and she preferred him, as she sometimes said, to shady businessmen redolent of the galleys. The abbé on his side manifested inexhaustible complacence. He took up points of law for her in the code, pointed out profitable investments, resolved her moral difficulties with great tact, recommended tradespeople to her, invariably having an answer ready, however diverse and complicated her requirements might be. And he supplied all this help in a natural, matter-of-fact way, without ever introducing the deity into his talk, or seeking to obtain any advantage either for himself or the cause of religion. A word of thanks and a smile sufficed him. He seemed glad to have an opportunity of obliging the handsome Madame Quenu, of whom his housekeeper often spoke to him in terms of praise, as of a woman who was highly respected in the neighborhood. Their consultation that afternoon was of a peculiarly delicate nature. Lisa was anxious to know what step she might legitimately take as a woman of honor with respect to her brother-in-law. Had she a right to keep a watch upon him, and to do what she could to prevent him from compromising her husband, her daughter, and herself? And then how far might she go in circumstances of pressing danger? She did not bluntly put these questions to the abbé, but asked them with such skilful circumlocutions that he was able to discuss the matter without entering into personalities. He brought forward arguments on both sides of the question, but the conclusion he came to was that a person of integrity was entitled, indeed bound, to prevent evil, and was justified in using whatever means might be necessary to ensure the triumph of that which was right and proper. "That is my opinion, dear lady," he said in conclusion. "The question of means is always a very grave one. It is a snare in which souls of average virtue often become entangled. But I know your scrupulous conscience. Deliberate carefully over each step you think of taking, and if it contains nothing repugnant to you, go on boldly. Pure natures have the marvelous gift of purifying all that they touch." Then, changing his tone of voice, he continued, "Pray give my kind regards to Monsieur Quenu. I'll come in to kiss my dear little Pauline sometime when I am passing. And now, goodbye, dear lady. Remember that I'm always at your service." Thereupon he returned to the vestry. Lisa, on her way out, was curious to see if Claire was still praying, but the girl had gone back to her eels and carp, and in front of a lady chapel, which was already shrouded in darkness, there was now but a litter of chairs overturned by the ardent vehemence of the woman who knelt there. When the handsome Lisa again crossed the square, La Normande, who'd been watching for her exit from the church, recognized her in the twilight by the rotundity of her skirts. "Good gracious," she exclaimed, "she's been more than an hour in there. When the priest set about cleansing her of her sins, the choir boys have to form in line to pass the buckets of filth and empty them in the street." The next morning, Lisa went straight up to Florent's bedroom and settled herself there with perfect equanimity. She felt certain that she would not be disturbed, and moreover, she'd made up her mind to tell a falsehood and say that she'd come to see if the linen was clean, should Florent by any chance return. Whilst in the shop, however, she'd observed him busily engaged in the fish market. Seating herself in front of a little table, she pulled out the drawer, placed it upon her knees, and began to examine its contents, taking the greatest care to restore them to their original positions. First of all, she came upon the opening chapters of the work on Cayenne, then upon the drafts of Florent's various plans and projects, his schemes for converting the octroi duties into taxes upon sales, for reforming the administrative system of the markets, and all the others. These pages of small writing, which she set herself to read, bored her extremely, and she was about to restore the drawer to its place, feeling convinced that Florent concealed the proofs of his wicked designs elsewhere, and already contemplating a searching visitation of his mattress, when she discovered a photograph of La Normande in an envelope. The impression was rather dark. La Normande was standing up with her right arm resting on a broken column. Decked out with all her jewels and attired in a new silk dress, the fish girl was smiling impudently, and Lisa at the sight forgot all about her brother-in-law, her fears, and the purpose for which she'd come into the room. She became quite absorbed in her examination of the portrait, as often happens when one woman scrutinizes the photograph of another at her ease, without fear of being seen. Never before had she so favorable an opportunity to study her rival. She scrutinized her hair, her nose, her mouth, held the photograph at a distance, and then brought it closer again. And finally, with compressed lips, she read on the back of it, in a big, ugly scrawl, "Louise, to her friend Florent." This quite scandalized her. To her mind it was a confession, and she felt a strong impulse to take possession of the photograph and keep it as a weapon against her enemy. However, she slowly replaced it in the envelope, on coming to the conclusion that this course would be wrong, and reflecting that she would always know where to find it should she want it again. Then, as she again began turning over the loose sheets of paper, it occurred to her to look at the back end of the drawer, where Florent had relegated Augustine's needles and thread, and there, between the missal and the dream book, she discovered what she sought. Some extremely compromising memoranda, simply screened from observation by a wrapper of grey paper. That idea of an insurrection, of the overthrow of the empire by means of an armed rising, which Logre had one evening propounded at Monsieur Lebigre's, had slowly ripened in Florent's feverish brain. He soon grew to see a duty, a mission in it. Therein undoubtedly lay the task to which his escape from Cayenne and his return to Paris predestined him. Believing in a call to avenge his leanness upon the city which wallowed in food while the upholders of right and equity were racked by hunger and exile, he took upon himself the duties of a justiciary, and dreamt of rising up, even in the midst of those markets, to sweep away the reign of gluttony and drunkenness. In a sensitive nature like his, this idea quickly took root. Everything about him assumed exaggerated proportions. The wildest fancies possessed him. He imagined that the markets had been conscious of his arrival and had seized hold of him, that they might enervate him and poison him with their stenches. Then, too, Lisa wanted to cast a spell over him, and for 2 or 3 days at a time he would avoid her, as though she were some dissolving agency which would destroy all his power of will should he approach too closely. However, these paroxysms of puerile fear, these wild surgings of his rebellious brain, always ended in thrills of the gentlest tenderness, with yearnings to love and be loved, which he concealed with a boyish shame. It was more especially in the evening that his mind became blurred by all his wild imaginings. Depressed by his day's work, but shunning sleep from a covert fear, the fear of the annihilation it brought with it, he would remain later than ever at Monsieur de Bigre's or at the Méhugins, and on his return home he still refrained from going to bed, and sat up writing and preparing for the great insurrection. By slow degrees he devised a complete system of organization. He divided Paris into 20 sections, one for each arrondissement. Each section would have a chief, a sort of general, under whose orders there were to be 20 lieutenants commanding 20 companies of affiliated associates. Every week, among the chiefs, there would be a consultation which was to be held in a different place each time, and the better to ensure secrecy and discretion, the associates would only come in contact with their respective lieutenants, these alone communicating with the chiefs of the sections. It also occurred to Florent that it would be as well that the companies should believe themselves charged with imaginary missions as a means of putting the police upon a wrong scent. As for the employment of the insurrectionary forces, that would be all simplicity. It would of course be necessary to wait till the companies were quite complete, and then advantage would be taken of the first public commotion. They would doubtless only have a certain number of guns used for sporting purposes in their possession, so they would commence by seizing the police stations and guardhouses, disarming the soldiers of the line, resorting to violence as little as possible, and inviting the men to make common cause with the people. Afterwards they would march upon the Corps Législatif and thence to the Hôtel de Ville. This plan, to which Florent returned night after night, as though it were some dramatic scenario which relieved his overexcited nervous system, was as yet simply jotted down on scraps of paper, full of erasures, which showed how the writer had felt his way and revealed each successive phase of his scientific yet puerile conception. When Lisa had glanced through the notes, without understanding some of them, she remained there trembling with fear, afraid to touch them further lest they should explode in her hands like live shells. A last memorandum frightened her more than any of the others. It was a half-sheet on which Florent had sketched the distinguishing insignia which the chiefs and the lieutenants were to wear. By the side of these were rough drawings of the standards which the different companies were to carry, and notes in pencil even described what colors the banners should assume. The chiefs were to wear red scarves, and the lieutenants red armlets. To Lisa this seemed like an immediate realization of the rising. She saw all the men with their red badges marching past the pork shop, firing bullets into her mirrors in marble and carrying off sausages and chitterlings from the window. The infamous projects of her brother-in-law were surely directed against herself, against her own happiness. She closed the drawer and looked round the room, reflecting that it was she herself who had provided this man with a home, that he slept between her sheets and used her furniture. And she was especially exasperated at his keeping his abominable infernal machine in that little deal table which she herself had used at Uncle Gradel's before her marriage, a perfectly innocent, rickety little table. For a while she stood thinking what she should do. In the first place, it was useless to say anything to Quenu. For a moment it occurred to her to provoke an explanation with Florent, but she dismissed that idea, fearing lest he would only go and perpetrate his crime elsewhere and maliciously make a point of compromising them. Then, gradually growing somewhat calmer, she came to the conclusion that her best plan would be to keep a careful watch over her brother-in-law. It would be time enough to take further steps at the first sign of danger. She already had quite sufficient evidence to send him back to the galleys. On returning to the shop again, she found Augustine in a state of great excitement. Little Pauline had disappeared more than half an hour before, and to Lisa's anxious questions the young woman could only reply, "I don't know where she can have got to, madame. She was on the pavement there with a little boy. I was watching them, and then I had to cut some ham for a gentleman, and I never saw them again." "I'll wager it was Much," cried Lisa. "Ah, the young scoundrel!" It was indeed Much who had enticed Pauline away. The little girl, who was wearing a new blue-striped frock that day for the first time, had been anxious to exhibit it, and had accordingly taken her stand outside the shop, manifesting great propriety of bearing, and compressing her lips with the grave expression of a little woman of 6 who's afraid of soiling her clothes. Her short and stiffly starched petticoats stood out like the skirts of a ballet girl, allowing a full view of her tightly stretched white stockings and little sky-blue boots. Her pinafore, which hung low about her neck, was finished off at the shoulders with an edging of embroidery, below which appeared her pretty little arms, bare and rosy. She had small turquoise rings in her ears, a cross at her neck, a blue velvet ribbon in her well-brushed hair, and she displayed all her mother's plumpness and softness, the gracefulness indeed of a new doll. Much had caught sight of her from the market, where he was amusing himself by dropping little dead fishes into the gutter, following them along the curb as the water carried them away, and declaring that they were swimming. However, the sight of Pauline standing in front of the shop and looking so smart and pretty made him cross over to her, capless as he was, with his blouse ragged, his trousers slipping down, and his whole appearance suggestive of a 7-year-old street Arab. His mother had certainly forbidden him to play any more with that fat booby of a girl who was stuffed by her parents till she almost burst. So he stood hesitating for a moment, but at last came up to Pauline and wanted to feel her pretty striped frock. The little girl, who had at first felt flattered, then put on a prim air and stepped back, exclaiming in a tone of displeasure, "Leave me alone. Mother says I'm not to have anything to do with you." This brought a laugh to the lips of Much, who was a wily, enterprising young scamp. "What a little flat you are," he retorted. "What does it matter what your mother says? Let's go and play at shoving each other, eh?" He doubtless nourished some wicked idea of dirtying beneath little girl, but she, on seeing him prepare to give her a push in the back, retreated as though about to return inside the shop. Much thereupon adopted a flattering tone like a born cajoler. "You silly, I didn't mean it," said he. "How nice you look like that. Is that little cross your mother's?" Pauline perked herself up and replied that it was her own, whereupon Much gently led her to the corner of the Rue Pirouette, touching her skirts the while and expressing his astonishment at their wonderful stiffness. All this pleased the little girl immensely. She'd been very much vexed at not receiving any notice while she was exhibiting herself outside the shop. However, in spite of all Much's blandishments, she still refused to leave the footway. "You stupid fatty!" thereupon exclaimed the youngster, relapsing into coarseness. "I'll squat you down in the gutter if you don't look out, Miss Fine Airs." The girl was dreadfully alarmed. Much had caught hold of her by the hand, but recognizing his mistake in policy, he again put on a wheedling air and began to fumble in his pocket. "I've got a sou," said he. The sight of the coin had a soothing effect upon Pauline. The boy held up the sou with the tips of his fingers, and the temptation to follow it proved so great that the girl at last stepped down into the roadway. Much's diplomacy was eminently successful. "What do you like best?" he asked. Pauline gave no immediate answer. She could not make up her mind. There were so many things that she liked. Much, however, ran over a whole list of dainties. licorice, molasses, gumballs, and powdered sugar. The powdered sugar made the girl ponder. One dipped one's fingers into it and sucked them. It was very nice. For a while she gravely considered the matter. Then, at last making up her mind, she said, "No, I like the mixed screws the best." Mooch thereupon took hold of her arm, and she unresistingly followed him to lead her away. They crossed the Rue Rambuteau, followed the broad footway skirting the markets, and went as far as a grocer's shop in the Rue de la Cossonnerie, which was celebrated for its mixed screws. These mixed screws are small screws of paper in which grocers put up all sorts of damaged odds and ends, broken sugar plums, fragments of crystallized chestnuts, all the doubtful residuum of their jars of sweets. Mooch showed himself very gallant, allowed Pauline to choose the screw, a blue one, paid his sou, and did not attempt to dispossess her of the sweets. Outside, on the footway, she emptied the miscellaneous collection of scraps into both pockets of her pinafore, and they were such little pockets that they were quite filled. Then, in delight, she began to munch the fragments one by one, wetting her fingers to catch the fine sugary dust, with such effect that she melted the scraps of sweets, and the pockets of her pinafore soon showed two brownish stains. Mooch laughed slyly to himself. He had his arm about the girl's waist and rumpled her frock at his ease, whilst leading her round the corner of the Rue Pierre-Lescot in the direction of the Place des Innocents. "You'll come and play now, won't you?" he asked. "That's nice what you've got in your pockets, ain't it? You see that I didn't want to do you any harm, you big silly." Thereupon he plunged his own fingers into her pockets, and they entered the square together. To this spot, no doubt, he'd all along intended to lure his victim. He did the honors of a square as though it were his own private property, and indeed it was a favorite haunt of his, where he often larked about for whole afternoons. Pauline had never before strayed so far from home, and would have wept like an abducted damsel had it not been that her pockets were full of sweets. The fountain in the middle of the flowered lawn was sending sheets of water down its tiers of basins, whilst between the pilasters above, Jean Goujon's nymphs, looking very white beside the dingy grey stonework, inclined their urns and displayed their nude graces in the grimy air of the Saint-Denis quarter. The two children walked round the fountain, watching the water fall into the basins, and taking an interest in the grass, with thoughts no doubt of crossing the central lawn, or gliding into the clumps of holly and rhododendrons that bordered the railings of the square. Little Mooch, however, who had now effectually rumpled the back of the pretty frock, said with his sly smile, "Let's play at throwing sand at each other, eh?" Pauline had no will of her own left, and they began to throw the sand at each other, keeping their eyes closed meanwhile. The sand made its way in at the neck of the girl's low bodice and trickled down into her stockings and boots. Mooch was delighted to see the white pinafore become quite yellow, but he doubtless considered that it was still far too clean. "Let's go and plant trees, shall we?" he exclaimed suddenly. "I know how to make such pretty gardens." "Really, gardens?" murmured Pauline, full of admiration. Then, as the keeper of the square happened to be absent, Mooch told her to make some holes in one of the borders, and dropping on her knees in the middle of the soft mold, and leaning forward till she lay at full length on her stomach, she dug her pretty little arm into the ground. He, meantime, began to hunt for scraps of wood, and broke off branches. These were the garden trees which he planted in the holes that Pauline made. He invariably complained, however, that the holes were not deep enough, and rated the girl as though she were an idle workman and he an indignant master. When she at last got up, she was black from head to foot. Her hair was full of mold, her face was smeared with it. She looked such a sight with her arms as black as a coal-heaver's that Mooch clapped his hands with glee and exclaimed, "Now we must water the trees. They won't grow, you know, if we don't water them." That was the finishing stroke. They went outside the square, scooped the gutter water up in the palms of their hands, and then ran back to pour it over the bits of wood. On the way, Pauline, who was so fat that she couldn't run properly, let the water trickle between her fingers onto her frock, so that by the time of her 6th journey, she looked as if she'd been rolled in the gutter. Mooch chuckled with delight on beholding her dreadful condition. He made her sit down beside him under a rhododendron near the garden they'd made, and told her that the trees were already beginning to grow. He'd taken hold of her hand and called her his little wife. "You're not sorry now that you came, are you?" he asked, "instead of mooning about on the pavement, where there was nothing to do? I know all sorts of fun we can have on the streets. You must come with me again. You will, won't you? But you mustn't say anything to your mother, mind. If you say a word to her, I'll pull your hair the next time I come past your shop." Pauline consented to everything, and then, as a last attention, Mooch filled both pockets of her pinafore with mold. However, all the sweets were finished, and the girl began to get uneasy and ceased playing. Mooch thereupon started pinching her, and she burst into tears, sobbing that she wanted to go away. But at this the lad only grinned and played the bully, threatening that he would not take her home at all. Then she grew terribly alarmed and sobbed and gasped like a maiden in the power of a libertine. Mooch would certainly have ended by punching her in order to stop her row, had not a shrill voice, the voice of Mademoiselle Saget, exclaimed close by, "Why, I declare it's Pauline! Leave her alone, you wicked young scoundrel!" Then the old maid took the girl by the hand, with endless expressions of amazement at the pitiful condition of her clothes. Mooch showed no alarm, but followed them, chuckling to himself and declaring that it was Pauline who had wanted to come with him and had tumbled down. Mademoiselle Saget was a regular frequenter of the Square des Innocents. Every afternoon she would spend a good hour there to keep herself well posted in the gossip of the common people. On either side there is a long crescent of benches placed end to end, and on these the poor folks who stifle in the hovels of the neighboring narrow streets assemble in crowds. There are withered, chilly-looking old women in tumbled caps, and young ones in loose jackets and carelessly fastened skirts, with bare heads and tired, faded faces, eloquent of the wretchedness of their lives. There are some men, also tidy old buffers, porters in greasy jackets, and equivocal-looking individuals in black silk hats, while the footpath is overrun by a swarm of youngsters dragging toy carts without wheels about, filling pails with sand and screaming and fighting, a dreadful crew with ragged clothes and dirty noses, teeming in the sunshine like vermin. Mademoiselle Saget was so slight and thin that she always managed to insinuate herself into a place on one of the benches. She listened to what was being said and started a conversation with her neighbor, some sallow-faced working-man's wife, who sat mending linen, from time to time producing handkerchiefs and stockings riddled with holes from a little basket patched up with string. Moreover, Mademoiselle Saget had plenty of acquaintances here. Amidst the excruciating squalling of the children and the ceaseless rumble of the traffic in the Rue Saint-Denis, she took part in no end of gossip, everlasting tales about the tradesmen of the neighborhood, the grocers, the butchers, and the bakers, enough indeed to fill the columns of a local paper, and the whole envenomed by refusals of credit and covert envy, such as is always harbored by the poor. From these wretched creatures she also obtained the most disgusting revelations, the gossip of low lodging-houses and doorkeepers' black holes, all the filthy scandal of the neighborhood, which tickled her inquisitive appetite like hot spice. As she sat with her face turned towards the market, she had immediately in front of her the square and its 3 blocks of houses, into the windows of which her eyes tried to pry. She seemed to gradually rise and traverse the successive floors right up to the garret skylights. She stared at the curtains, based an entire drama on the appearances of a head between 2 shutters, and, by simply gazing at the facades, ended by knowing the history of all the dwellers in these houses. The Behat restaurant, with its wine shop, its gilt wrought-iron marquise, forming a sort of terrace whence peeped the foliage of a few plants in flower-pots, and its 4 low stories, all painted and decorated, had an especial interest for her. She gazed at its yellow columns standing out against a background of tender blue, at the whole of its imitation temple front daubed on the facade of a decrepit, tumble-down house, crowned at the summit by a parapet of painted zinc. Behind the red-striped window blinds she espied visions of nice little lunches, delicate suppers, and uproarious, unlimited orgies. And she did not hesitate to invent lies about the place. It was there, she declared, that Florent came to gorge with those two hussies, the Méhudins, on whom he lavished his money. However, Pauline cried yet louder than before when the old maid took hold of her hand. Mademoiselle Saget at first led her towards the gate of the square, but before she got there she seemed to change her mind, for she sat down at the end of a bench and tried to pacify the child.
"Come now, give over crying, or the policeman will lock you up," she said to Pauline. "I'll take you home safely. You know me, don't you? I'm a good friend. Come, come, let me see how prettily you can smile."
The child, however, was choking with sobs and wanted to go away. Mademoiselle Saget thereupon quietly allowed her to continue weeping, reserving further remarks till she should have finished. The poor little creature was shivering all over. Her petticoats and stockings were wet through, and as she wiped her tears away with her dirty hands, she plastered the whole of her face with earth to the very tips of her ears. When at last she became a little calmer, the old maid resumed in a caressing tone,
"Your mamma isn't unkind, is she? She's very fond of you, isn't she?"
"Oh, yes, indeed," replied Pauline, still sobbing.
"And your papa, he's good to you too, isn't he? He doesn't flog you or quarrel with your mother, does he? What do they talk about when they go to bed?"
"Oh, I don't know. I'm asleep then."
"Do they talk about your cousin Florent?"
"I don't know." Madame Saget thereupon assumed a severe expression, and got up as if about to go away.
"I'm afraid you're a little storyteller," she said. "Don't you know that it's very wicked to tell stories? I shall go away and leave you if you tell me lies, and then Mooch will come back and pinch you."
Pauline began to cry again at the threat of being abandoned.
Be quiet, you wicked little imp," cried the old maid, shaking her. There now, I won't go away. I'll buy you a stick of barley sugar. Yes, a stick of barley sugar. So you don't love your cousin Florent, eh?"
"No, Mamma says he isn't good."
"Ah, then, so you see your mother does say something."
"One night, when I was in bed with Mouton, I sleep with Mouton sometimes, you know, I heard her say to father, 'Your brother has only escaped from the galleys to take us all back with him there.'" Mademoiselle Saget gave vent to a faint cry, and sprang to her feet, quivering all over. A ray of light had just broken upon her. Then, without a word, she caught hold of Pauline's hand and made her run till they reached the pork shop, her lips meanwhile compressed by an inward smile, and her eyes glistening with keen delight. At the corner of the Rue Pirouette, Mooch, who had so far followed them, amused at seeing the girl running along in her muddy stockings, prudently disappeared. Lisa was now in a state of terrible alarm, and when she saw her daughter so bedraggled and limp, her consternation was such that she turned the child round and round without even thinking of beating her.
"She's been with little Mooch," said the old maid in her malicious voice. "I took her away at once, and I've brought her home. I found them together in the square. I don't know what they've been up to, but that young vagabond is capable of anything."
Lisa could not find a word to say, and she did not know where to take hold of her daughter, so great was her disgust at the sight of the child's muddy boots, soiled stockings, torn skirts, and filthy face and hands. The blue velvet ribbon, the earrings, and the necklet were all concealed beneath a crust of mud. But what put the finishing touch to Lisa's exasperation was the discovery of the 2 pockets filled with mold. She stooped and emptied them, regardless of the pink and white flooring of the shop, and as she dragged Pauline away she could only gasp, "Come along, you filthy thing!" Quite enlivened by this scene, Mademoiselle Saget now hurriedly made her way across the Rue Rambuteau. Her little feet scarcely touched the ground. Her joy seemed to carry her along like a breeze which fanned her with a caressing touch. She had at last found out what she had so much wanted to know. For nearly a year she'd been consumed by curiosity, and now at a single stroke she had gained complete power over Florent. This was unhoped-for contentment, positive salvation, for she felt that Florent would have brought her to the tomb had she failed much longer in satisfying her curiosity about him. At present she was complete mistress of the whole neighborhood of the markets. There was no longer any gap in her information. She could have narrated the secret history of every street, shop by shop. And thus, as she entered the fruit market, she fairly gasped with delight, in a perfect transport of pleasure. "Hello, Mademoiselle Saget," cried La Sarriette from her stall. "What are you smiling to yourself like that about? Have you won the grand prize in the lottery?"
"No, no. Ah, my dear, if you only knew."
Standing there amidst her fruit, La Sarriette in her picturesque disarray looked charming. Frizzy hair fell over her brow like vine branches. Her bare arms and neck, indeed all the rosy flesh she showed, bloomed with the freshness of peach and cherry. She had playfully hung some cherries on her ears, black cherries which dangled against her cheeks, when she stooped, shaking with merry laughter. She was eating currants, and her merriment arose from the way in which she was smearing her face with them. Her lips were bright red, glistening with the juice of the fruit, as though they'd been painted and perfumed with some Seraglio face paint. A perfume of plum exhaled from her gown, while from the kerchief carefully fastened across her breast came an odor of strawberries. Fruits of all kinds were piled around her in the narrow stall. On the shelves at the back were rows of melons, so-called cantaloupes, swarming with wart-like knots, marachers, whose skin were covered with grey lace-like netting, and col de sein, displaying smooth bare bumps. In front was an array of choice fruit, carefully arranged in baskets, and showing like smooth round cheeks seeking to hide themselves, or glimpses of sweet childish faces, half veiled by leaves. Especially was this the case with the peaches, the blushing peaches of Montreuil, with skin as delicate and clear as that of northern maidens, and the yellow sunburst peaches from the south, brown like the damsels of Provence. The apricots on their beds of moss gleamed with the hue of amber, or with that sunset glow which so warmly colors the necks of brunettes at the nape, just under the little wavy curls which fall below the chignon. The cherries, ranged one by one, resembled the short lips of smiling Chinese girls. The Montmorencys suggested the dumpy mouths of buxom women. The English ones were longer and graver looking. The common black ones seemed as though they'd been bruised and crushed by kisses, while the Whitehearts, with their patches of rose and white, appeared to smile with mingled merriment and vexation. Then piles of apples and pears, built up with architectural symmetry, often in pyramids, displayed the ruddy glow of budding breasts and the gleaming sheen of shoulders, quite a show of nudity, lurking modestly behind a screen of fern leaves. There were all sorts of varieties, little red ones so tiny they seemed to be yet in the cradle, shapeless Rambourg for baking, Calville in light yellow gowns, sanguineous-looking Canadas, blotched Châtaignier apples, fresh freckled rennets and dusky russets. Then came the pears, the Blanquette, the British Queens, the Beurre, the Messieurs Jean, and the Duchesse. Some dumpy, some long and tapering, some with slender necks, and others with thick-set shoulders, their green and yellow bellies picked out at times with a splotch of carmine. By the side of these, the transparent plums resembled tender chlorotic virgins. The greengages and the Orléans plums paled as with modest innocence, while the Mirabelle lay like golden beads of a rosary, forgotten in a box amidst sticks of vanilla. And the strawberries exhaled a sweet perfume, a perfume of youth, especially those little ones which are gathered in the woods, and which are far more aromatic than the large ones grown in gardens, for these breathe an insipid odor suggestive of the watering pot. Raspberries added their fragrance to the pure scent. The currants, red, white, and black, smiled with a knowing air, whilst the heavy clusters of grapes, laden with intoxication, lay languorously at the edges of the wicker baskets, over the sides of which dangled some of the berries, scorched by the hot caresses of the voluptuous sun. It was there that La Sarriette lived in an orchard, as it were, in an atmosphere of sweet, intoxicating scents. The cheaper fruits, the cherries, plums, and strawberries, were piled up in front of her in paper-lined baskets, and the juice coming from their bruised ripeness stained the stall front and steamed with a strong perfume in the heat. She would feel quite giddy on those blazing July afternoons when the melons enveloped her with a powerful vaporous odor of musk, and then with her loosened kerchief, fresh as she was from the springtide of life, she brought sudden temptation to all who saw her. It was she. It was her arms and necks which gave that semblance of amorous vitality to her fruit. On the stall next to her, an old woman, a hideous old drunkard, displayed nothing but wrinkled apples, pears as flabby as herself, and cadaverous apricots of a witch-like sallowness. La Sarriette's stall, however, spoke of love and passion. The cherries looked like the red kisses of her bright lips. The silky peaches were not more delicate than her neck. To the plum she seemed to have lent the skin from her brow and chin, while some of her own crimson blood coursed through the veins of the currants. All the scents of the avenue of flowers behind her stall were but insipid beside the aroma of vitality which exhaled from her open baskets and falling kerchief. That day she was quite intoxicated by the scent of a large arrival of Mirabelle plums, which filled the market. She could plainly see that Mademoiselle Chazet had learned some great piece of news, and she wished to make her talk. But the old maid stamped impatiently, whilst she repeated, "No, I've no time. I'm in a great hurry to see Madame Lecoeur. I've just learnt something, and no mistake. You can come with me if you like." As a matter of fact, she'd simply gone through the fruit market for the purpose of enticing La Sarriette to go with her. The girl could not refuse temptation. Monsieur Jules, clean-shaven and as fresh as a cherub, was seated there, swaying to and fro on his chair. "Just look after the stall for a minute, will you?" La Sarriette said to him. "I'll be back directly." Jules, however, got up and called after her in a thick voice, "Not I. No fear, I'm off. I'm not going to wait an hour for you, as I did the other day. And besides, those cursed plums of yours quite make my head ache." Then he calmly strolled off with his hands in his pockets, and the stall was left to look after itself. Mademoiselle Saget went so fast that La Sarriette had to run. In the butter pavilion, a neighbor of Madame Lecoeur's told them that she was below in the cellar. And so, whilst La Sarriette went down to find her, the old maid installed herself amidst the cheeses. The cellar under the butter market is a very gloomy spot. The rows of storerooms are protected by a very fine wire meshing as a safeguard against fire, and the gas jets, which are very few and far between, glimmer like yellow splotches destitute of radiance in the heavy, malodorous atmosphere beneath the low vault. Madame Lecoeur, however, was at work on her butter at one of the tables placed parallel with the Rue Bergère, and here a pale light filtered through the vent-holes. The tables, which are continually sluiced with a flood of water from the taps, are as white as though they were quite new. With her back turned to the pump in the rear, Madame Lecoeur was kneading her butter in a kind of oak box. She took some of different sorts which lay beside her and mixed the varieties together, correcting one by another, just as is done in the blending of wines. Bent almost double and showing sharp, bony shoulders and arms bare to the elbows, as scraggy and knotted as pea-rods, she dug her fists into the greasy paste in front of her, which was assuming a whitish and chalky appearance. It was trying work, and she heaved a sigh at each fresh effort. "Mademoiselle Saget wants to speak to you, aunt," said La Sarriette. Madame Lecoeur stopped her work and pulled her cap over her hair with her greasy fingers, seeming quite careless of staining it. "I've nearly finished. Ask her to wait a moment," she said. "She's got something very particular to tell you," continued La Sarriette. "I won't be more than a minute, my dear." Then she again plunged her arms into the butter, which buried them up to the elbows. Previously softened in warm water, it covered Madame Lecoeur's parchment-like skin as with an oily film, and threw the big purple veins that streaked her flesh into strong relief. La Sarriette was quite disgusted by the sight of those hideous arms, working so frantically amidst the melting mass. However, she could recall the time when her own pretty little hands had manipulated the butter for whole afternoons at a time. It had even been a sort of almond paste to her, a cosmetic which had kept her skin white and her nails delicately pink, and even now her slender fingers retained the suppleness it had endowed them with. "I don't think that butter of yours will be very good, Aunt," she continued, after a pause. "Some of the sorts seem much too strong." "I'm quite aware of that," replied Madame Lecoeur, between a couple of groans. "But what can I do? I must use everything up. There are some folks who insist upon having butter cheap, and so cheap butter must be made for them. Oh, it's always quite good enough for those who buy it." La Sarriette reflected that she would hardly care to eat butter which had been worked by her aunt's arms. Then she glanced at a little jar full of a sort of reddish dye. "Your coloring is too pale," she said. This coloring matter, Rougon, as the Parisians call it, is used to give the butter a fine yellow tint. The butter women imagine that its composition is known only to themselves and keep it very secret. However, it is merely made from annata. Footnote. Annata, which is obtained from the pulp surrounding the seeds of the Bixa orellana, is used for a good many purposes beside the coloring of butter and cheese. It frequently enters into the composition of chocolate and is employed to dye nankeen. Police court proceedings have also shown that it is well known to the London milkmen, who are in the habit of adding water to their merchandise. Translator. Though a composition of carrots and marigold is at times substituted for it. "Come, do be quick," La Sarriette now exclaimed, for she was getting impatient, and was, moreover, no longer accustomed to the malodorous atmosphere of the cellar. "Mademoiselle Saget will be going. I fancy she's got something very important to tell you about my Uncle Gavard." On hearing this, Madame Lecoeur abruptly ceased working. She at once abandoned both butter and dye, and did not even wait to wipe her arms. With a slight tap of her hand, she settled her cap on her head again, and made her way up the steps at her niece's heels, anxiously repeating, "Do you really think that she'll have gone away?" She was reassured, however, on catching sight of Mademoiselle Saget amidst the cheeses. The old maid had taken good care not to go away before Madame Lecoeur's arrival. The three women seated themselves at the far end of the stall, crowding closely together, and their faces almost touching one another. Mademoiselle Saget remained silent for 2 long minutes, and then, seeing that the others were burning with curiosity, she began in her shrill voice.
"You know that Florent? Well, I can tell you now where he comes from."
For another moment she kept them in suspense, and then, in a deep melodramatic voice, she said,
"He comes from the galleys."
The cheeses were reeking around the three women. On the 2 shelves at the far end of the stall were huge masses of butter. Brittany butters overflowing from baskets, Normandy butters wrapped in canvas and resembling models of stomachs over which some sculptor has thrown damp cloths to keep them from drying, while other great blocks had been cut into, fashioned into perpendicular rocky masses full of crevasses and valleys, and resembling fallen mountain crests gilded by the pale sun of an autumn evening. Beneath the stall show table, formed of a slab of red marble veined with grey, baskets of eggs gleamed with a chalky whiteness, while on layers of straw in boxes were bondons placed end to end, and gournets arranged like medals, forming darker patches tinted with eggs. But it was upon the table that the cheeses appeared in greatest profusion. Here, by the side of the pound rolls of butter lying on white beet leaves, spread a gigantic Cantal cheese, cloven here and there as by an axe. Then came a golden-hued Cheshire, and next a Gruyère, resembling a wheel fallen from some barbarian chariot, whilst further on were some Dutch cheeses, suggesting decapitated heads suffused with dry blood, and having all that hardness of skulls which in France has gained them a name of death's heads. Amidst the heavy exhalations of these, a Parmesan set a spicy aroma. Then there came 3 Brie cheeses displayed on round platters and looking like melancholy extinct moons. 2 of them, very dry, were at the full. The third in its second quarter was melting away in a white cream, which had spread into a pool and flowed over the little wooden barriers with which an attempt had been made to arrest its course. Next came some Port-Salut, similar to antique discs, with exergues bearing their makers' names in print. A Romantour in its tinfoil wrapper suggested a bar of nougat, or of some sweet cheese astray amidst all these pungent fermenting curds. The Roqueforts under their glass covers also had a princely air, their fat faces marbled with blue and yellow, as though they were suffering from some unpleasant malady, such as attacks the wealthy gluttons who eat too many truffles. And on a dish by the side of these, the hard grey goat's milk cheeses, about the size of a child's fist, resembled the pebbles which the billy goats send rolling down the stony paths as they clamber along ahead of their flocks. Next came the strong-smelling cheeses, the Mont d'Or, of a bright yellow hue and exhaling a comparatively mild odor, the Troyes, very thick and bruised at the edges, and of a far more pungent smell, recalling the dampness of a cellar, the Camembert, suggestive of high game, the square Neuchâtel, Limbourg, Marolles, and Pont-l'Evêque, each adding its own particular sharp scent to the malodorous bouquet till it became perfectly pestilential. The Livarot, ruddy in hue, and as irritating to the throat as sulphur fumes, and lastly, stronger than all the others, the Olivet, wrapped in walnut leaves, like the carrion which peasants cover with branches as it lies rotting in the hedgerow under the blazing sun. This ends section 11. Section 12 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 12. The heat of the afternoon had softened the cheeses. The patches of mold on their crusts were melting and glistening with tints of ruddy bronze and verdigris. Beneath their cover of leaves, the skins of the Olivet seemed to be heaving as with the slow, deep respiration of a sleeping man. A Livarot was swarming with life, and in a fragile box behind the scales, a Jérôme flavored with aniseed diffused such a pestilential smell that all around it the very flies had fallen lifeless on the gray-veined slab of ruddy marble. This Jérôme was almost immediately under Mademoiselle Saget's nose, so she drew back and leaned her head against the big sheets of white and yellow paper which were hanging in a corner.
"Yes," she repeated, with an expression of disgust. "He comes from the galleys. Ah, those Quenu Gradelles have no reason to put on so many airs."
Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette, however, had burst into exclamations of astonishment. It wasn't possible, surely. What had he done to be sent to the galleys? Could anyone now have ever suspected that Madame Quenu, whose virtue was the pride of the whole neighborhood, would choose a convict for a lover?
"Ah, but you don't understand at all," cried the old maid impatiently. Just listen now while I explain things. I was quite certain that I had seen that great lanky fellow somewhere before."
Then she proceeded to tell them Florent's story. She'd recalled to mind a vague report which had circulated of a nephew of old Gradelle being transported to Cayenne for murdering 6 gendarmes at a barricade. She'd even seen this nephew on one occasion in the Rue Pirouette.
The pretended cousin was undoubtedly the same man. Then she began to bemoan her waning powers. Her memory was quite going, she said. She would soon be unable to remember anything. And she bewailed her perishing memory as bitterly as any learned man might bewail the loss of his notes representing the work of a lifetime, on seeing them swept away by a gust of wind.
6 gendarmes, muttered La Sarriette admiringly. He must have a very heavy fist. And he's made away with plenty of others as well, added Mademoiselle Saget. I shouldn't advise you to meet him at night.
What a villain! Stammered out Madame Lecoeur, quite terrified. The slanting beams of the sinking sun were now enfilading the pavilion, and the odor of the cheeses became stronger than ever. That of the Marolles seemed to predominate, borne hither and thither in powerful whiffs. Then, however, the wind appeared to change, and suddenly the emanations of the Limbourgs were wafted towards the three women, pungent and bitter, like the last gasps of a dying man. But in that case, resumed Madame Lecoeur, he must be Fat Lisa's brother-in-law, and we thought that he was her lover. The women exchanged glances. This aspect of the case took them by surprise. They were loath to give up their first theory. However, La Sarriette, turning to Mademoiselle Saget, remarked, "That must have been all wrong. Besides, you yourself say that he's always running after the two Méodin girls."
"Certainly he is," exclaimed Mademoiselle Saget sharply, fancying that her word was doubted. "He dangles about them every evening. But after all, it's no concern of ours, is it? We are virtuous women, and what he does makes no difference to us, the horrid scoundrel."
"No, certainly not," agreed the other two. "He's a consummate villain." The affair was becoming tragical. Of course, beautiful Lisa was now out of the question, but for this they found ample consolation in prophesying that Florent would bring about some frightful catastrophe. It was quite clear, they said, that he'd got some base design in his head. When people like him escaped from jail, it was only to burn everything down, and if he'd come to the markets, it must assuredly be for some abominable purpose. Then they began to indulge in the wildest suppositions. The two dealers declared that they would put additional padlocks to the doors of their storerooms, and La Sarriette called to mind that a basket of peaches had been stolen from her during the previous week. Mademoiselle Saget, however, quite frightened the two others by informing them that that was not the way in which the Reds behaved. They despised such trifles as baskets of peaches. Their plan was to band together in companies of 200 or 300, kill everybody they came across, and then plunder and pillage at their ease. That was politics, she said, with the superior air of one who knew what she was talking about. Madame Lecoeur felt quite ill. She already saw Florent and his accomplices hiding in the cellars and rushing out during the night to set the markets in flames and sack Paris. "Ah, by the way," suddenly exclaimed the old maid, "now I think of it, there's all that money of old Gradel's. Dear me, those Quenus can't be at all their ease." She now looked quite gay again. The conversation took a fresh turn, and the others fell foul of the Quenus when Mademoiselle Saget told them the history of the treasure discovered in the salting tub, with every particular of which she was acquainted. She was even able to inform them of the exact amount of the money found, 85,000 francs, though neither Lisa nor Quenu was aware of having revealed this to a living soul. However, it was clear that the Quenus had not given the great lanky fellow his share. He was too shabbily dressed for that. Perhaps he'd never even heard of the discovery of the treasure. Plainly enough, they were all thieves in his family. Then the three women bent their heads together and spoke in lower tones. They were unanimously of opinion that it might perhaps be dangerous to attack the beautiful Lisa. but it was decidedly necessary that they should settle the Red Republican's hash so that he might no longer prey upon the purse of poor Monsieur Gavard. At the mention of Gavard there came a pause. The gossips looked at each other with a circumspect air, and then, as they drew breath, they inhaled the odor of the camemberts, whose gamey scent had overpowered the less penetrating emanations of the Marolles and Melambourg, and spread around with remarkable power. Every now and then, however, with a slight whiff, a flute-like note came from the Parmesan, while the breeze contributed a soft, musty scent, the gentle, insipid sound, as it were, of damp tambourines. Next followed an overpowering refrain from the Livarot, and afterwards the Jérôme, flavored with aniseed, kept up the symphony with a high, prolonged note, like that of a vocalist during a pause in the accompaniment.
"I have seen Madame Léonce,"
Mademoiselle Saget at last continued, with a significant expression. At this the two others became extremely attentive. Madame Léonce was the doorkeeper of the house where Gavard lived in the Rue de la Cossonnerie. It was an old house standing back, with its ground floor occupied by an importer of oranges and lemons, who had had the frontage colored blue as high as the first floor. Madame Léonce acted as Gavard's housekeeper, kept the keys of his cupboards and closets, and brought him up tisane when he happened to catch cold. She was a severe-looking woman, between 50 and 60 years of age, and spoke slowly but at endless length. Mademoiselle Saget, who went to drink coffee with her every Wednesday evening, had cultivated her friendship more closely than ever since the poultry dealer had gone to lodge in the house. They would talk about the worthy man for hours at a time. They both professed the greatest affection for him and a keen desire to ensure his comfort and happiness.
"Yes, I have seen Madame Léonce," repeated the old maid. "We had a cup of coffee together last week. She was greatly worried. It seems that Monsieur Gavard never comes home now before 1 o'clock in the morning. Last Sunday she took him up some broth, as she thought he looked quite ill."
"Oh, she knows very well what she's about," exclaimed Madame Lecoeur, whom these attentions to Gavard somewhat alarmed. Mademoiselle Saget felt bound to defend her friend.
"Oh, really, you're quite mistaken," said she. "Madame Léonce is much above her position. She's quite a lady. If she wanted to enrich herself at Monsieur Gavard's expense, she might easily have done so long ago. It seems that he leaves everything lying about in the most careless fashion. It's about that, indeed, that I want to speak to you. But you'll not repeat anything I say, will you? I'm telling it you in strict confidence."
Both the others swore that they would never breathe a word of what they might hear, and they craned out their necks with eager curiosity, whilst the old maid solemnly resumed.
"Well, then, Monsieur Gavard had been behaving very strangely of late. He's been buying firearms, a great big pistol, one of those which revolve, you know. Madame Léonce says that things are awful, for this pistol is always lying about on the table or the mantelpiece, and she daren't dust anywhere near it. But that isn't all. His money—"
"His money!" echoed Madame Lecoeur, with blazing cheeks.
"Well, he's disposed of all his stocks and shares. He's sold everything and keeps a great heap of gold in a cupboard."
"A heap of gold!" exclaimed La Sarriette in ecstasy.
"Yes, a great heap of gold. It covers a whole shelf and is quite dazzling. Madame Léonce told me that one morning Gavard opened the cupboard in her presence, and that the money quite blinded her, it shone so."
There was another pause. The eyes of the three women were blinking as though the dazzling pile of gold was before them. Presently La Sarriette began to laugh. "What a jolly time I would have with Jules if my uncle would give that money to me," said she. Madame Lecoeur, however, seemed quite overwhelmed by this revelation, crushed beneath the weight of the gold which she could not banish from her sight. Covetous envy thrilled her. But at last, raising her skinny arms and shriveled hands, her fingernails still stuffed with butter, she stammered in a voice full of bitter distress. "Oh, I mustn't think of it.
It's too dreadful."
"Well, it would all be yours, you know, if anything were to happen to Monsieur Gavard," retorted Mademoiselle Saget. "If I were in your place, I would look after my interests. That revolver means nothing good, you may depend upon it. Monsieur Gavard has got into the hands of evil counselors, and I'm afraid it will all end badly."
Then the conversation again turned toward Florent. The three women assailed him more violently than ever, and afterwards, with perfect composure, they began to discuss what would be the result of all these dark goings-on, so far as he and Gavard were concerned. Certainly it would be no pleasant one if there was any gossiping. And thereupon they swore that they themselves would never repeat a word of what they knew. Not, however, because that scoundrel Florent merited any consideration, but because it was necessary at all costs to save that worthy Monsieur Gavard from being compromised. Then they rose from their seats, and Mademoiselle Saget was burning as if to go away when the butter dealer asked her, "All the same, in case of accident, do you think that Madame Léonce can be trusted? I dare say she has the key of the cupboard."
"Well, that's more than I can tell you," replied the old maid. "I believe she's a very honest woman, but after all, there's no telling. There are circumstances, you know, which tempt the best of people. Anyhow, I've warned you both, and you must do what you think proper."
As the three women stood there, taking leave of each other, the odor of the cheeses seemed to become more pestilential than ever. It was a cacophony of smells, ranging from the heavily oppressive odor of the Dutch cheeses and the Gruyère to the alkaline pungency of the Olivet. From the Cantal, the Cheshire, and the goat's milk cheeses there seemed to come a deep breath like the sound of a bassoon, amidst which the sharp sudden whiffs of the Neuchâtel, the Troyes, and the Mont d'Or contributed short detached notes. And then the different odors appeared to mingle one with another. The reek of the Lambourg, the Port-Salut, the Jérôme, the Marot, the Livarot, and the Pont-l'Évêque uniting in one general overpowering stench, sufficient to provoke asphyxia. And yet it almost seemed as though it were not the cheeses, but the vile words of Madame Lecoeur and Mademoiselle Saget that diffused this awful odor. "I'm very much obliged to you, indeed I am," said the butter dealer. "If ever I get rich, you shall not find yourself forgotten." The old maid still lingered in the stall. Taking up a bon don, she turned it round and put it down on the slab again. Then she asked its price.
"To me," she added with a smile.
"Oh, nothing to you," replied Madame Lecoeur. "I'll make you a present of it." And again she exclaimed, "Ah, if I were only rich!" Mademoiselle Saget therefore told her that some day or other she would be rich. The bon don had already disappeared within the old maid's bag. And now the butter dealer returned to the cellar, while Mademoiselle Saget escorted La Sarriette back to her stall. On reaching it, they talked for a moment or two about Monsieur Jules. The fruits around them diffused a fresh scent of summer.
"It smells much nicer here than at your aunt's," said the old maid. "I felt quite ill a little time ago. I can't think how she manages to exist there. But here it's very sweet and pleasant. It makes you look quite rosy, my dear."
La Sarriette began to laugh, for she was fond of compliments. Then she served the lady with a pound of Mirabelle plums, telling her that they were as sweet as sugar.
"I should like to buy some of those Mirabelles too," murmured Mademoiselle Saget, when the lady had gone away. "Only I want so few. A lone woman, you know."
"Take a handful of them," exclaimed the pretty brunette. "That won't ruin me. Send Jules back to me if you see him, will you? You'll most likely find him smoking his cigar on the first bench to the right as you turn out of the covered way." Mademoiselle Saget distended her fingers as widely as possible in order to take a handful of Mirabelles, which joined the bon don in the bag. Then she pretended to leave the market,
but in reality made a detour by one of the covered ways, thinking, as she walked slowly along, that the Mirabelles and Bondon would not make a very substantial dinner. When she was unable, during her afternoon perambulations, to wheedle stall-keepers into filling her bag for her, she was reduced to dining off the merest scraps. So she now slyly made her way back to the butter pavilions, where, on the side of the Rue Bergère, at the back of the offices of the oyster salesman, there were some stalls at which cooked meat was sold. Every morning little closed box-like carts, lined with zinc and furnished with ventilators, drew up in front of the larger Parisian kitchens and carried away leavings of the restaurants, the embassies, and state ministries. These leavings were conveyed to the market sellers and there sorted. By 9 o'clock, plates of food were displayed for sale at prices ranging from 3 to 5 sous, their contents comprising slices of meat, scraps of game, heads and tails of fishes, bits of galantine, stray vegetables, and, by way of dessert, cakes scarcely cut into, and other confectionery. Poor starving wretches, scantily paid clerks, and women shivering with fever were to be seen crowding around, and the street lads occasionally amused themselves by hooting the pale-faced individuals, known to be misers, who only made their purchases after slyly glancing about them to see that they were not observed. Footnote: the dealers in these scraps are called bijoutiers, or jewelers, whilst the scraps themselves are known as harlequins, the idea being that they are all of colours and shapes when mingled together, thus suggesting harlequins' variegated attire. Translator. Mademoiselle Saget wriggled her way to a stall, the keeper of which boasted that the scraps she sold came exclusively from the Tuileries. One day indeed she'd induced the old maid to buy a slice of leg of mutton by informing that it had come from the plate of the Emperor himself, and this slice of mutton, eaten with no little pride, had been a soothing consolation to Mademoiselle Saget's vanity. The wariness of her approach to the stall was, moreover, solely caused by her desire to keep well with the neighbouring shop people, whose premises she was eternally haunting without ever buying anything. Her usual tactics were to quarrel with them as soon as she had managed to learn their histories, when she would bestow her patronage upon a fresh set, desert it in due course, and then gradually make friends again with those with whom she had quarrelled. In this way she made the complete circuit of the market neighbourhood, ferreting about in every shop and stall. Anyone would have imagined that she consumed an enormous amount of provisions, whereas, in point of fact, she lived solely upon presents and the few scraps which she was compelled to buy when people were not in the giving vein. On that particular evening there was only a tall old man standing in front of the stall. He was sniffing at a plate containing a mixture of meat and fish. Mademoiselle Saget, in her turn, began to sniff at a plate of cold fried fish. The price of it was 3 sous, but by dint of bargaining she got it for 2. The cold fish then vanished into the bag. Other customers now arrived, and with a uniform impulse lowered their noses over the plates. The smell of the stall was very disgusting, suggestive alike of greasy dishes and a dirty sink. Footnote: particulars of the strange and repulsive trade in harlequins, which even nowadays is not extinct, will be found in Privat d'Anglemont's well-known book Paris Anecdote, written at the very period with which M. Zola deals in the present work. My father, Henry Bizitelli, also gave some account of it in his Glances Back Through 70 Years, in a chapter describing the odd ways in which certain Parisians contrive to get a living. Translator.
"Come and see me tomorrow," the stall-keeper called out to the old maid, "and I'll put something nice on one side for you. There's going to be a grand dinner at the Tuileries tonight."
Mademoiselle Saget was just promising to come when, happening to turn around, she discovered Gavard looking at her and listening to what she was saying. She turned very red, and contracting her skinny shoulders, hurried away, affecting not to recognize him. Gavard, however, followed her for a few yards, shrugging his shoulders and muttering to himself that he was no longer surprised at the old shrew's malice. Now he knew that
She poisoned herself with the filth carted away from a Tuileries.
On the very next morning, vague rumors began to circulate in the markets. Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette were in their own fashion keeping the oaths of silence they had taken. For her own part, Mademoiselle Saget warily held her tongue, leaving the two others to circulate the story of Florent's antecedents. At first, only a few meagre details were hawked about in low tones. Then various versions of the facts got into circulation. Incidents were exaggerated, and gradually quite a legend was constructed, in which Florent played the part of a perfect bogeyman. He'd killed 10 gendarmes at the barricade in the Rue Greneta, said some. He'd returned to France on a pirate ship whose crew scoured the seas to murder everyone they came across, said others. Whilst the third set declared that ever since his arrival he'd been observed prowling about at night-time with suspicious-looking characters, of whom he was undoubtedly the leader. Soon the imaginative market women indulged in the highest flights of fancy, revelled in the most melodramatic ideas. There was talk of a band of smugglers plying their nefarious calling in the very heart of Paris, and of a vast central association formed from systematically robbing the stalls in the markets. Much pity was expressed for the Quenu Gradelles, mingled with malicious allusions to her uncle's fortune. That fortune was an endless subject of discussion. The general opinion was that Florent had returned to claim his share of the treasure. However, as no good reason was forthcoming to explain why the division had not taken place already, it was asserted that Florent was waiting for some opportunity which might enable him to pocket the whole amount. The Quenu Gradelles would certainly be found murdered some morning, it was said, and rumors spread that dreadful quarrels already took place every night between the two brothers and beautiful Lisa. When these stories reached the ears of the beautiful Normande, she shrugged her shoulders and burst out laughing. "Get away with you," she cried. "You don't know him. Why, the dear fellow's as gentle as a lamb." She'd recently refused the hand of Monsieur Lebigre, who had at last ventured upon a formal proposal. For 2 months past he'd given the Méhudin a bottle of some liqueur every Sunday. It was Rose who brought it, and she was always charged with a compliment for La Normande, some pretty speech which she faithfully repeated, without appearing in the slightest degree embarrassed by the peculiar commission. When Monsieur Lebigre was rejected, he did not pine, but to show that he took no offence and was still hopeful, he sent Rose on the following Sunday with 2 bottles of champagne and a large bunch of flowers. She gave them into the handsome fish girl's own hands, repeating, as she did so, the wine-dealer's prose madrigal. "Monsieur Lebigre begs you to drink this to his health, which has been greatly shaken by you-know-what. He hopes that you will one day be willing to cure him by being for him as pretty and as sweet as these flowers." La Normande was much amused by the servant's delighted air. She kissed her as she spoke to her of her master, and she asked if he wore braces and snored at nights. Then she made her take the champagne and flowers back with her. "Tell Monsieur Lebigre," said she, "that he's not to send you here again. It quite vexes me to see you coming here so meekly with your bottles under your arms." "Oh, he wishes me to come," replied Rose as she went away. "It's wrong of you to distress him. He's a very handsome man." La Normande, however, was quite conquered by Florent's affectionate nature. She continued to follow Much's lessons of an evening in the lamplight, indulging the while in a dream of marrying this man who was so kind to children. She would still keep her fish stall, while he would doubtless rise to a position of importance in the administrative staff of the markets. This dream of hers, however, was scarcely furthered by the tutor's respectful bearing towards her. He bowed to her and kept himself at a distance, when she have liked to laugh with him and love him as she knew how to love. But it was just this covert resistance on Florent's part which continually brought her back to the dream of marrying him. She realized that he lived in a loftier sphere than her own, and by becoming his wife she imagined that her vanity would reap no little satisfaction. She was greatly surprised when she learned the history of the man she loved. He'd never mentioned a word of those things to her, and she scolded him about it. His extraordinary adventures only increased her tenderness for him, and for evenings together she made him relate all that had befallen him. She trembled with fear lest the police should discover him, but he reassured her, saying that the matter was now too old for the police to trouble their heads about it. One evening he told her of the woman on the Boulevard Montmartre, the woman in the pink bonnet, whose blood had dyed his hands. He still frequently thought of that poor creature. His anguish-stricken mind had often dwelt upon her during the clear nights he'd passed in Cayenne, and he'd returned to France with a wild dream of meeting her again on some footway in the bright sunshine, even though he could still feel her corpse-like weight across his legs. And yet, he thought, she might perhaps have recovered. At times he received quite a shock while he was walking through the streets, on fancying that he recognized her, and he followed pink bonnets and shawl-draped shoulders with a wildly beating heart. When he closed his eyes, he could see her walking and advancing towards him, but she let her shawl slip down, showing the 2 red stains on her chemisette, and then he saw that her face was pale as wax, and that her eyes were blank and her lips distorted by pain. For a long time he suffered from not knowing her name, from being forced to look upon her as a mere shadow whose recollection filled him with sorrow. Whenever any idea of woman crossed his mind, it was always she that rose up before him as the one pure, tender wife. He often found himself fancying that she might be looking for him on that boulevard where she'd fallen dead, and that if she met him a few seconds sooner, she would have given him a life of joy. And he wished for no other wife, none other existed for him. When he spoke of her, his voice trembled to such a degree that La Normande, her wits quickened by her love, guessed his secret and felt jealous. "Oh, it's really much better that you shouldn't see her again," she said maliciously. "She can't look particularly nice by this time." Florent turned pale with horror at the vision which these words evoked. His love was rotting in her grave. He could not forgive La Normande's savage cruelty, which henceforth made him see the grinning jaws and hollow eyes of a skeleton within that lovely pink bonnet. Whenever the fish girl tried to joke with him on the subject, he turned quite angry and silenced her with almost coarse language. That, however, which especially surprised the beautiful Normande in these revelations was the discovery that she'd been quite mistaken in supposing that she was enticing a lover away from handsome Lisa. This so diminished her feeling of triumph that for a week or so her love for Florent abated. She consoled herself, however, with the story of the inheritance, no longer calling Lisa a straight-laced prude, but a thief who kept back her brother-in-law's money, and assumed sanctimonious airs to deceive people. Every evening, while Much took his writing lesson, the conversation turned upon old Gredel's treasure. "Did anyone ever hear of such an idea?" the fish girl would exclaim with a laugh. "Did the old man want to salt his money since he put it in a salting tub? 85,000 francs! That's a nice sum of money. And besides, the Quenus no doubt lied about it. There was perhaps 2 or 3 times as much. If I were in your place, I shouldn't lose any time about claiming my share. Indeed, I shouldn't." "I've no need of anything," was Florent's invariable answer. "I shouldn't know what to do with the money if I had it." "Oh, you're no man," cried La Normande, losing all control over herself. "It's pitiful. Can't you see that the Quenus are laughing at you? That great fat thing passes all her husband's old clothes over to you. I'm not saying this to hurt your feelings, but everybody makes remarks about it. Why, the whole neighborhood has seen the greasy pair of trousers which you're now wearing on your brother's legs for 3 years and more. If I were in your place, I'd throw their dirty rags in their faces and insist upon my rights. Your share comes to 42,500 francs, doesn't it? Well, I shouldn't go out of the place till I'd got 42,500 francs. It was useless for Florent to explain to her that his sister-in-law had offered to pay him his share, that she was taking care of it for him, and that it was he himself who had refused to receive it. He entered into the most minute particulars, seeking to convince her of the Quenu's honesty, but she sarcastically replied, "Oh, yes, I dare say. I know all about their honesty. That fat thing folds it up every morning and puts it away in her wardrobe for fear it should get soiled. Really, I quite pity you, my poor friend. It's easy to gull you, for you can't see any further than a child of 5. One of these days she'll simply put your money in her pocket, and you'll never look on it again. Shall I go now and claim your share for you, just to see what she says? There'd be some fine fun, I can tell you. I'd either have the money, or I'd break everything in the house. I swear I would." No, it's no business of yours," Florent replied, quite alarmed. "I'll see about it. I may possibly be wanting some money soon." At this, La Normande assumed an air of doubt, shrugged her shoulders, and told him that he was really too chicken-hearted. Her one great aim now was to embroil him with the Quenu Gradelles, and she employed every means she could think of to effect her purpose, both anger and banter, as well as affectionate tenderness. She also cherished another design. When she succeeded in marrying Florent, she would go and administer a sound cuffing to beautiful Lisa, if the latter did not yield up the money. As she lay awake in her bed at night, she pictured every detail of the scene. She saw herself sitting down in the midst of the pork shop in the busiest part of the day and making a terrible fuss. She brooded over this idea to such an extent, it obtained such a hold upon her, that she would have been willing to marry Florent simply in order to be able to go and demand old Gradel's 42,500 francs. Old Madame Méhudin, exasperated by La Normande's dismissal of Monsieur Lebigre, proclaimed everywhere that her daughter was mad, and that the long spindle shanks must have administered some insidious drug to her. When she learned the Cayenne story, her anger was terrible. She called Florent a convict and murderer, and said it was no wonder that his villainy had kept him lank and flat. Her versions of Florent's biography were the most horrible of all that were circulated in the neighborhood. At home she kept a moderately quiet tongue in her head, and restricted herself to muttered indignation, and a show of locking up the drawer where the silver was kept whenever Florent arrived. One day, however, after a quarrel with her elder daughter, she exclaimed, "Things can't go on much longer like this. It is that vile man who's setting you against me. Take care that you don't try me too far, or I'll go and denounce him to the police, I will, as true as I stand here." "You'll denounce him?" echoed La Normande, trembling violently and clenching her fists. "You'd better not. Ah, if you weren't my mother." At this, Claire, who was a spectator of the quarrel, began to laugh, with a nervous laughter that seemed to rasp her throat. For some time past she'd been gloomier and more erratic than ever, invariably showing red eyes and a pale face. "Well, what would you do?" she asked. "Would you give her a cuffing? Perhaps you'd like to give me, your sister, one as well. I dare say it will end in that. But I'll clear the house of him. I'll go to the police to save mother the trouble." Then, as La Normande almost choked with the angry threats that rose to her throat, the younger girl added, "I'll spare you the exertion of beating me. I'll throw myself into the river as I come back over the bridge." Big tears were streaming from her eyes, and she rushed off to her bedroom, banging the doors violently behind her. Old Madame Méhudin said nothing more about denouncing Florent. Mouche, however, told La Normande that he met his grandma talking with Monsieur Lebigre in every corner of the neighborhood. The rivalry between the beautiful Normande and the beautiful Lisa now assumed a less aggressive but more disturbing character. In the afternoon, when the red-striped canvas awning was drawn down in front of the pork shop, the fish girl would remark that the big fat thing felt afraid and was concealing herself. She was also much exasperated by the occasional lowering of the window blind, on which was pictured a hunting breakfast in a forest glade, with ladies and gentlemen in evening dress partaking of a red pasty, as big as themselves, on the yellow grass. Beautiful Lisa, however, was by no means afraid.
As soon as the sun began to sink, she drew up the blind, and as she sat knitting behind her counter, she serenely scanned the market square, where numerous urchins were poking about in the soil under the gratings which protected the roots of the plane trees, while porters smoked their pipes on the benches along the footway, at either end of which was an advertisement column covered with theatrical posters, alternately green, yellow, red, and blue, like some harlequin's costume. And while pretending to watch the passing vehicles, Lisa would really be scrutinizing the beautiful Norman. She might occasionally be seen bending forward, as though her eyes were following the Bastille and Place Wagram omnibus to the Point Saint-Eustache, where it always stopped for a time. But this was only a maneuver to enable her to get a better view of the fish girl, who, as a set-off against the blind, retorted by covering her head and fish with large sheets of brown paper, on the pretext of warding off the rays of a setting sun. The advantage at present was on Lisa's side, for as the time for striking the decisive blow approached, she manifested the calmest serenity of bearing, whereas her rival, in spite of all her efforts to attain the same air of distinction, always lapsed into some piece of gross vulgarity, which she afterwards regretted. La Normand's ambition was to look like a lady. Nothing irritated her more than to hear people extolling the good manners of her rival. This weak point of hers had not escaped old Madame Méhudin's observation, and she now directed all her attacks upon it.
"I saw Madame Quenu standing at her door this evening," she would say sometimes. "It's quite amazing how well she wears. And she's so refined looking, too. Quite the lady, indeed. It's the counter that does it, I'm sure. A fine counter gives a woman such a respectable look."
In this remark there was a veiled allusion to Monsieur Lebigre's proposal. The beautiful Normande would make no reply, but for a moment or two she would seem deep in thought. In her mind's eye she saw herself behind the counter of the wine shop at the other corner of the street, forming a pendant, as it were, to beautiful Lisa. It was this that first shook her love for Florent. To tell the truth, it was now becoming a very difficult thing to defend Florent. The whole neighborhood was in arms against him. It seemed as though everyone had an immediate interest in exterminating him. Some of the market people swore that he had sold himself to the police, while others asserted that he had been seen in the butter cellar attempting to make holes in the wire grating, with the intention of tossing lighted matches through them. There was a vast increase of slander, a perfect flood of abuse, the source of which could not be exactly determined. The fish pavilion was the last one to join in the revolt against the inspector. The fishwives liked Florent on account of his gentleness, and for some time they defended him, but influenced by the stall-keepers of the butter and fruit pavilions, they at last gave way. Then hostilities began afresh between these huge swelling women and the lean and lank inspector. He was lost in the whirl of the voluminous petticoats and buxom bodices, which surged furiously around his scraggy shoulders. However, he understood nothing, but pursued his course towards the realization of his one haunting idea. At every hour of the day and in every corner of the market, Mademoiselle Saget's black bonnet was now to be seen in the midst of this outburst of indignation. Her little pale face seemed to multiply. She'd sworn a terrible vengeance against the company which assembled at Monsieur Lebigre's little cabinet. She accused them of having circulated the story that she lived on waste scraps of meat. The truth was that old Gavard had told the others one evening that the old nanny-goat who came to play the spy upon them gorged herself with the filth which the Bonapartist clique tossed away. Clémence felt quite ill on hearing this, and Robin hurriedly gulped down a draught of beer, as though to wash his throat. In Gavard's opinion, the scraps of meat left on the emperor's plate were so much political ordure, the putrid remnants of all the filth of the reign. Thenceforth the party at Monsieur Lebigre's looked on Mademoiselle Saget as a creature whom no one could touch except with tongs. She was regarded as some unclean animal that battened upon corruption. Clémence and Gavard circulated the story so freely in the markets that the old maid found herself seriously injured in her intercourse with the shopkeepers, who unceremoniously made her go off to the scrap stalls when she came to haggle and gossip at their establishments without the least intention of buying anything. This cut her off from her sources of information, and sometimes she was altogether ignorant of what was happening. She shed tears of rage, and in one such moment of anger she bluntly said to La Sarriette and Madame Lecoeur,
"You needn't give me any more hints. I'll settle your Gavard's hash for him now. That I will."
The two women were rather startled, but refrained from all protestation. The next day, however, Mademoiselle Saget had calmed down, and again expressed much tender-hearted pity for that poor Monsieur Gavard, who was so badly advised, and was certainly hastening to his ruin. Gavard was undoubtedly compromising himself. Ever since the conspiracy had begun to ripen, he carried the revolver which caused Madame Léonce so much alarm in his pocket wherever he went. It was a big, formidable-looking weapon, which he bought of the principal gunmaker in Paris. He exhibited it to all the women in the poultry market, like a schoolboy who's got some prohibited novel hidden in his desk. First, he would allow the barrel to peer out of his pocket and call attention to it with a wink. Then he affected a mysterious reticence, indulged in vague hints and insinuations, played, in short, the part of a man who revelled in feigning fear. The possession of this revolver gave him immense importance, placed him definitely amongst the dangerous characters of Paris. Sometimes, when he was safe inside his stall, he would consent to take it out of his pocket and exhibit it to 2 or 3 of the women. He made them stand before him so as to conceal him with their petticoats, and then he brandished the weapon, cocked the lock, caused the breech to revolve, and took aim at one of the geese or turkeys that were hanging in the stall. He was immensely delighted at the alarm manifested by the women, but eventually reassured them by stating that the revolver was not loaded. However, he carried a supply of cartridges about with him in a case which he opened with the most elaborate precautions. When he had allowed his friends to feel the weight of the cartridges, he would again place both weapon and ammunition in his pockets, and afterwards, crossing his arms over his breast, he would chatter away jubilantly for hours.
"A man's a man when he's got a weapon like that," he would say with a swaggering air. "I don't care a fig now for the gendarme. A friend and I went to try it last Sunday on the plain of Saint-Denis. Of course, you know, a man doesn't tell everyone that he's got a plaything of that sort. But, my dears, we fired at a tree and hit it every time. You'll see, you'll hear of Anatole one of these days, I can tell you." He had bestowed the name of Anatole upon the revolver, and he carried things so far that in a week's time both weapon and cartridges were known to all the women in the pavilion. His friendship for Florent seemed to them suspicious. He was too sleek and rich to be visited with the hatred that was manifested towards the inspector. Still, he lost the esteem of the shrewder heads amongst his acquaintances, and succeeded in terrifying the timid ones. This delighted him immensely. "It's very imprudent for a man to carry firearms about with him," said Mademoiselle Saget. "Monsieur Gavard's revolver will end by playing him a nasty trick."
Gavard now showed the most jubilant bearing at Monsieur Lebigre's. Florent, since ceasing to take his meals with Quenu, had come almost to live in the little cabinet. He breakfasted, dined, and constantly shut himself up there. In fact, he'd converted the place almost into a sort of private room of his own, where he left his old coats and books and papers lying about. Monsieur Lebigre had offered no objection to these proceedings. Indeed, he had even removed one of the tables to make room for a cushioned bench, on which Florent could have slept, had he felt so inclined. When the inspector manifested any scruples about taking advantage of Monsieur Lebigre's kindness, the latter told him to do as he pleased, saying that the whole house was at his service. Logre also manifested great friendship for him, and even constituted himself his lieutenant. He was constantly discussing affairs with him,
rendering an account of the steps he was supposed to take and furnishing the names of newly affiliated associates. Logre, indeed, had now assumed the duties of organizer. On him rested the task of bringing the various plotters together, forming the different sections and weaving each mesh of the gigantic net into which Paris was to fall at a given signal. Florent, meantime, remained the leader, the soul of the conspiracy. However, much as the hunchback seemed to toil, he attained no appreciable result. Although he loudly asserted that in each district of Paris he knew 2 or 3 groups of men as determined and trustworthy as those who met at Monsieur Lebigre's, he had never yet given any precise information about them, but had merely mentioned a name here and there, and recounted stories of endless alleged secret expeditions, and the wonderful enthusiasm that the people manifested for the cause. He made a great point of the hand-grasps he had received. So-and-so, whom he thou'd and thee'd, had squeezed his fingers and declared he would join them. At the Gros Caillou, a big burly fellow, who would make a magnificent sectional leader, had almost dislocated his arm in his enthusiasm, while in the Rue Popincourt, a whole group of working men had embraced him. He declared that at a day's notice 100,000 active supporters could be gathered together. Each time that he made his appearance in the little room, wearing an exhausted air and dropping with apparent fatigue on the bench, he launched into fresh variations of his usual reports, while Florent duly took notes of what he said, and relied on him to realize his many promises. And soon, in Florent's pockets, the plot assumed life. The notes were looked upon as realities, as indisputable facts upon which the entire plan of the rising was constructed. All that now remained to be done was to wait for a favorable opportunity, and Logre asserted with passionate gesticulations that the whole thing would go on wheels. Florent was at last perfectly happy. His feet no longer seemed to tread the ground. He was borne aloft by his burning desire to pass sentence on all the wickedness he'd seen committed. He had all the credulity of a little child, all the confidence of a hero. If Logre had told him that the genius of liberty perched on the Colonne de Juillet, footnote, the column erected on the Place de la Bastille in memory of the Revolution of July 1830, by which Charles X was dethroned, translator, would have come down and set himself at their head, he would hardly have expressed any surprise. In the evenings at Monsieur Lebigre's, he showed great enthusiasm and spoke effusively of the approaching battle, as though it were a festival to which all good and honest folks would be invited. But although Gavard in his delight began to play with his revolver, Charvet got more snappish than ever and sniggered and shrugged his shoulders. His rival's assumption of the leadership angered him extremely, indeed quite disgusted him with politics. One evening when, arriving early, he happened to find himself alone with Logre and Lebigre, he frankly unbosomed himself. "Why," said he, "that fellow Florent hasn't an idea about politics, and would have done far better to seek a berth as writing master in a ladies' school. It would be nothing short of a misfortune if he were to succeed, for with his visionary social sentimentalities he would crush us down beneath his confounded working men. It's all that, you know, which ruins the party. We don't need any more tearful sentimentalists, humanitarian poets, people who kiss and slobber over each other for the merest scratch. But he won't succeed. He'll just get locked up, and that will be the end of it." Logre and the wine dealer made no remark, but allowed Charvet to talk on without interruption. "And he'd have been locked up long ago," he continued, "if he were anything as dangerous as he fancies he is. The airs he put on just because he's been to Cayenne are quite sickening. But I'm sure that the police knew of his return the very first day he set foot in Paris, and if they haven't interfered with him, it's simply because they hold him in contempt." At this Logre gave a slight start. "They've been dogging me for the last 15 years, resumed the Hébertist, with a touch of pride. "But you don't hear me proclaiming it from the housetops. However, he won't catch me taking part in his riot.
I'm not going to let myself be nabbed like a mere fool. I dare say he's already got half a dozen spies at his heels who will take him by the scruff of a neck whenever the authorities give the word."
"Oh dear, no! What an idea!" exclaimed Monsieur Lebigre, who usually observed complete silence. He was rather pale and looked at Logre, who was gently rubbing his hump against the partition.
"That's mere imagination," murmured the hunchback. "Very well, call it imagination if you like," replied the tutor, "but I know how these things are arranged. At all events, I don't mean to let the coppers nab me this time. You others, of course, will please yourselves, but if you take my advice, and you especially, Monsieur Lebigre, you'll take care not to let your establishment be compromised, or the authorities will close it."
At this, Logre could not restrain a smile. On several subsequent occasions Charvet plied him and Lebigre with similar arguments, as though he wished to detach them from Florent's project by frightening them, and he was much surprised at the calmness and confidence which they both continued to manifest. For his own part, he still came pretty regularly in the evening with Clémence. The tall brunette was no longer a clerk at the fish auctions. Monsieur Manory had discharged her.
"Those salesmen are all scoundrels,"
Logre growled when he heard of her dismissal. Thereupon Clémence, who, lolling back against the partition, was rolling a cigarette between her long, slim fingers, replied in a sharp voice, "Oh, it's fair fighting. We don't hold the same political views, you know. That fellow Manory, who's making no end of money, would lick the emperor's boots. For my part, if I were an auctioneer, I wouldn't keep him in my service for an hour." The truth was that she'd been indulging in some clumsy pleasantry, amusing herself one day by inscribing in the sale book, alongside of the dabs and skate and mackerel sold by auction, the names of some of the best ladies and gentlemen of the court. This bestowal of piscine names upon high dignitaries, these entries of a sale of duchesses and barons at 30 sous apiece, had caused Monsieur Manory much alarm. Gavard was still laughing over it.
"Well, never mind," said he, patting Clémence's arm. "You're every inch a man, you are."
Clémence had discovered a new method of mixing her grog. She began by filling her glass with hot water, and after adding some sugar she poured the rum drop by drop upon the slice of lemon floating on the surface, in such wise that it did not mix with the water. Then she lighted it, and with a grave expression watched it blaze, slowly smoking her cigarette, while the flame of the alcohol cast a greenish tinge over her face. Grog, however, was an expensive luxury in which she could not afford to indulge after she'd lost her place. Charvet told her with a strained laugh that she was no longer a millionaire. She supported herself by giving French lessons at a very early hour in the morning to a young lady residing in the Rue de Miromesnil, who was perfecting her education in secrecy, unknown even to her maid. And so now Clémence merely ordered a glass of beer in the evenings, but this she drank, it must be admitted, with the most philosophical composure. The evenings in the little sanctum were now far less noisy than they had been. Charvet would suddenly lapse into silence, pale with suppressed rage, when the others deserted him to listen to his rival. The thought that he'd been the king of the place, had ruled the whole party with despotic power before Florent's appearance there, gnawed at his heart, and he felt all the regretful pangs of a dethroned monarch. If he still came to the meetings, it was only because he could not resist the attraction of a little room where he'd spent so many happy hours in tyrannizing over Gavard and Robin. In those days, even Logre's hump had been his property, as well as Alexandre's fleshy arms and Lacai's gloomy face. He done what he liked with them, stuffed his opinions down their throats, belaboured their shoulders with his sceptre. But now he endured much bitterness of spirit, and ended by quite ceasing to speak, simply shrugging his shoulders and whistling disdainfully, without condescending to combat the absurdities vented in his presence. What exasperated him more than
anything else was the gradual way in which he'd been ousted from his position of predominance without being conscious of it. He could not see that Florent was in any way his superior, and after hearing the latter speak for hours in his gentle and somewhat sad voice, he often remarked, "Why, the fellow's a parson. He only wants a cassock."
This ends section 12. Section 13 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 13. The others, however, to all appearance eagerly absorbed whatever the inspector said. When Charvet saw Florent's clothes hanging from every peg, he pretended not to know where he could put his hat, so that it would not be soiled. He swept away the papers that lay about the little room, declaring that there was no longer any comfort for anyone in the place since that gentleman had taken possession of it. He even complained to the landlord and asked if the room belonged to a single customer or to the whole company. This invasion of his realm was indeed the last straw. Men were brutes, and he conceived an unspeakable scorn for humanity when he saw Logre and Monsieur le Bigre fixing their eyes on Florent with rapt attention. Gavard, with his revolver, irritated him, and Robin, who sat silent behind his glass of beer, seemed to him to be the only sensible person in the company, and one who doubtless judged people by their real value, and was not led away by mere words. As for Alexandre and Lacaille, they confirmed him in his belief that the people were mere fools, and would require at least 10 years of revolutionary dictatorship to learn how to conduct themselves. Logre, however, declared that the sections would soon be completely organized, and Florent began to assign the different parts that each would have to play. One evening, after a final discussion in which he again got worsted, Charvet rose up, took his hat, and exclaimed, "Well, I'll wish you all good night. You can get your skulls cracked if it amuses you, but I would have you understand that I won't take any part in the business. I have never abetted anybody's ambition." Clemence, who had also risen and was putting on her shawl, coldly added, "The plan's absurd." Then, as Robin sat watching their departure with a gentle glance, Charvet asked him if he were not coming with them, but Robin, having still some beer left in his glass, contented himself with shaking hands. Charvet and Clemence never returned again, and Lacaille one day informed the company that they now frequented a beer-house in the Rue Serpente. He'd seen them through the window, gesticulating with great energy, in the midst of an attentive group of very young men. Florent was never able to enlist Claude among his supporters. He'd once entertained the idea of gaining him over to his own political views, of making a disciple of him, an assistant in his revolutionary task. And in order to initiate him, he'd taken him one evening to Monsieur le Bigre's. Claude, however, spent the whole time in making a sketch of Robin, in his hat and chestnut cloak, and with his beard resting on the knob of his walking-stick. "Really, you know," he said to Florent as they came away, "all that you've been saying inside there doesn't interest me in the least. It may be very clever, but for my own part I see nothing in it. Still, you've got a splendid fellow there, that blessed Robin. He's as deep as a well. I'll come with you again some other time, but it won't be for politics. I shall make sketches of Logre and Gavard, so as to put them with Robin in a picture which I was thinking about while you were discussing the question of... what do you call it, eh? Oh, the question of the two chambers. Just fancy now a picture of Gavard and Logre and Robin talking politics, entrenched behind their glasses of beer. It would be the success of the salon, my dear fellow, an overwhelming success, a genuine modern picture." Florent was grieved by the artist's political skepticism, so he took him up to his bedroom and kept him on the narrow balcony in front of the bluish mass of the markets till 2 o'clock in the morning, lecturing him and telling him that he was no man to show himself so indifferent to the happiness of his country. "Well, you're perhaps right," replied Claude, shaking his head. "I'm an egotist. I can't even say that I paint for the good of my country. For in the first place, my sketches frighten everybody, and then, when I'm busy painting, I think about nothing but the pleasure I take in it. When I'm painting, it is as though I were tickling myself. It makes me laugh all over my body. Well, I can't help it, you know. It's my nature to be like that, and you can't expect me to go and drown myself in consequence. Besides, France can get on very well without me, as my Aunt Lisa says. And may I be quite frank with you? If I like you, it's because you seem to me to follow politics just as I follow painting. You titillate yourself, my good friend." Then, as Florent protested, he continued, Yes, you're an artist in your own way. You dream of politics, and I'll wager you spend hours here at night gazing at the stars and imagining they are the voting papers of infinity. And then you titillate yourself with your ideas of truth and justice, and this is so evidently the case that those ideas of yours cause just as much alarm to commonplace middle-class folks as my sketches do. Between ourselves now, do you imagine that if you were Robin, I should take any pleasure in your friendship? Ah, no, my friend, you are a great poet. Then he began to joke on the subject, saying that politics caused him no trouble, and that he had got accustomed to hear people discussing them in beer shops and studios. This led him to speak of a café in the Rue Vauviliers, the café on the ground floor of the house where La Sarriette lodged. This smoky place, with its torn velvet-cushioned seats and marble tabletops, discolored by the drippings from coffee cups, was the chief resort of the young people of the markets. Monsieur Jules reigned there over a company of porters, apprentices, and gentlemen in white blouses and velvet caps. 2 curling Newgate knockers were glued against his temples, and to keep his neck white he had scraped it with a razor every Saturday at a hairdresser's in the Rue des Deux Écus. At the café he gave a tone to his associates, especially when he played billiards with studied airs and graces, showing off his figure to the best advantage. After the game the company would begin to chat. They were a very reactionary set, taking a delight in the doings of society. For his part, Monsieur Jules read the lighter Boulevardian newspapers and knew the performers at the smaller theatres, talked familiarly of the celebrities of the day, and could always tell whether the piece first performed the previous evening had been a success or a failure. He had a weakness, however, for politics. His ideal man was Morny, as he curtly called him. He read the reports of the discussions of the Corps Législatif and laughed with glee over the slightest words that fell from Morny's lips. Ah, Morny was the man to sit upon your rascally Republicans, and he would assert that only the scum detested the Emperor, for His Majesty desired that all respectable people should have a good time of it. "I've been to the café occasionally," Claude said to Florent. "The young men there are vastly amusing, with their clay pipes and their talk about the court balls. To hear them chatter, you might almost fancy they were invited to the Tuileries. The Sarriette's young man was making great fun of Gavard the other evening. He called him uncle. When La Sarriette came downstairs to look for him, she was obliged to pay his bill. It cost her 6 francs, for he'd lost at billiards, and the drinks they had played for were owing. And now, good night, my friend, and pleasant dreams. If ever you become a minister, I'll give you some hints on the beautifying of Paris." Florent was obliged to relinquish the hope of making a docile disciple of Claude. This was a source of grief to him, for, blinded though he was by his fanatical ardor, he at last grew conscious of the ever-increasing hostility which surrounded him. Even at the Méhudin he now met with a colder reception. The old woman would laugh slyly. Mouche no longer obeyed him, and the beautiful Norman cast glances of hasty impatience at him, unable as she was to overcome his coldness. At the Quenus, too, he'd lost Auguste's friendship. The assistant no longer came to see him in his room on the way to bed, being greatly alarmed by the reports which he heard concerning this man with whom he had previously shut himself up till midnight. Augustine had made her lover swear that he would never again be guilty of such imprudence. However, it was Lisa who turned the young man into Florent's determined enemy by begging him and Augustine to defer their marriage till her cousin should vacate the little bedroom at the top of the house, as she did not want to give that poky dressing-room on the first floor to the new shop-girl whom she would have to engage. From that time forward, Auguste was anxious that the convict should be arrested. He'd found such a pork shop as he had long dreamed of, not at Plaisance certainly, but at Montrouge, a little farther away. And now trade had much improved, and Augustine, with her silly, overgrown girl's laugh, said that she was quite ready. So every night, whenever some slight noise awoke him, Auguste was thrilled with delight as he imagined that the police were at last arresting Florent. Nothing was said at the Quenu Gradelles about all the rumors which circulated. There was a tacit understanding amongst the staff of the pork shop to keep silent respecting them in the presence of Quenu. The latter, somewhat saddened by the falling out between his brother and his wife, sought consolation in stringing his sausages and salting his pork. Sometimes he would come and stand on his doorstep, with his red face glowing brightly above his white apron, which his increasing corpulence stretched quite taut, and never did he suspect all the gossip which his appearance set on foot in the markets. Some of the women pitied him, and thought that he was losing flesh, though he was indeed stouter than ever, while others, on the contrary, reproached him for not having grown thin with shame at having such a brother as Florent. He, however, like one of those betrayed husbands who are always the last to know what has befallen them, continued in happy ignorance, displaying a light-heartedness which was quite affecting. He would stop some neighbor's wife on the footway to ask her if she found his brawn or truffled boar's head to her liking, and she would at once assume a sympathetic expression, and speak in a condoling way, as though all the pork on his premises had got jaundice. "What do they all mean by looking at me with such a funereal air?" he asked Lisa one day. "Do you think I'm looking ill?" Lisa, well aware that he was terribly afraid of illness, and groaned and made a dreadful disturbance if he suffered the slightest ailment, reassured him on this point, telling him that he was as blooming as a rose. The fine pork shop, however, was becoming gloomy. The mirrors seemed to pale, the marbles grew frigidly white, and the cooked meats on the counter stagnated in yellow fat or lakes of cloudy jelly. One day even, Claude came into the shop to tell his aunt that the display in the window looked quite in the dumps. This was really the truth. The Strasbourg tongues on their beds of purple paper shavings had a melancholy whiteness of hue like the tongues of invalids, and the whilom chubby hams seemed to be wasting away beneath their mournful green topknots. Inside the shop, too, when customers asked for a black pudding, or 10 sous worth of bacon, or half a pound of lard, they spoke in subdued, sorrowful voices, as though they were in the bedchamber of a dying man. There were always 2 or 3 lachrymose women in front of a chilled heating pan. Beautiful Lisa, meantime, discharged the duties of chief mourner with silent dignity. Her white apron fell more primly than ever over her black dress. Her hands, scrupulously clean and closely girded at the wrists by long white sleevelets, her face with its becoming air of sadness, plainly told all the neighborhood, all the inquisitive gossips who streamed into the shop from morning to night, that they, the Quenu Gradelles, were suffering from unmerited misfortune, but that she knew the cause of it and would triumph over it at last. And sometimes she stooped to look at the 2 goldfish, who also seemed ill at ease, as they swam languidly around the aquarium in the window, and her glance seemed to promise them better days in the future. Beautiful Lisa now only allowed herself one indulgence. She fearlessly patted Marjolin's satiny chin. The young man had just come out of the hospital. His skull had healed, and he looked as fat and merry as ever. But even the little intelligence he had possessed had left him. He was now quite an idiot. The gash in his skull must have reached his brain, for he had become a mere animal. The mind of a child of 5 dwelt in his sturdy frame. He laughed and stammered. He could no longer pronounce his words properly, and he was as submissively obedient as a sheep. Cadine took entire possession of him again, surprised at first at the alteration in him, and then quite delighted at having this big fellow to do exactly as she liked with. He was her doll, her toy, her slave in all respects but one. She could not prevent him from going off to Madame Quenu's every now and then. She thumped him, but he did not seem to feel her blows. As soon as she'd slung her basket round her neck and set off to sell her violets in the Rue du Pont-Neuf and the Rue de Turbigot, he went to prowl about in front of the pork shop. "Come in," Lisa cried to him. She generally gave him some gherkins, of which he was extremely fond, and he ate them, laughing in a childish way, whilst he stood in front of the counter. The sight of the handsome mistress of the shop filled him with rapture. He often clapped his hands with joy, and began to jump about and vent little cries of pleasure, like a child delighted at something shown to it. On the first few occasions when he came to see her after leaving the hospital, Lisa had feared that he might remember what had happened. "Does your head still hurt you?" she asked him. But he swayed about and burst into a merry laugh as he answered no. And then Lisa gently inquired, "You had a fall, hadn't you?" "Yes, a fall," he sang in a happy voice, tapping his skull the while. Then, as though he were in a sort of ecstasy, he continued in lingering notes as he gazed at Lisa. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." This quite touched Madame Quenu. She'd prevailed upon Gavard to keep him in his service. It was on the occasions when he so humbly vented his admiration that she caressed his chin and told him that he was a good lad. He smiled with childish satisfaction, at times closing his eyes like some domestic pet fondled by its mistress. And Lisa thought to herself that she was making him some compensation for the blow with which she had felled him in the cellar of the poultry market. However, the Quenu's establishment still remained under a cloud. Florent sometimes ventured to show himself and shook hands with his brother, while Lisa observed a frigid silence. He even dined with them sometimes on Sundays, at long intervals, and Quenu then made great efforts at gaiety, but could not succeed in imparting any cheerfulness to the meal. He ate badly, and ended by feeling altogether put out. One evening, after one of these icy family gatherings, he said to his wife with tears in his eyes, "What can be the matter with me? Is it true that I'm not ill? Don't you really see anything wrong in my appearance? I feel just as though I've got a heavy weight somewhere inside me. And I'm so sad and depressed too, without in the least knowing why. What can it be, do you think?" "Oh, a little attack of indigestion, I dare say," replied Lisa. No, it's been going on too long for that. I feel quite crushed down. Yet the business is going on all right. I've no great worries, and I'm leading just the same steady life as ever. But you too, my dear, don't look well. You seem melancholy. If there isn't a change for the better soon, I shall send for the doctor." Lisa looked at him with a grave expression. "There's no need of a doctor," she said. "Things will soon be all right again. There's something unhealthy in the atmosphere just now. All the neighborhood is unwell." Then, as if yielding to an impulse of anxious affection, she added, "Don't worry yourself, my dear. I can't have you falling ill. That would be the crowning blow." As a rule, she sent him back to the kitchen, knowing that the noise of the choppers, the tuneful simmering of the fat, and the bubbling of the pans had a cheering effect upon him. In this way, too, she kept him at a distance from the indiscreet chatter of Mademoiselle Charget, who now spent whole mornings in the shop. The old maid seemed bent on arousing Lisa's alarm, and thus driving her to some extreme step. She began by trying to obtain her confidence.
"What a lot of mischievous folks there are about," she exclaimed, "folks who would be much better employed in minding their own business. If you only knew, my dear Madame Quenu. But no, really, I should never dare to repeat such things to you."
And as Madame Quenu replied that she was quite indifferent to gossip, and that it had no effect upon her, the old maid whispered into her ear across the counter,
"Well, people say, you know, that Monsieur Florent isn't your cousin at all."
Then she gradually allowed Lisa to see that she knew the whole story, by way of proving that she had her quite at her mercy. When Lisa confessed the truth, equally as a matter of diplomacy, in order that she might have the assistance of someone who would keep her well posted in all the gossip of a neighborhood, the old maid swore that for her own part she would be as mute as a fish, and deny the truth of the reports about Florent, even if she were to be led to the stake for it. And afterwards this drama brought her intense enjoyment. Every morning she came to the shop with some fresh piece of disturbing news.
"You must be careful," she whispered one day. "I have just heard 2 women in the tripe market talking about you-know-what. I can't interrupt people and tell them they're lying, you know. It would look so strange. But the story's got about, and it's spreading farther every day. It can't be stopped now, I fear. The truth will have to come out."
A few days later she returned to the assault in all earnest. She made her appearance looking quite scared, and waited impatiently till there was no one in the shop, when she burst out in her sibilant voice.
"Do you know what people are saying now? Well, they say that all those men who meet at Monsieur Lebigre's have got guns, and are going to break out again as they did in '48. It's quite distressing to see such a worthy man as Monsieur Gavard, rich too, and so respectable, leaguing himself with such scoundrels. I was very anxious to let you know, on account of your brother-in-law."
"Oh, it's mere nonsense, I'm sure. It can't be serious," rejoined Lisa, just to incite the old maid to tell her more.
"Not serious, indeed. Why, when one passes along the Rue Pirouette in the evening, one can hear them screaming out in the most dreadful way. Oh, they make no mystery of it all. You know yourself how they tried to corrupt your husband. And the cartridges which I have seen them making from my own window, are they mere nonsense? Well, I'm only telling you this for your own good."
"Oh, I'm sure of that, and I'm very much obliged to you," replied Lisa. "But people do invent such stories, you know."
"Ah, but this is no invention, unfortunately. The whole neighborhood is talking of it. It is said, too, that if the police discover the matter, there will be a great many people compromised. Monsieur Gavard, for instance."
Madame Quenu shrugged her shoulders, as though to say that Monsieur Gavard was an old fool, and that it would do him good to be locked up.
"Well, I merely mention Monsieur Gavard as I might mention any of the others, your brother-in-law, for instance," resumed the old maid with a wily glance. "Your brother-in-law is the leader, it seems. That's very annoying for you, and I'm very sorry indeed, for if the police were to make a descent here, they might march Monsieur Quenu off as well. 2 brothers, you know, they're like 2 fingers of the same hand."
Beautiful Lisa protested against this, but she turned very pale, for Mademoiselle Saget's last thrust had touched a vulnerable point. From that day forward, the old maid was ever bringing her stories of innocent people who'd been thrown into prison for extending hospitality to criminal scoundrels. In the evening, when La Saget went to get her black-currant syrup at the wine dealer's, she prepared her budget for the next morning. Rose was but little given to gossiping, and the old maid reckoned chiefly on her own eyes and ears. She'd been struck by Monsieur Lebigre's extremely kind and obliging manner towards Florent, his eagerness to keep him at his establishment, all the polite civilities for which the little money which the other spent in the house could never recoup him. And this conduct of Monsieur Lebigre's surprised her the more, as she was aware of the position in which the two men stood in respect to the beautiful Normande.
"It looks as though Lebigre were fattening him up for sale," she reflected. "Whom can he want to sell him to, I wonder?"
One evening when she was in the bar, she saw Logre fling himself on the bench in the sanctum and heard him speak of his perambulations through the faubourg, with the remark that he was dead beat. She cast a hasty glance at his feet and saw that there was not a speck of dust on his boots. Then she smiled quietly and went off with her black currant syrup, her lips closely compressed. She used to complete her budget of information on getting back to her window. It was very high up, commanding a view of all the neighboring houses, and proved a source of endless enjoyment to her. She was constantly installed at it, as though it were an observatory from which she kept watch upon everything that went on in the neighborhood. She was quite familiar with all the rooms opposite her, both on the right and the left, even to the smallest details of their furniture. She could have described, without the least omission, the habits of their tenants, having related if the latter's homes were happy or the contrary, have told when and how they washed themselves, what they had for dinner, and who it was that came to see them. Then she obtained a side view of the markets, and not a woman could walk along the Rue Rambuteau without being seen by her, and she could have correctly stated whence the woman had come and whither she was going, what she had got in her basket, and, in short, every detail about her, her husband, her clothes, her children, and her means.
"That's Madame Loret over there. She's giving her son a fine education. That's Madame Houtin, a poor little woman who's dreadfully neglected by her husband. That's Mademoiselle Cécile, the butcher's daughter, a girl that no one will marry because she's scrofulous."
In this way she could have continued jerking out biographical scraps for days together, deriving extraordinary amusement from the most trivial, uninteresting incidents. However, as soon as 8 o'clock struck, she only had eyes for the frosted cabinet window, on which appeared the black shadows of the coterie of politicians. She discovered the secession of Charvet and Clemence by missing their bony silhouettes from the milky transparency. Not an incident occurred in that room, but she sooner or later learnt it by some sudden motion of those silent arms and heads. She acquired great skill in interpretation, and could divine the meaning of protruding noses, spreading fingers, gaping mouths, and shrugging shoulders. And in this way she followed the progress of the conspiracy step by step, in such wise that she could have told day by day how matters stood. One evening the terrible outcome of it all was revealed to her. She saw the shadow of Gavard's revolver, a huge silhouette with pointed muzzle, showing very blackly against the glimmering window. It kept appearing and disappearing so rapidly that it seemed as though the room was full of revolvers. Those were the firearms of which Mademoiselle Saget had spoken to Madame Quenu. On another evening she was as much puzzled by the sight of endless lengths of some material or other, and came to the conclusion that the men must be manufacturing cartridges. The next morning, however, she made her appearance in the wine shop by 11 o'clock, on the pretext of asking Rose if she could let her have a candle. And glancing furtively into the little sanctum, she espied a heap of red material lying on the table. This greatly alarmed her, and her next budget of news was one of decisive gravity.
"I don't want to alarm you, Madame Quenu," she said, "but matters are really looking very serious. Upon my word, I'm quite alarmed. You must on no account repeat what I am going to confide to you. They would murder me if they knew I told you."
Then, when Lisa had sworn to say nothing that might compromise her, she told her about the red material.
"I can't think what it can be. There was a great heap of it. It looked just like rags soaked in blood. Logre, the hunchback, put one of the pieces over his shoulder. He looked like a headsman. You may be sure this is some fresh trickery or other."
Lisa made no reply. but seemed deep in thought, whilst with lowered eyes she handled a fork and mechanically arranged some piece of salt pork on a dish.
"If I were you," resumed Mademoiselle Saget softly, "I shouldn't be easy in mind. I should want to know the meaning of it all. Why shouldn't you go upstairs and examine your brother-in-law's bedroom?"
At this Lisa gave a slight start, let the fork drop, and glanced uneasily at the old maid, believing that she discovered her intentions.
But the other continued, "You would certainly be justified in doing so. There's no knowing into what danger your brother-in-law may lead you if you don't put a check on him. They were talking about you yesterday at Madame Taboureau's. Ah, you have a most devoted friend in her. Madame Taboureau said that you were much too easy-going, and that if she were you, she would have put an end to all this long ago."
"Madame Taboureau said that?" murmured Lisa thoughtfully.
"Yes, indeed she did, and Madame Taboureau is a woman whose advice is worth listening to. Try to find out the meaning of all those red bands, and if you do, you'll tell me, won't you?"
Lisa, however, was no longer listening to her. She was gazing abstractedly at the edible snails and Gervais cheeses between the festoons of sausages in the window. She seemed absorbed in a mental conflict, which brought two little furrows to her brow. The old maid, however, poked her nose over the dishes on the counter.
"Ah, some slices of Savoy," she muttered,
as though she was speaking to herself.
"They'll get very dry cut up like that. And that black pudding's broken, I see. A fork's been stuck into it, I expect. It might be taken away. It's soiling the dish."
Lisa, still absent-minded, gave her the black pudding and slices of Savoy. "You may take them," she said, "if you would care for them." The black bag swallowed them up. Mademoiselle Saget was so accustomed to receiving presents that she had actually ceased to return thanks for them. Every morning she carried away all the scraps of the pork shop. And now she went off with the intention of obtaining her dessert from La Sarriette and Madame Lecoeur by gossiping to them about Gavard. When Lisa was alone again, she installed herself on the bench behind the counter, as though she thought she would be able to come to a sounder decision if she were comfortably seated. For the last week she'd been very anxious. Florent had asked Quenu for 500 francs one evening, in the easy, matter-of-course way of a man who had money lying to his credit at the pork shop. Quenu referred him to his wife. This was distasteful to Florent, who felt somewhat uneasy on applying to beautiful Lisa. But she immediately went up to her bedroom, brought the money down, and gave it to him without saying a word or making the least inquiry as to what he intended to do with it. She merely remarked that she'd made a note of the payment on the paper containing the particulars of Florent's share of the inheritance. 3 days later he took 1,000 francs. "It was scarcely worthwhile trying to make himself out so disinterested," Lisa said to Quenu that night as they went to bed. "I did quite right, you see, in keeping the account. By the way, I haven't noted down the 1,000 francs I gave him today." She sat down at the secrétaire and glanced over the page of figures. Then she added, "I did well to leave a blank space. I'll put down what I pay him on the margin. You'll see now, we'll fritter it all away by degrees. That's what I've been expecting for a long time past." Quenu said nothing, but went to bed feeling very much put out. Every time that his wife opened the secrétaire, the drawer gave out a mournful creak which pierced his heart. He even thought of remonstrating with his brother and trying to prevent him from ruining himself with the Méhudin. But when the time came, he did not dare to do it. 2 days later, Florent asked for another 1,500 francs. Logre had said one evening that things would ripen much faster if they could only get some money. The next day he was enchanted to find these words of his, uttered quite at random, result in the receipt of a little pile of gold, which he promptly pocketed, sniggering as he did so, and his hunch fairly shaking with delight. From that time forward, money was constantly being needed, One section wished to hire a room where they could meet, while another was compelled to provide for various needy patriots. Then there were arms and ammunition to be purchased, men to be enlisted, and private police expenses. Florent would have paid for anything. He'd bethought himself of Uncle Gradel's treasure and recalled La Normand's advice. So he made repeated calls upon Lisa's secrétaire, being merely kept in check by the vague fear with which his sister-in-law's grave face inspired him. Never, thought he, could he have spent his money in a holier cause. L'Ogre now manifested the greatest enthusiasm and wore the most wonderful rose-colored neckerchiefs and the shiniest of varnished boots, the sight of which made Lacaille glower blackly. "That makes 3,000 francs in 7 days, Lisa remarked to Quenu. "What do you think of that? A pretty state of affairs, isn't it? If he goes on at this rate, his 50,000 francs will last him barely 4 months. And yet it took old Gradel 40 years to put his fortune together." "It's all your own fault," cried Quenu. "There's no occasion for you to say anything to him about the money." Lisa gave her husband a severe glance. "It is his own," she said, "and he's entitled to take it all. It's not the giving him the money that vexes me, but the knowledge that he must make a bad use of it. I tell you again, as I have been telling you for a long time past, all this must come to an end." "Do whatever you like, I won't prevent you," at last exclaimed the pork butcher, who was tortured by his cupidity. He still loved his brother, but the thought of 50,000 francs squandered in 4 months was agony to him. As for his wife, after all Mademoiselle Saget's chattering, she guessed what became of the money. The old maid having ventured to refer to the inheritance, Lisa had taken advantage of the opportunity to let the neighborhood know that Florent was drawing his share and spending it after his own fashion. It was on the following day, but the story of the strips of red material impelled Lisa to take definite action. For a few moments she remained struggling with herself, whilst gazing at the depressed appearance of the shop. The sides of pork hung all around in a sullen fashion, and Mouton, seated beside a bowl of fat, displayed the ruffled coat and dim eyes of a cat who no longer digests his meals in peace. Thereupon Lisa called to Augustine and told her to attend to the counter, and she herself went up to Florent's room. When she entered it, she received quite a shock. The bed, hitherto so spotless, was quite ensanguined by a bundle of long red scarves dangling down to the floor. On the mantelpiece, between the gilt cardboard boxes and the old pomatum pots, were several red armlets and clusters of red cockades, looking like pools of blood. And hanging from every nail and peg against the faded gray wallpaper were pieces of bunting, square flags, yellow, blue, green, and black, in which Lisa recognized the distinguishing banners of the 20 sections. The childish simplicity of the room seemed quite scared by all this revolutionary decoration. The aspect of guileless stupidity which the shop-girl had left behind her, the white innocence of the curtains and furniture, now glared as with the reflection of a fire, while the photograph of Auguste and Augustine looked white with terror. Lisa walked round the room, examining the flags, the armlets, and the scarves, without touching any of them, as though she feared that the dreadful things might burn her. She was reflecting that she had not been mistaken, that it was indeed on these and similar things that Florent's money had been spent. And to her this seemed an utter abomination, an incredibility which set her whole being surging with indignation. To think that her money, that money which had been so honestly earned, was being squandered to organize and defray the expenses of an insurrection. She stood there, gazing at the expanded blossoms of the pomegranate on the balcony. Blossoms which seemed to her like an additional supply of crimson cockades, and listening to the sharp notes of a chaffinch which resembled the echo of a distant fusillade. And then it struck her that the insurrection might break out the next day, or perhaps that very evening. She fancied she could see the banners streaming in the air and the scarves advancing in line, while a sudden roll of drums broke on her ear. Then she hastily went downstairs again, without even glancing at the papers which were lying on the table. She stopped on the first floor, went into her own room, and dressed herself. In this critical emergency, Lisa arranged her hair with scrupulous care and perfect calmness. She was quite resolute. Not a quiver of hesitation disturbed her, but a sterner expression than usual had come into her eyes. As she fashioned her black silk dress, straining the waistband with all the strength of her fingers, she recalled Abbé Rustan's words, and she questioned herself, and her conscience answered that she was going to fulfill a duty. By the time she drew her broidered shawl round her broad shoulders, she felt that she was about to perform a deed of high morality. She put on a pair of dark mauve gloves, secured a thick veil to her bonnet, and before leaving the room she double-locked the secrétaire, with a hopeful expression on her face, which seemed to say that that much worried piece of furniture would at last be able to sleep in peace again. Quenu was exhibiting his white paunch at the shop door when his wife came down. He was surprised to see her going out in full dress at 10 o'clock in the morning. "Hello, where are you off to?" he asked. She pretended that she was going out with Madame Taboureau, and added that she would call at the Gaieté Theatre to buy some tickets. Quenu hurried after her to tell her to secure some front seats so that they might be able to see well. Then, as he returned to the shop, Lisa made her way to the cab stand opposite Saint-Eustache, got into a cab, pulled down the blinds, and told the driver to go to the Gaieté Theatre. She felt afraid of being followed. When she'd booked 2 seats, however, she directed the cabman to drive her to the Palais de Justice. There, in front of the gate, she discharged him, and then quietly made her way through the halls and corridors to the Prefecture of Police. She soon lost herself in a noisy crowd of police officers and gentlemen in long frock coats, but at last gave a man half a franc to guide her to the prefect's rooms. She found, however, that the prefect only received such persons as came with letters of audience, and she was shown into a small apartment, furnished after the style of a boarding-house parlor. A fat, bald-headed official, dressed in black from head to foot, received her there with sullen coldness. "What was her business?" he inquired. Thereupon she raised her veil, gave her name, and told her story, clearly and distinctly, without a pause. The bald man listened with a weary air. "You're this man's sister-in-law, are you not?" he inquired, when she'd finished. "Yes," Lisa candidly replied. "We are honest, straightforward people, and I'm anxious that my husband should not be compromised." The official shrugged his shoulders, as though to say that the whole affair was a great nuisance. "Do you know," he said impatiently, "that I've been pestered with this business for more than a year past? Denunciation after denunciation has been sent to me, and I'm being continually goaded and pressed to take action. You'll understand that if I haven't done so as yet, it's because I prefer to wait. We have good reasons for our conduct in the matter. Stay now, here are the papers relating to it. I'll let you see them." He laid before her an immense collection of papers in a blue wrapper. Lisa turned them over. They were like detached chapters of the story she'd just been relating. The commissaire of police at Havre, Rouen, and Vernon notified Florent's arrival within their respective jurisdictions. Then came a report which announced that he had taken up his residence with the Quenu Gradelles. Next followed his appointment at the markets, an account of his mode of life, the spending of his evenings at Monsieur Lebigre's. Not a detail was deficient. Lisa, quite astounded as she was, noticed that the reports were in duplicate, so that they must have emanated from 2 different sources. And at last she came upon a pile of letters, anonymous letters of every shape and in every description of handwriting. They brought her amazement to a climax. In one letter she recognized the villainous hand of Mademoiselle Saget, denouncing the people who met in the little sanctum at Lebigre's. On a large piece of greasy paper she identified the heavy pot-hooks of Madame Lecoeur, and there was also a sheet of cream-laid notepaper, ornamented with a yellow pansy and covered with the scrolls of La Sarriette and Monsieur Jules. These 2 letters warned the government to beware of Gavard. Farther on, Lisa recognized the coarse style of old Madame Méhudin, who in 4 pages of almost indecipherable scribble repeated all the wild stories about Florent that circulated in the markets. However, what startled her more than anything else was the discovery of a billhead of her own establishment, with the inscription Quenu Gradel, pork butcher, on its face, whilst on the back of it Auguste had penned the denunciation of the man whom he looked upon as an obstacle to his marriage. The official had acted upon a secret idea in placing these papers before her.
"You don't recognize any of these handwritings, do you?" he asked.
"No," she stammered, rising from her seat, quite oppressed by what she just learned, and she hastily pulled down her veil again to conceal the blush of confusion which was rising to her cheeks. Her silk dress rustled and her dark gloves disappeared beneath her heavy shawl.
"You see, madame," said the bald man with a faint smile, "your information comes a little late, but I promise you that your visit shall not be forgotten. And tell your husband not to stir. It's possible that something may happen soon that—" He did not complete his sentence, but half rising from his chair, made a slight bow to Lisa. It was a dismissal, and she took her leave. In the anteroom she caught sight of Logre and Monsieur Lebigre, who hastily turned their faces away. But she was more disturbed than they were. She went her way through the halls and along the corridors, feeling as if she were in the clutches of this system of police which, it now seemed to her, saw and knew everything. At last she came out upon the Place Dauphine. When she reached the Quai d'Horloge, she slackened her steps and felt refreshed by the cool breeze blowing from the Seine. She had a keen perception of the utter uselessness of what she'd done. Her husband was in no danger whatever, and this thought, whilst relieving her, left her a somewhat remorseful feeling. She was exasperated with Auguste and the women who'd put her in such a ridiculous position. She walked on yet more slowly, watching the Seine as it flowed past. Barges, black with coal dust, were floating down the greenish water, and all along the bank anglers were casting their lines. After all, it was not she who had betrayed Florent. This reflection suddenly occurred to her and astonished her. Would she have been guilty of a wicked action, then, if she'd been his betrayer? She was quite perplexed, surprised at the possibility of her conscience having deceived her. Those anonymous letters seemed extremely base. She herself had gone openly to the authorities, given her name, and saved innocent people from being compromised. Then, at the sudden thought of old Gradel's fortune, she again examined herself and felt ready to throw the money into the river, if such a course should be necessary to remove the blight which had fallen on the pork shop. No, she was not avaricious. She was sure she wasn't. It was no thought of money that had prompted her in what she'd just done. As she crossed the Pont au Change, she grew quite calm again, recovering all her superb equanimity. On the whole, it was much better, she felt, that others should have anticipated her at the prefecture. She would not have to deceive Quenu, and she would sleep with an easier conscience. "Have you booked the seats?" Quenu asked her when she returned home. He wanted to see the tickets and made Lisa explain to him the exact position the seats occupied in the dress circle. Lisa had imagined that the police would make a descent upon the house immediately after receiving her information, and her proposal to go to the theater had only been a wily scheme for getting Quenu out of the way while the officers were arresting Florent. She had contemplated taking him for an outing in the afternoon, one of those little jaunts which they occasionally allowed themselves. They would then drive in an open cab to the Bois de Boulogne, dine at a restaurant, and amuse themselves for an hour or two at some café concern. But there was no need to go out now, she thought, so she spent the rest of the day behind her counter with a rosy glow on her face and seeming brighter and gayer, as though she were recovering from some indisposition. "You see, I told you it was fresh air you wanted," exclaimed Quenu.
Your walk this morning has brightened you up wonderfully." "No, indeed," she said, after a pause, again assuming her look of severity. "The streets of Paris are not at all healthy places." In the evening she went to the Gaieté to see the performance of La Grâce de Dieu. Quenu, in a frock coat and drab gloves, with his hair carefully pomatumed and combed, was occupied most of the time in hunting for the names of the performers in the program. Lisa looked superb in her low dress as she rested her hands in their tight-fitting white gloves on the crimson velvet balustrade. They were both of them deeply affected by the misfortunes of Marie. The commander, they thought, was certainly a desperate villain, while Pierrot made them laugh from the first moment of his appearance on the stage. But at last Madame Quenu cried. The departure of the child, the prayer in the maiden's chamber, the return of the poor mad creature moistened her eyes with gentle tears, which she brushed away with her handkerchief. However, the pleasure which the evening afforded her turned into a feeling of triumph when she caught sight of La Normande and her mother sitting in the upper gallery. She thereupon puffed herself out more than ever, sent Quenu off to the refreshment bar for a box of caramels, and began to play with her fan, a mother-of-pearl fan elaborately gilt. The fish girl was quite crushed, and bent her head down to listen to her mother, who was whispering to her. When the performance was over and beautiful Lisa and the beautiful Normande met in the vestibule, they exchanged a vague smile. Florent had dined early at Monsieur Lebigre's that day. He was expecting Logre, who had promised to introduce him to a retired sergeant, a capable man, with whom they were to discuss the plan of attack upon the Palais Bourbon and the Hôtel de Ville. The night closed in, and the fine rain, which had begun to fall in the afternoon, shrouded the vast markets in a leaden gloom. They loomed darkly against the copper-tinted sky, while wisps of murky clouds skimmed by almost on a level with the roofs, looking as though they were caught and torn by the points of the lightning conductors. Florent felt depressed by the sight of the muddy streets, and the streaming yellowish rain which seemed to sweep the twilight away and extinguish it in the mire. He watched the crowds of people who taken refuge on the foot pavements of the covered ways, the umbrellas flitting past in the downpour, and the cabs that dashed with increased clatter and speed along the well-nigh deserted roads. Presently there was a rift in the clouds, and a red glow arose in the west. Then a whole army of sweet-sweepers came into sight at the end of the Rue Montmartre, driving a lake of liquid mud before them with their brooms. Logre did not turn up with the sergeant. Gavard had gone to dine with some friends at Batignolles, and so Florent was reduced to spending the evening alone with Robin. He had all the talking to himself and ended by feeling very low-spirited. His companion merely wagged his beard and stretched out his hand every quarter of an hour to raise his glass of beer to his lips. At last Florent grew so bored that he went off to bed. Robin, however, though left to himself, still lingered there, contemplating his glass with an expression of deep thought. Rose and the waiter, who'd hoped to shut up early, as the coterie of politicians was absent, had to wait a long half-hour before he at last made up his mind to leave. When Florent got to his room, he felt afraid to go to bed. He was suffering from one of those nervous attacks which sometimes plunged him into horrible nightmares until dawn. On the previous day he'd been to Clamart to attend the funeral of Monsieur Verlac, who had died after terrible sufferings, and he still felt sad at the recollection of a narrow coffin which he'd seen lowered into the earth. Nor could he banish from his mind the image of Madame Verlac, who, with a tearful voice, though there was not a tear in her eyes, kept following him and speaking to him about the coffin, which was not paid for, and of the cost of the funeral, which he was quite at a loss about, as she had not a copper in the place, for the druggist, on hearing of her husband's death on the previous day, had insisted upon his bill being paid. So Florent had been obliged to advance the money for the coffin and other funeral expenses, and had even given the gratuities to the mutes. Just as he was going away, Madame Verlac looked at him with such a heartbroken expression that he left her 20 francs. and now Monsieur Verloc's death worried him very much. It affected his situation in the markets. He might lose his berth, or perhaps be formally appointed inspector. In either case, he foresaw vexatious complications which might arouse the suspicions of the police. He would have been delighted if the insurrection could have broken out the very next day, so that he might at once have tossed the laced cap of his inspectorship into the streets. With his mind full of harassing thoughts like these, he stepped out upon the balcony, as though soliciting of the warm night some whiff of air to cool his fevered brow. The rain had laid the wind, and a stormy heat still reigned beneath the deep blue cloudless heavens. The markets, washed by the downpour, spread out below him, similar in hue to the sky, and like the sky, studded with the yellow stars of their gas lamps. Leaning on the iron balustrade, Florent recollected that sooner or later he would certainly be punished for having accepted the inspectorship. It seemed to lie like a stain on his life. He had become an official of the prefecture, forswearing himself, serving the empire in spite of all the oaths he'd taken in his exile. His anxiety to please Lisa, the charitable purpose to which he had devoted the salary he received, the just and scrupulous manner in which he'd always struggled to carry out his duties, no longer seemed to him valid excuses for his base abandonment of principle. If he'd suffered in the midst of all that sleek fatness, he had deserved to suffer. And before him arose a vision of the evil year which he just spent, his persecution by the fishwives, the sickening sensations he'd felt on close damp days, the continuous indigestion which had afflicted his delicate stomach, and the latent hostility which was gathering strength against him. All these things he now accepted as chastisement. That dull rumbling of hostility and spite, the cause of which he could not divine, must forebode some coming catastrophe before whose approach he already stooped, with the shame of one who knows there is a transgression that he must expiate. Then he felt furious with himself as he thought of the popular rising he was preparing, and reflected that he was no longer unsullied enough to achieve success. In how many dreams he had indulged in that lofty little room, with his eyes wandering over the spreading roofs of the market pavilions. They usually appeared to him like grey seas that spoke to him of far-off countries. On moonless nights they would darken and turn into stagnant lakes of black and pestilential water. But on bright nights they became shimmering fountains of light, the moonbeams streaming over both tiers like water, gliding along the huge plates of zinc and flowing over the edges of the vast superposed basins. Then frosty weather seemed to turn these roofs into rigid ice, like the Norwegian bays over which skaters skim, while the warm June nights lulled them into deep sleep. One December night, on opening his window, he'd seen them white with snow, so lustrously white that they lighted up the coppery sky. Unsullied by a single footstep, they then stretched out like the lonely plains of the far north, where never a sledge intrudes. Their silence was beautiful, their soft peacefulness suggestive of innocence. And at each fresh aspect of the ever-changing panorama before him, Florent yielded to dreams which were now sweet, now full of bitter pain. The snow calmed him. The vast sheet of whiteness seemed to him like a veil of purity thrown over the filth of the markets. The bright, clear nights, the shimmering moonbeams carried him away into the fairyland of storybooks. It was only the dark black nights, the burning nights of June, when he beheld, as it were, a miasmatic marsh, the stagnant water of a dead and accursed sea, that filled him with gloom and grief. And then ever the same dreadful visions haunted his brain. The markets were always there. He could never open the window and rest his elbows on the balustrade without having them before him, filling the horizon. He left the pavilions in the evening only to behold their endless roofs as he went to bed. They shut him off from the rest of Paris, ceaselessly intruded their huge bulk upon him, entered into every hour of his life. That night again, horrible fancies came to him, fancies aggravated by the vague forebodings of evil which distressed him. The rain of the afternoon had filled the markets with malodorous dampness, and as they wallowed there in the center of the city, like some drunken man lying after his last bottle under the table, they cast all their foul breath into his face. He seemed to see a thick vapor rising up from each pavilion. In the distance, the meat and tripe markets reeked with the sickening steam of blood. Nearer in, the vegetable and fruit pavilions diffused the odor of pungent cabbages, rotten apples, and decaying leaves. The butter and cheese exhaled a poisonous stench. From the fish market came a sharp, fresh gust, while from the ventilator in the tower of the poultry pavilion just below him he could see a warm steam issuing, a fetid current rising in coils like the sooty smoke from a factory chimney. And all these exhalations coalesced above the roofs, drifted towards the neighboring houses, and spread themselves out in a heavy cloud which stretched over the whole of Paris. It was as though the markets were bursting within their tight belt of iron, were beating the slumber of the gorged city with the stertorous fumes of their midnight indigestion. However, on the footway down below, Florent presently heard a sound of voices, the laughter of happy folks. Then the door of the passage was closed noisily. It was Quenu and Lisa coming home from the theater. Stupefied and intoxicated, as it were, by the atmosphere he was breathing, Florent thereupon left the balcony, his nerves still painfully excited by the thought of a tempest which he could feel gathering round his head. The source of his misery was yonder in those markets, heated by the day's excesses. He closed the window with violence, and left them wallowing in the darkness, naked and perspiring beneath the stars. This ends section 13. Section 14 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 14. A week later, Florent thought that he would at last be able to proceed to action. A sufficiently serious outburst of public dissatisfaction furnished an opportunity for launching his insurrectionary forces upon Paris. The Corps Législatif, whose members had lately shown great variance of opinion respecting certain grants to the imperial family, was now discussing a bill for the imposition of a very unpopular tax, at which the lower orders had already begun to growl. The ministry, fearing a defeat, was straining every nerve. It was probable, thought Florent, that no better pretext for a rising would for a long time present itself. One morning at daybreak he went to reconnoiter the neighborhood of the Palais Bourbon. He forgot all about his duties as inspector and lingered there, studying the approaches of the palace till 8 o'clock, without ever thinking that his absence would revolutionize the fish market. He perambulated all the surrounding streets, the Rue de Lille, the Rue de l'Université, the Rue du Bourgogne, the Rue Saint-Dominique, and even extended his examination to the Esplanade des Invalides, stopping at certain crossways and measuring distances as he walked along. Then, on coming back to the Quai d'Orsay, he sat down on the parapet and determined that the attack should be made simultaneously from all sides. The contingents from the Gros Caillou district should arrive by way of the Champ de Mars, the sections from the north of Paris should come down by the Madeleine, while those from the west and south would follow the quays or make their way in small detachments through the then narrow streets of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. However, the other side of the river, the Champs-Élysées, with their open avenues, caused him some uneasiness, for he foresaw that cannon would be stationed there to sweep the quays. He thereupon modified several details of his plan and marked down in a memorandum book the different positions which the several sections should occupy during the combat.
The chief attack, he concluded, must certainly be made from the Rue de Bourgogne and the Rue de l'Université, while a diversion might be effected on the side of the river. Whilst he thus pondered over his plans, the 8 o'clock sun, warming the nape of his neck, shone gaily on the broad footways and gilded the columns of the great structure in front of him. In imagination he already saw the contemplated battle, clusters of men clinging around those columns, the gates burst open, the peristyle invaded, and then scraggy arms suddenly appearing high aloft and planting a banner there. At last he slowly went his way homewards again with his gaze fixed upon the ground. But all at once a cooing sound made him look up, and he saw that he was passing through the garden of the Tuileries. A number of wood pigeons, bridling their necks, were strutting over a lawn near by. Florent leant for a moment against the tub of an orange tree and looked at the grass and the pigeons steeped in sunshine. Right ahead, under the chestnut trees, all was black. The garden was wrapped in a warm silence, broken only by the distant rumbling which came from behind the railings of the Rue de Rivoli. The scent of all the greenery affected Florent, reminding him of Madame Francois. However, a little girl ran past, trundling a hoop, and alarmed the pigeons. They flew off and settled in a row on the arm of a marble statue of an antique wrestler standing in the middle of a lawn, and once more, but with less vivacity, they began to coo and bridle their necks. As Florent was returning to the markets by way of the Rue Vauviliers, he heard Claude Lantier calling to him. The artist was going down into the basement of the poultry pavilion. "Come with me," he cried. "I'm looking for that brute Marjolin." Florent followed, glad to forget his thoughts and to defer his return to the fish market for a little longer. Claude told him that his friend Marjolin now had nothing further to wish for. He had become an utter animal. Claude entertained an idea of making him pose on all fours in future. Whenever he lost his temper over some disappointing sketch, he came to spend whole hours in the idiot's company, never speaking but striving to catch his expression when he laughed. "He'll be feeding his pigeons, I dare say," he said, "but unfortunately I don't know whereabouts Monsieur Gavard's storeroom is." They groped about the cellar. In the middle of it some water was trickling from a couple of taps in the dim gloom. The storerooms here are reserved for pigeons exclusively, and all along the trellising they heard faint cooings, like the hushed notes of birds nestling under the leaves when daylight is departing. Claude began to laugh as he heard it. "It sounds as though all the lovers in Paris were embracing each other inside here, doesn't it?" he exclaimed to his companion. However, they could not find a single storeroom open, and were beginning to think that Marjolin could not be in the cellar, when a sound of loud, smacking kisses made them suddenly halt before a door which stood slightly ajar. Claude pulled it open and beheld Marjolin, whom Cadine was kissing, whilst he, a mere dummy, offered his face without feeling the slightest thrill of a touch of her lips. "Oh, so this is your little game, is it?" said Claude with a laugh. "Oh," replied Cadine, quite unabashed. "He likes being kissed because he feels afraid now in the dim light. You do feel frightened, don't you?" Like the idiot he was, Marjolin stroked his face with his hands, as though trying to find the kisses which the girl had just printed there. And he was beginning to stammer out that he was afraid, when Cadine continued, "And besides, I came to help him. I've been feeding the pigeons." Florent looked at the poor creatures. All along the shelves were rows of lidless boxes, in which pigeons, showing their motley plumage, crowded closely on their stiffened legs. Every now and then a tremor ran along the moving mass, and then the birds settled down again, and nothing was heard but their confused, subdued notes. Cadine had a saucepan near her. She filled her mouth with the water and tears which it contained, and then, taking up the pigeons one by one, shot the food down their throats with amazing rapidity. The poor creatures struggled and nearly choked, and finally fell down in the boxes with swimming eyes, intoxicated, as it were, by all the food which they were thus forced to swallow.
Footnote. This is the customary mode of fattening pigeons at the Paris markets. The work is usually done by men who make a specialty of it and are called gaveurs. Translator. Poor creatures, exclaimed Claude. Oh, so much the worse for them, said Cadine, who had now finished. They're much nicer eating when they've been well fed. In a couple of hours or so, all those over yonder will be given a dose of salt water. That makes their flesh white and tender. Then 2 hours afterwards they'll be killed. If you would like to see the killing, there are some here which are quite ready. Marjolin will settle their account for them in a jiffy. Marjolin carried away a box containing some 50 pigeons, and Claude and Florent followed him. Squatting upon the ground near one of the water taps, he placed the box by his side. Then he laid a framework of slender wooden bars on the top of a kind of zinc trough, and forthwith began to kill the pigeons. His knife flashed rapidly in his fingers as he seized the birds by the wings, stunned them by a blow on the head from a knife handle, and then thrust the point of the blade into their throats. They quivered for an instant, and ruffled their feathers as Marjolin laid them in a row, with their heads between the wooden bars above the zinc trough, into which their blood fell drop by drop. He repeated each different movement with the regularity of clockwork, the blows from a knife handle falling with a monotonous tick-tack as he broke the birds' skulls, and his hand working backwards and forwards like a pendulum as he took up the living pigeons on one side and laid them down dead on the other. Soon, moreover, he worked with increasing rapidity, gloating over the massacre with glistening eyes, squatting there like a huge delighted bulldog enjoying the sight of slaughtered vermin. Tick-tack, tick-tack, whilst his tongue clucked as an accompaniment to the rhythmical movements of his knife. The pigeons hung down like wisps of silken stuff. "Ah, you enjoy that, don't you, you great stupid?" exclaimed Cadine. "How comical those pigeons look when they bury their heads in their shoulders to hide their necks. They're horrid things, you know, and would give one nasty bites if they got the chance." Then she laughed more loudly at Marjolin's increasing feverish haste, and added, "I've killed them sometimes myself, but I can't get on as quickly as he does. One day he killed 100 in 10 minutes. The wooden frame was nearly full. The blood could be heard falling into the zinc trough. And as Claude happened to turn round, he saw Florent looking so pale that he hurriedly led him away. When they got above ground again, he made him sit down on a step. "Why, what's the matter with you?" he exclaimed, tapping him on the shoulder. "You're fainting away like a woman." "It's the smell of the cellar," murmured Florent, feeling a little ashamed of himself. The truth was, however, that those pigeons, which were forced to swallow tares and salt water, and then had their skulls broken and their throats slit, had reminded him of the wood pigeons of the Tuileries gardens, strutting over the green turf with their satiny plumage flashing iridescently in the sunlight. He again heard them cooing on the arm of the marble wrestler amidst the hushed silence of the garden, while children trundled their hoops in the deep gloom of the chestnuts. And then, on seeing that big fair-haired animal massacring his box full of birds, stunning them with the handle of his knife and driving its point into their throats in the depths of that foul-smelling cellar, he'd felt sick and faint. His legs had almost given way beneath him, while his eyelids quivered tremulously. "Well, you'd never do for a soldier," Claude said to him, when he recovered from his faintness. "Those who sent you to Cayenne must have been very simple-minded folks to fear such a man as you. Why, my good fellow, if ever you do put yourself at the head of a rising, you won't dare to fire a shot. You'll be too much afraid of killing somebody." Florent got up without making any reply. He'd become very gloomy, his face was furrowed by deep wrinkles, and he walked off, leaving Claude to go back to the cellar alone. As he made his way towards the fish market, his thoughts returned to his plan of attack, to the levies of armed men who were to invade the Palais Bourbon. Cannon would roar from the Champs-Élysées, the gates would be burst open, Blood would stain the steps, and men's brains would bespatter the pillars. A vision of the fight passed rapidly before him, and he beheld himself in the midst of it, deadly pale, and hiding his face in his hands, not daring to look around him. As he was crossing the Rue du Pont Neuf, he fancied he espied Auguste's pale face peering round the corner of the fruit pavilion. The assistant seemed to be watching for someone, and his eyes were starting from his head with an expression of intense excitement. Suddenly, however, he vanished, and hastened back to the pork shop. "What's the matter with him?" thought Florent. "Is he frightened of me, I wonder?" Some very serious occurrences had taken place that morning at the Quenu Gradelles'. Soon after daybreak, Auguste, breathless with excitement, had awakened his mistress to tell her that the police had come to arrest Monsieur Florent. And he added, with stammering incoherence, that the latter had gone out, and that he must have done so with the intention of escaping. Lisa, careless of appearances, at once hurried up to her brother-in-law's room in her dressing wrapper, and took possession of La Normand's photograph, after glancing round to see if there was anything lying about that might compromise herself and Quenu. As she was making her way downstairs again, she met the police agents on the first floor. The commissary requested her to accompany them to Florent's room, where, after speaking to her for a moment in a low tone, he installed himself with his men, bidding her open the shop as usual, so as to avoid giving the alarm to anyone. The trap was set. Lisa's only worry in the matter was the terrible blow that the arrest would prove to poor Quenu. She was much afraid that if he learned that the police were in the house, he would spoil everything by his tears. So she made Auguste swear to observe the most rigid silence on the subject. Then she went back to her room, put on her stays, and concocted some story for the benefit of Quenu, who was still drowsy. Half an hour later, she was standing at the door of the shop with all her usual neatness of appearance, her hair smooth and glossy, and her face glowing rosily. Auguste was quietly setting out the window. Quenu came for a moment onto the footway, yawning slightly, and ridding himself of all sleepiness in the fresh morning air. There was nothing to indicate the drama that was in preparation upstairs. The commissary himself, however, gave the alarm to the neighborhood by paying a domiciliary visit to the Méhudin's abode in the Rue Pirouette. He was in possession of the most precise information. In the anonymous letters which had been sent to the prefecture, all sorts of statements were made respecting Florent's alleged intrigue with the beautiful Normand. Perhaps, thought the commissary, he'd now taken refuge with her, and so, accompanied by two of his men, he proceeded to knock at the door in the name of the law. The Méhudin had only just got up. The old woman opened the door in a fury, but suddenly calmed down and began to smile when she learned the business on hand. She seated herself and fastened her clothes, while declaring to the officers, "We're honest folks here, and have nothing to be afraid of. You can search wherever you like." However, as La Normande delayed to open the door of her room, the commissary told his men to break it open. The young woman was scarcely clad when the others entered, and this unceremonious invasion, which she could not understand, fairly exasperated her. She flushed crimson from anger rather than from shame, and seemed as though she were about to fly at the officers. The commissary at the sight stepped forward to protect his men, repeating in his cold voice, "In the name of the law! In the name of the law!" Thereupon La Normande threw herself upon a chair, and burst into a wild fit of hysterical sobbing at finding herself so powerless. She was quite at a loss to understand what these men wanted with her. The commissary, however, had noticed how scantily she was clad, and taking a shawl from a peg, he flung it over her. Still she did not wrap it round her, but only sobbed the more bitterly as she watched the men roughly searching the apartment. "But what have I done?" she at last stammered out. "What are you looking for here?" Thereupon the commissary pronounced the name of Florent, and La Normande, catching sight of the old woman who was standing at the door, cried out, "Oh, the wretch!" exclaimed in a choking voice. "What do you take me for? That Florent has never been in this room, I tell you. There was nothing at all between us. People are always trying to injure me in the neighborhood, but just let anyone come here and say anything before my face, and then you'll see. You'll lock me up afterwards, I dare say, but I don't mind that. Florent, indeed. What a lie! What nonsense! This flood of words seemed to calm her, and her anger now turned against Florent, who was the cause of all the trouble. Addressing the commissary, she sought to justify herself. "I did not know his real character, sir," she said. "He had such a mild manner that he deceived us all. I was unwilling to believe all I heard, because I know people are so malicious. He only came here to give lessons to my little boy, and went away directly they were over. I gave him a meal here now and again, that's true, and sometimes made him a present of a fine fish. That's all. But this will be a warning to me, and you won't catch me showing the same kindness to anyone again." "But hasn't he given you any of his papers to take care of?" asked the commissary. "Oh, no, indeed, I swear it. I'd give them up to you at once if he had. I've had quite enough of this, I can tell you. It's no joke to see you tossing all my things about and ferreting everywhere in this way. Oh, you may look. There's nothing." The officers, who examined every article of furniture, now wished to enter the little closet where Mooch slept. The child had been awakened by the noise, and for the last few moments he'd been crying bitterly as he thought he imagined that he was going to be murdered. "This is my boy's room," said La Normande, opening the door. Mooch, quite naked, ran up and threw his arms round his mother's neck. She pacified him and laid him down in her own bed. The officers came out of the little room again almost immediately, and the commissary had just made up his mind to retire, when the child, still in tears, whispered in his mother's ear, "They'll take my copybooks. Don't let them have my copybooks." "Oh, yes, that's true," cried La Normande. "There are some copybooks. Wait a moment, gentlemen, and I'll give them to you. I want you to see that I'm not hiding anything from you. Then you'll find some of his writing inside these. You're quite at liberty to hang him as far as I'm concerned. You won't find me trying to cut him down." Thereupon she handed Mooch's books and the copies set by Florent to the commissary. But at this the boy sprang angrily out of bed and began to scratch and bite his mother, who put him back again with a box on the ears. Then he began to bellow. In the midst of the uproar, Mademoiselle Saget appeared on the threshold, craning her neck forward. Finding all the doors open, she'd come in to offer her services to old Madame Méhudin. She spied about and listened, and expressed extreme pity for these poor women who had no one to defend them. The commissary, however, had begun to read the copies with a grave air. The frequent repetition of such words as tyrannically, leperticide, unconstitutional, and revolutionary made him frown, and on reading the sentence, "When the hour strikes, the guilty shall fall," he tapped his fingers on the paper and said, "This is very serious indeed." Thereupon he gave the books to one of his men and went off. Claire, who had hitherto not shown herself, now opened her door and watched the police officers go down the stairs. And afterward she came into her sister's bedroom, which she had not entered for a year. Mademoiselle Saget appeared to be on the best of terms with La Normande, and was hanging over her in a caressing way, bringing the shawl forward to cover her the better, and listening to her angry indignation with an expression of the deepest sympathy. "You wretched coward!" exclaimed Claire, planting herself in front of her sister. La Normande sprang up, quivering with anger, and let the shawl fall to the floor. "Ah, you've been playing the spy, have you?" she screamed. "Dare to repeat what you've just said?" "You wretched coward!" repeated Claire, in still more insulting tones than before. Thereupon La Normande struck Claire with all her force, and in return Claire, turning terribly pale, sprang upon her sister and dug her nails into her neck. They struggled together for a moment or two, tearing at each other's hair and trying to choke one another. Claire,
fragile though she was, pushed La Normande backward with such tremendous violence that they both fell against the wardrobe, smashing the mirror on its front. Mouche was roaring, and old Madame Méhudin called to Mademoiselle Saget to come and help her separate the sisters. Claire, however, shook herself free. "Coward! Coward!" she cried. "I'll go and tell the poor fellow that it's you who have betrayed him." Her mother, however, blocked the doorway and would not let her pass, while La Normande seized her from behind, and then Mademoiselle Saget, coming to the assistance of the other two, the three of them dragged Claire into her bedroom and locked the door upon her, in spite of all her frantic resistance. In her rage she tried to kick the door down and smashed everything in the room. Soon afterwards, however, nothing could be heard except a furious scratching, the sound of metal scraping at the plaster. The girl was trying to loosen the door hinges with the point of her scissors. "She would have murdered me if she had had a knife," said La Normande, looking about for her clothes in order to dress herself. "She'll be doing something dreadful. You'll see one of these days, with that jealousy of hers. We mustn't let her get out on any account. She'll bring the whole neighborhood down upon us." Mademoiselle Saget went off in all haste. She reached the corner of the Rue Pirouette just as the commissary of police was re-entering the side passage of the Quenu Gradelles' house. She grasped the situation at once, and entered the shop with such glistening eyes that Lisa enjoined silence by a gesture which called her attention to the presence of Quenu, who was hanging up some pieces of salt pork. As soon as he'd returned to the kitchen, the old maid in a low voice described the scenes that had just taken place at the Méhudin. Lisa, as she bent over the counter with her hand resting on a dish of larded veal, listened to her with the happy face of one who triumphs. Then, as a customer entered the shop and asked for a couple of pig's trotters, Lisa wrapped them up and handed them over with a thoughtful air. "For my own part, I bear La Normande no ill will," she said to Mademoiselle Saget when they were alone again. "I used to be very fond of her, and have always been sorry that other people made mischief between us. The proof that I've no animosity against her is here in this photograph, which I saved from falling into the hands of the police, and which I'm quite ready to give her back, if she will come and ask me for it herself." She took the photograph out of her pocket as she spoke. Mademoiselle Saget scrutinized it and sniggered as she read the inscription. Louise to her dear friend Florent. "I'm not sure you'll be acting wisely," she said in her cutting voice. "You do better to keep it." No, replied Lisa. "I'm anxious for all this silly nonsense to come to an end. Today is the day of reconciliation. We've had enough unpleasantness, and the neighborhood's now going to be quiet and peaceful again." Well, shall I go and tell La Normande that you are expecting her?" asked the old maid. "Yes, I shall be very glad if you did." Mademoiselle Saget then made her way back to the Rue Pirouette and greatly frightened the fish girl by telling her that she'd just seen her photograph in Lisa's pocket. She could not, however, at once prevail upon her to comply with her rival's terms. La Normande propounded conditions of her own. She would go, but Madame Quenu must come to the door of the shop to receive her. Thus the old maid was obliged to make another couple of journeys between the two rivals before their meeting could be satisfactorily arranged. At last, however, to her great delight, she succeeded in negotiating the peace which was destined to cause so much talk and excitement. As she passed Claire's door for the last time, she still heard the sound of the scissors scraping away at the plaster. When she had at last carried a definite reply to Madame Quenu, Mademoiselle Saget hurried off to find Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette, and all three of them took up their position on the footway at the corner of the fish market, just in front of the pork shop. Here they would be certain to have a good view of every detail of the meeting. They felt extremely impatient, and while pretending to chat together kept an anxious lookout in the direction of the Rue Pirouette, along which La Normande must come. The news of the reconciliation was already traveling through the markets, and while some saleswomen stood up behind their stalls trying to get a view of what was taking place, Others, still more inquisitive, actually left their places and took up a position in the covered way. Every eye in the markets was directed upon the pork shop. The whole neighborhood was on the tiptoe of expectation. It was a very solemn affair. When La Normande at last turned the corner of the Rue Pirouette, the excitement was so great that the women held their breath.
"She's got her diamonds on," murmured La Sarriette.
"Just look how she stalks along," added Madame Lecoeur, "the stuck-up creature." The beautiful Normande was indeed advancing with the mien of a queen who condescends to make peace. She had made a most careful toilet, frizzing her hair and turning up a corner of her apron to display her cashmere skirt. She had even put on a new and rich lace bow. Conscious that the whole market was staring at her, she assumed a still haughtier air as she approached the pork shop. When she reached the door, she stopped.
"Now it's beautiful Lisa's turn," remarked Mademoiselle Saget. "Mind you pay attention."
Beautiful Lisa smilingly quitted her counter. She crossed the shop floor at a leisurely pace and came and offered her hand to the beautiful Normande. She herself was smartly dressed, with her dazzling linen and scrupulous neatness. A murmur ran through the crowd of fishwives. All their heads gathered close together, and animated chatter ensued. The two women had gone inside the shop, and their crepine in the window prevented them from being clearly seen. However, they seemed to be conversing affectionately, addressing pretty compliments to one another.
"See!" suddenly exclaimed Mademoiselle Saget. "The beautiful Normande's buying something. What is it she's buying? It's a chitterling, I believe. Ah, look! You didn't see it, did you? Well, beautiful Lisa just gave her the photograph. She slipped it into her hand with the chitterling."
Fresh salutations were then seen to pass between the two women, and the beautiful Lisa, exceeding even the courtesies which had been agreed upon, accompanied the beautiful Normande to the footway. There they stood laughing together, exhibiting themselves to the neighborhood like a couple of good friends. The markets were quite delighted, and the saleswomen returned to their stalls, declaring that everything had passed off extremely well. Mademoiselle Saget, however, detained Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette. The drama was not over yet. All three kept their eyes fixed on the house opposite with such keen curiosity that they seemed trying to penetrate the very walls. To pass the time away, they once more began to talk of the beautiful Normande. "She's without a lover now," remarked Madame Lecoeur.
"Oh, she's got Monsieur Lebigre," replied La Sarriette with a laugh.
"But surely Monsieur Lebigre won't have anything more to say to her." Mademoiselle Saget shrugged her shoulders.
"You don't know him," she said. "He won't care a straw about all this business. He knows what he's about, and La Normande is rich. They'll come together in a couple of months, you'll see. Old Madame Méhudin's been scheming to bring about their marriage for a long time past."
"Well, anyway," retorted the butter dealer, "the commissary found Florent at her lodgings."
No, indeed, I'm sure I never told you that. The long spindle shanks had gone away," replied the old maid.
She paused to take a breath, then resumed in an indignant tone.
"What distressed me most was to hear of all the abominable things that the villain had taught little Mooch. You'd really never believe it. There was a whole bundle of papers."
"What sort of abominable things?" asked La Sarriette with interest.
"Oh, all kinds of filth. The commissary said there was quite sufficient there to hang him. The fellow's a perfect monster. To go and demoralize a child, why, it's almost past believing. Little Mooch is certainly a scamp, but that's no reason why he should be given over to the Reds, is it?"
"Certainly not," assented the two others.
"However, all these mysterious goings-on will come to an end now. You remember my telling you once that there were some strange goings-on at the Quenus? Well, you see, I was right in my conclusions, wasn't I? Thank God, however, the neighborhood will now be able to breathe easily. It was high time strong steps were taken, for things had got to such a pitch that one actually felt afraid of being murdered in broad daylight. There was no pleasure in life. All the dreadful stories and reports one heard were enough to worry one to death. And it was all owing to that man, that dreadful Florent. Now beautiful Lisa and the beautiful Norman have sensibly made friends again. It was their duty to do so for the sake of the peace and quietness of us all. Everything will go on satisfactorily now, you'll find. Ah, there's poor Monsieur Quenu laughing yonder.
This ends section 14. Section 15 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Gleeder. Section 15. Quenu had again come on to the footway and was joking with Madame Taboureau's little servant. He seemed quite gay and skittish that morning. He took hold of the little servant's hands and squeezed her fingers so tightly in the exuberance of his spirits that he made her cry out. Lisa had the greatest trouble to get him to go back into the kitchen. She was impatiently pacing about the shop, fearing lest Florent should make his appearance, and she called to her husband to come away, dreading a meeting between him and his brother.
"He's getting quite vexed," said Mademoiselle Saget. "Poor Monsieur Quenu, you see, knows nothing at all about what's taking place. Just look at him there, laughing like a child. Madame Taboureau, you know, said that she should have nothing more to do with the Quenus if they persisted in bringing themselves into discredit by keeping that Florent with them."
"Well now, I suppose they will stick to the fortune," remarked Madame Lecoeur.
"Oh, no, indeed, my dear. The other one has had his share already."
"Really? How do you know that?"
"Oh, it's quite clear enough, that is," replied the old maid after a momentary hesitation,
but without giving any proof of her assertions.
"He had even more than his share. The Quenus will be several thousand francs out of pocket. Money flies, you know, when a man has such vices as he has. I dare say you don't know, but there was another woman mixed up in it all. Yes, indeed, old Madame Verlac, the wife of the former inspector. You know the sallow-faced thing well enough."
The others protested that it surely wasn't possible. Why, Madame Verlac was positively hideous.
"What, do you think me a liar?" cried Mademoiselle Saget, with angry indignation. "Why, her letters to him have been found, a whole pile of letters in which she asks for money, 10 and 20 francs at a time. There's no doubt at all about it. I'm quite certain in my own mind that they killed the husband between them."
La Sarriette and Madame Lecoeur were convinced, but they were beginning to get very impatient. They'd been waiting on the footway for more than an hour, and feared that somebody might be robbing their stalls during their long absence. So Mademoiselle Saget began to give them some further interesting information to keep them from going off. Florent could not have taken to flight, said she. He was certain to return, and it would be very interesting to see him arrested. Then she went on to describe the trap that had been laid for him, while Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette continued scrutinizing the house from top to bottom, keeping watch upon every opening, and at each moment expecting to see the hats of the detectives appear at one of the doors or windows. "Who would ever imagine now that the place was full of police?" observed the butter dealer.
"Oh, they're in the garret at the top," said the old maid. "They've left the window open, you see, just as they found it. Look, I think I can see one of them hiding behind the pomegranate on the balcony."
The others excitedly craned out their necks, but could see nothing.
No, it's only a shadow," continued Mademoiselle Saget. "The little curtains even are perfectly still. The detectives must be sitting down in the room and keeping quiet."
Just at that moment the women caught sight of Gavard coming out of the fish market with a thoughtful air. They looked at him with glistening eyes, without speaking. They had drawn close to one another and stood there rigid in their drooping skirts. The poultry dealer came up to them.
"Have you seen Florent go by?" he asked.
They replied that they had not.
"I want to speak to him at once," continued Gavard. "He isn't in the fish market. He must have gone up to his room. But you would have seen him, though, if he had."
The women had turned rather pale. They still kept looking at each other with a knowing expression, their lips twitching slightly every now and then. "We have only been here some 5 minutes," said Madame Lecoeur unblushingly, as her brother-in-law still stood hesitating.
"Well, then, I'll go upstairs and see. I'll risk the 5 flights," rejoined Gavard with a laugh.
La Sarriette stepped forward as though she wished to detain him, but her aunt took hold of her arm and drew her back. "Let him alone, you big simpleton," she whispered. "It's the best thing that can happen to him. It'll teach him to treat us with respect in future."
"He won't say again that I ate tainted meat," muttered Mademoiselle Saget in a low voice.
They said nothing more. La Sarriette was very red, but the 2 others still remained quite yellow. But they now averted their heads, feeling confused by each other's looks, and at a loss what to do with their hands, which they'd buried beneath their aprons. Presently their eyes instinctively came back to the house, penetrating the walls, as it were, following Gavard in his progress up the stairs. When they imagined that he had entered Florent's room, they again exchanged furtive glances. La Sarriette laughed nervously. All at once they fancied that they could see the window curtains moving, and this led them to believe that a struggle was taking place. But the house front remained as tranquil as ever in the sunshine, and another quarter of an hour of unbroken quietness passed away, during which the 3 women's nervous excitement became more and more intense. They were beginning to feel quite faint when a man hurriedly came out of the passage and ran off to get a cab. 5 minutes later Gavard appeared, followed by 2 police officers. Lisa, who had stepped out onto the footway on observing the cab, hastily hurried back into the shop. Gavard was very pale. The police had searched him upstairs and had discovered the revolver and cartridge case in his possession. Judging by the commissary's stern expression on hearing his name, the poultry dealer deemed himself lost. This was a terrible ending to his plotting that had never entered into his calculations. The Tuileries would never forgive him. His legs gave way beneath him as though the firing party was already awaiting him outside. When he got into the street, however, his vanity lent him sufficient strength to walk erect, and he even managed to force a smile, as he knew the market people were looking at him. They should see him die bravely, he resolved. However, La Sarriette and Madame Lecoeur rushed up to him and anxiously inquired what was the matter, and the butter dealer began to cry, while La Sarriette embraced her uncle, manifesting the deepest emotion. As Gavard held her clasped in his arms, he slipped a key into her hand and whispered in her ear, "Take everything and burn the papers." Then he got into the cab with the same mien as he would have ascended the scaffold. As the vehicle disappeared round the corner of the Rue Pierre-Lescaut, Madame Lecoeur observed La Sarriette trying to hide the key in her pocket. "It's of no use you trying that little game on me, my dear," she exclaimed, clenching her teeth. "I saw him slip it into your hand. As true as there's a God in heaven, I'll go to the jail and tell him everything if you don't treat me properly." "Of course I shall treat you properly, aunt dear," replied La Sarriette, with an embarrassed smile. "Very well, then, let us go to his rooms at once. It's of no use to give the police time to poke their dirty hands in the cupboards." Mademoiselle Saget, who'd been listening with gleaming eyes, followed them, running along in the rear as quickly as her short legs could carry her. She had no thought now of waiting for Florent. From the Rue Rambuteau to the Rue de la Cossonnerie, she manifested the most humble obsequiousness and volunteered to explain matters to Madame Léonce, the doorkeeper. We'll see, the butter dealer curtly replied. However, on reaching the house, a preliminary parley, as Mademoiselle Saget had opined, proved to be necessary.
Madame Léonce refused to allow the women to go up to her tenant's room. She put on an expression of severe austerity and seemed greatly shocked by the sight of La Sarriette's loosely fastened fichu. However, after the old maid had whispered a few words to her and she was shown the key, she gave way. When they got upstairs, she surrendered the rooms and furniture to the others, article by article, apparently as heartbroken as if she'd been compelled to show a party of burglars the place where her own money was secreted. "There, take everything and have done with it," she cried at last, throwing herself into an armchair. La Sarriette was already eagerly trying the key in the locks of different closets. Madame Lecoeur, all suspicion, pressed her so closely that she exclaimed, "Really, aunt, you get in my way. Do leave my arms free at any rate." At last they succeeded in opening a wardrobe opposite the window, between the fireplace and the bed. And then all four women broke into exclamations. On the middle shelf lay some 10,000 francs in gold, methodically arranged in little piles. Gavard, who had prudently deposited the bulk of his fortune in the hands of a notary, had kept this sum by him for the purposes of the coming outbreak. He'd been wont to say with great solemnity that his contribution to the revolution was quite ready. The fact was that he had sold out certain stock, and every night took an intense delight in contemplating those 10,000 francs, gloating over them, and finding something quite roisterous and insurrectional in their appearance. Sometimes, when he was in bed, he dreamed that a fight was going on in the wardrobe. He could hear guns being fired there, paving stones being torn up and piled into barricades, and voices shouting in clamorous triumph. And he said to himself that it was his money fighting against the government. La Sarriette, however, had stretched out her hands with a cry of delight. "Paws off, little one!" exclaimed Madame Lecoeur in a hoarse voice. As she stood there in the reflection of the gold, she looked yellower than ever, her face discolored by biliousness, her eyes glowing feverishly from the liver complaint which was secretly undermining her. Behind her, Mademoiselle Saget, on tiptoe, was gazing ecstatically into the wardrobe, and Madame Léonce had now risen from her seat and was growling sulkily. "My uncle said I was to take everything," declared the girl. "And am I to have nothing, then, I who have done so much for him?" cried the doorkeeper. Madame Lecoeur was almost choking with excitement. She pushed the others away and clung hold of the wardrobe, screaming, "It all belongs to me! I'm his nearest relative. You're a pack of thieves, you are! I'd rather throw it all out of the window than see you have it!" Then silence fell, and they all four stood glowering at each other. The kerchief that La Sarriette wore over her breast was now altogether unfastened, and she displayed her bosom heaving with warm life, her moist red lips, her rosy nostrils. Madame Lecoeur grew still more sour as she saw how lovely the girl looked in the excitement of her longing desire. "Well," she said in a lower tone, "we won't fight about it. You are his niece, and I'll divide the money with you. We will each take a pile in turn." Thereupon they pushed the other two aside. The butter dealer took the first pile, which at once disappeared within her skirts. Then La Sarriette took a pile. They kept a close watch upon one another, ready to fight at the slightest attempt at cheating. Their fingers were thrust forward in turn, the hideous knotted fingers of the aunt and the white fingers of the niece, soft and supple as silk. Slowly they filled their pockets. When there was only one pile left, La Sarriette objected to her aunt taking it, as she had commenced, and she suddenly divided it between Mademoiselle Saget and Madame Léonce, who'd watched them pocket the gold with feverish impatience. "Much obliged to you," snarled the doorkeeper. 50 francs for having coddled him up with tisane and broth. The old deceiver told me he had no relatives." Before locking the wardrobe up again, Madame Lecoeur searched it thoroughly from top to bottom. It contained all the political works which were forbidden admission into the country, the pamphlets printed at Brussels, the scandalous histories of the Bonapartes,
and the foreign caricatures ridiculing the emperor. One of Gerard's greatest delights was to shut himself up with a friend and show him all these compromising things. "He told me that I was to burn all the papers," said La Sarriette. "Oh, nonsense! We've no fire, and it would take up too long. The police will soon be here. We must get out of this." They all four hastened off, but they had not reached the bottom of the stairs before the police met them and made Madame Léonce return with them upstairs. The three others, making themselves as small as possible, hurriedly escaped into the street. They walked away in single file at a brisk pace, the aunt and niece considerably incommoded by the weight of their drooping pockets. Mademoiselle Saget had kept her 50 francs in her closed fist, and remained deep in thought, brooding over a plan for extracting something more from the heavy pockets in front of her.
"Ah," she exclaimed as they reached the corner of the fish market, "we've got her at a lucky moment. There's Florent yonder, just going to walk into the trap."
Florent, indeed, was just then returning to the markets after his prolonged perambulation. He went into his office to change his coat, and then set about his daily duties, seeing that the marble slabs were properly washed, and slowly strolling along the alleys. He fancied that the fishwives looked at him in a somewhat strange manner. They chuckled, too, and smiled significantly as he passed them. Some new vexation, he thought, was in store for him. For some time past those huge, terrible women had not allowed him a day's peace. However, as he passed the Méhudin stall, he was very much surprised to hear the old woman address him in a honeyed tone.
"There's just been a gentleman inquiring for you, Monsieur Florent, a middle-aged gentleman. He's going to wait for you in your room."
As the old fishwife, who was squatting all of a heap on her chair, spoke these words, she felt such a delicious thrill of satisfied vengeance that her huge body fairly quivered. Florent, still doubtful, glanced at the beautiful Normande, but the young woman, now completely reconciled with her mother, turned on her tap and slapped her fish, pretending not to hear what was being said. "You're quite sure?" said Florent to Mother Méhudin.
"Oh, yes, indeed. Isn't that so, Louise?" said the old woman in a shriller voice.
Florent concluded that it must be someone who wanted to see him about the great business, and he resolved to go up to his room. He was just about to leave the pavilion when, happening to turn around, he observed the beautiful Normande watching him with a grave expression on her face. Then he passed in front of the three gossips.
"Do you notice that there's no one in the pork shop?" remarked Mademoiselle Saget. "Beautiful Lisa's not the woman to compromise herself."
The shop was, indeed, quite empty. The front of the house was still bright with sunshine. The building looked like some honest, prosperous pile, guilelessly warming itself in the morning rays. Up above, the pomegranate on the balcony was in full bloom. As Florent crossed the roadway, he gave a friendly nod to Logre and Monsieur Lebigre, who appeared to be enjoying the fresh air on the doorstep of the latter's establishment. They returned his greeting with a smile. Florent was then about to enter the side passage, when he fancied he saw Auguste's pale face hastily vanishing from its dark and narrow depths. Thereupon he turned back and glanced into the shop to make sure that the middle-aged gentleman was not waiting for him there. But he saw no one but Mouton, who sat on a block, displaying his double chin and bristling whiskers, and gazed at him defiantly with his great yellow eyes. And when he had at last made up his mind to enter the passage, Lisa's face appeared behind the little curtain of a glazed door at the back of the shop. A hush had fallen over the fish market. All the huge paunches and bosoms held their breath, waiting till Florent should disappear from sight. Then there was an uproarious outbreak, and the bosoms heaved wildly, and the paunches nearly burst with malicious delight. The joke had succeeded. Nothing could be more comical. As old Mother Méhudin vented her merriment, she shook and quivered like a wineskin that is being emptied. Her story of the middle-aged gentleman went the round of the market, and the fishwives found it extremely amusing. At last The long spindle-shanks was collared, and they would no longer always have his miserable face and jailbird's expression before their eyes. They all wished him a pleasant journey, and trusted that they might get a handsome fellow for their next inspector. And in their delight they rushed about from one stall to another, and felt inclined to dance round their marble slabs like a lot of holiday-making schoolgirls. The beautiful Normande, however, watched this outbreak of joy in a rigid attitude, not daring to move for fear she should burst into tears, and she kept her hands pressed upon a big skate to cool her feverish excitement. "You see how these Méhudins turn their backs upon him now that he's come to grief," said Madame Lecoeur.
"Well, and they're quite right to," replied Mademoiselle Saget. "Besides, matters are settled now, my dear, and we're to have no more disputes. You've every reason to be satisfied. Leave the others to act as they please."
"It's only the old woman who's laughing," La Serviette remarked. "La Normande looks anything but happy." Meantime, upstairs in his bedroom, Florent allowed himself to be taken as unresistingly as a sheep. The police officers sprang roughly upon him, expecting, no doubt, that they would meet with a desperate resistance. He quietly begged them to leave go of him, and then sat down on a chair while they packed up his papers, and the red scarves, armlets, and banners. He did not seem at all surprised at this ending. Indeed, it was something of a relief to him, though he would not frankly confess it. But he suffered acutely at the thought of the bitter hatred which had sent him into that room. He recalled Auguste's pale face and the sniggering looks of the fishwives. He bethought himself of old Madame Méhudin's words, La Normande's silence, and the empty shop downstairs. The markets were leagued against him, he reflected. The whole neighborhood had conspired to hand him over to the police. The mud of those greasy streets had risen up all around to overwhelm him. And amidst all the round faces which flitted before his mind's eye, there suddenly appeared that of Quenu, and a spasm of mortal agony contracted his heart.
"Come, get along downstairs," exclaimed one of the officers, roughly.
Florent rose and proceeded to go downstairs. When he reached the second floor, he asked to be allowed to return. He'd forgotten something, he said. But the officers refused to let him go back and began to hustle him forward. Then he besought them to let him return to his room again, and even offered them the money he had in his pocket. Two of them at last consented to return with him, threatening to blow his brains out should he attempt to play them any trick, and they drew their revolvers out of their pockets as they spoke. However, on reaching his room once more, Florent simply went straight to the chaffinch's cage, took the bird out of it, kissed it between its wings, and set it at liberty. He watched it fly away through the open window into the sunshine and alight, as though giddy, on the roof of the fish market. Then it flew off again and disappeared over the markets in the direction of the Square des Innocents. For a moment longer, Florent remained face to face with the sky, the free and open sky, and he thought of the wood pigeons cooing in the garden of the Tuileries, and of those other pigeons down in the market cellars with their throats slit by Marjolin's knife. Then he felt quite broken, and turned and followed the officers, who were putting their revolvers back into their pockets as they shrugged their shoulders. On reaching the bottom of the stairs, Florent stopped before the door which led into the kitchen. The commissary who was waiting for him there seemed almost touched by his gentle submissiveness, and asked him, "Would you like to say goodbye to your brother?" For a moment Florent hesitated. He looked at the door. A tremendous noise of cleavers and pans came from the kitchen. Lisa, with the design of keeping her husband occupied, had persuaded him to make the black puddings in the morning instead of in the evening, as was his wont. The onions were simmering on the fire, and over all the noisy uproar Florent could hear Quenu's joyous voice exclaiming, "Ah, dash it all, the pudding will be excellent, that it will. Auguste, hand me the fat." Florent thanked the commissary, but refused his offer. He was afraid to return any more into that warm kitchen, reeking with the odor of boiling onions, and so he went on past the door, happy in the thought that his brother knew nothing of what had happened to him, and hastening his steps as if to spare the establishment all further worry. However, on emerging into the open sunshine of the street, he felt a touch of shame, and got into the cab with bent back and ashen face. He was conscious that the fish market was gazing at him in triumph. It seemed to him indeed as though the whole neighborhood had gathered there to rejoice at his fall.
"What a villainous expression he's got," said Mademoiselle Saget.
"Yes, indeed, he looks just like a thief caught with his hand in somebody's till," added Madame Lecoeur.
"I once saw a man guillotined who looked exactly like he does,"
asserted La Sarriette, showing her white teeth. They stepped forward, lengthened their necks, and tried to see into the cab. Just as it was starting, however, the old maid tugged sharply at the skirts of her companions and pointed to Claire, who was coming round the corner of the Rue Pirouette, looking like a mad creature with her hair loose and her nails bleeding. She had at last succeeded in opening her door. When she discovered that she was too late, and that Florent was being taken off, she darted after the cab, but checked herself almost immediately with a gesture of impotent rage, and shook her fists at the receding wheels. Then, with her face quite crimson beneath the fine plaster dust with which she was covered, she ran back again towards the Rue Pirouette.
"Had he promised to marry her, eh?" exclaimed La Sarriette, laughing. "The silly fool must be quite cracked."
Little by little the neighborhood calmed down, though throughout the day groups of people constantly assembled and discussed the events of the morning. The pork shop was the object of much inquisitive curiosity. Lisa avoided appearing there and left the counter in charge of Augustine. In the afternoon she felt bound to tell Quenu of what had happened, for fear the news might cause him too great a shock should he hear it from some gossiping neighbor. She waited till she was alone with him in the kitchen, knowing that there he was always most cheerful and would weep less than if he were anywhere else. Moreover, she communicated her tidings with all sorts of motherly precautions. Nevertheless, as soon as he knew the truth, he fell on the chopping block and began to cry like a calf. "Now, my poor dear, don't give way like that. You'll make yourself quite ill," exclaimed Lisa, taking him in her arms. His tears were inundating his white apron. The whole of his massive, torpid form quivered with grief. He seemed to be sinking, melting away. When he was at last able to speak, he stammered, "Oh, you don't know how good he was to me when we lived together in the Rue Royer-Collard. He did everything. He swept the room and cooked the meals. He loved me as though I were his own child. And after his day's work, he used to come back splashed with mud and so tired that he could scarcely move, while I stayed warm and comfortable in the house and had nothing to do but eat. And now they're going to shoot him." At this Lisa protested, saying that he would certainly not be shot. But Quenu only shook his head. "I haven't loved him half as much as I ought to have done," he continued. "I can see that very well now. I had a wicked heart, and I hesitated about giving him his half of the money." "Why, I offered it to him 12 times and more," Lisa interrupted. "I'm sure we've nothing to reproach ourselves with." "Oh, yes, I know that you are everything that is good, and that you would have given him every copper. But I hesitated. I didn't like to part with it. And now it will be a sorrow to me for the rest of my life. I shall always think that if I'd shared the fortune with him, he wouldn't have gone wrong a second time. Oh, yes, it's my fault. It is I who have driven him to this." Then Lisa, expostulating still more gently, assured him that he'd nothing to blame himself for, and even expressed some pity for Florent. But he was really very culpable, she said, and if he had had more money he would probably have perpetrated greater follies. Gradually she gave her husband to understand that it was impossible matters could have had any other termination, and that now everything would go on much better. Quenu was still weeping, wiping his cheeks with his apron,
trying to suppress his sobs to listen to her, and then breaking into a wilder fit of tears than before. His fingers had mechanically sought a heap of sausage meat lying on the block, and he was digging holes in it and roughly kneading it together. "And how unwell you are feeling, you know," Lisa continued. "It was all because our life had got so shifted out of its usual course. I was very anxious, though I didn't tell you so, at seeing you getting so low." "Yes, wasn't I?" he murmured, ceasing to sob for a moment. "And the business has been quite under a cloud this year. It was as though a spell had been cast on it. Come now, don't take on so. You'll see that everything will look up again now. You must take care of yourself, you know, for my sake and your daughter's. You have duties to us as well as to others, remember." Quenu was now kneading the sausage meat more gently. Another burst of emotion was thrilling him, but it was a softer emotion, which was already bringing a vague smile to his grief-stricken face. Lisa felt that she had convinced him, and she turned and called to Pauline, who was playing in the shop, and sat her on Quenu's knee. "Tell your father, Pauline, that he ought not to give way like this. Ask him nicely not to go on distressing us so." The child did as she was told, and their fat, sleek forms united in a general embrace. They all three looked at one another, already feeling cured of that 12 months' depression from which they had but just emerged. Their big round faces smiled, and Lisa softly repeated, "And after all, my dear, there are only we three, you know, only we three." 2 months later, Florent was again sentenced to transportation. The affair caused a great stir. The newspapers published all possible details and gave portraits of the accused, sketches of the banners and scarves, and plans of the places where the conspirators had met. For a fortnight, nothing but the great plot of the Central Markets was talked of in Paris. The police kept on launching more and more alarming reports, and it was at last even declared that the whole of the Montmartre quarter was undermined. The excitement in the Corps Legislatif was so intense that the members of the Centre and the Right forgot their temporary disagreement over the Imperial Grant Bill and became reconciled. And then, by an overwhelming majority, they voted the unpopular tax, of which even the lower classes, in the panic which was sweeping over the city, dared no longer complain. The trial lasted a week. Florent was very much surprised at the number of accomplices with which he found himself credited. Out of the 20 and more who were placed in the dock with him, he knew only some 6 or 7. After the sentence of the court had been read, he fancied he could see Robin's innocent-looking hat and back going off quietly through the crowd. Logre was acquitted, as was also Lacaille. Alexandre was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment for his childlike complicity in the conspiracy, while, as for Gavard, he, like Florent, was condemned to transportation. This was a heavy blow, which quite crushed him amidst the final enjoyment that he derived from those lengthy proceedings in which he'd managed to make himself so conspicuous. He was paying very dearly for the way in which he'd vented the spirit of perpetual opposition peculiar to the Paris shopkeeping classes. 2 big tears coursed down his scared face, the face of a white-haired child. And then one morning in August, amidst the busy awakening of the markets, Claude Lantier, sauntering about in the thick of the arriving vegetables, with his waist tightly girded by his red sash, came to grasp Madame Francois's hand close by Saint-Eustache. She was sitting on her carrots and turnips, and her long face looked very sad. The artist, too, was gloomy, notwithstanding the bright sun which was already softening the deep green velvet of the mountains of cabbages. "Well, it's all over now," he said. "They're sending him back again. He's already on his way to Brest, I believe." Madame Francois made a gesture of mute grief. Then she gently waved her hand around and murmured in a low voice, "Ah, it is all Paris's doing, this villainous Paris. No, not quite that.
But I know who's doing it is the contemptible creatures, exclaimed Claude, clenching his fists. Do you know, Madame Francois, there was nothing too ridiculous for those fellows in the court to say. Why, they even went ferreting in a child's copybooks. That great idiot of a public prosecutor made a tremendous fuss over them and ranted about the respect due to children and the wickedness of demagogical education. It makes me quite sick to think of it all. A shudder of disgust shook him, and then, burying himself more deeply in his discolored cloak, he resumed. To think of it! A man who was as gentle as a girl! Why, I saw him turn quite faint at seeing a pigeon killed. I couldn't help smiling with pity when I saw him between two gendarmes. Oh, well, we shall never see him again. He won't come back this time. He ought to have listened to me, said Madame Francois after a pause, and have come to live at Nanterre with my fowls and rabbits. I was very fond of him, you see, for I could tell that he was a good-hearted fellow. Ah, we might have been so happy together. It's a sad pity. Well, we must bear it as best we can, Monsieur Claude. Come and see me one of these days. I'll have an omelette ready for you. Her eyes were dim with tears, but all at once she sprang up like a brave woman who bears her sorrows with fortitude. Ah, she exclaimed, here's old Mother Chantemesse coming to buy some turnips of me. The fat old lady's as sprightly as ever. Claude went off and strolled about the footways. The dawn had risen in the white sheaf of light at the end of the Rue Rambuteau, and the sun, now level with the housetops, was diffusing rosy rays which already fell in warm patches on the pavements. Claude was conscious of a gay awakening in the huge resonant markets, indeed all over the neighborhood, crowded with piles of food. It was like the joy that comes after cure, the mirth of folks who are at last relieved of a heavy weight which has been pulling them down. He saw La Sarriette displaying a gold chain and singing amidst her plums and strawberries, while she playfully pulled the moustaches of Monsieur Jules, who was arrayed in a velvet jacket. He also caught sight of Madame Lecoeur and Mademoiselle Saget passing along one of the covered ways, and looking less sallow than usual, indeed almost rosy, as they laughed like bosom friends over some amusing story. In the fish market, old Madame Méhoudin, who had returned to her stall, was slapping her fish, abusing customers, and snubbing the new inspector, a presumptuous young man whom she'd sworn to spank, while Claire, seemingly more languid and indolent than ever, extended her hands, blue from immersion in the water of her tanks, to gather together a great heap of edible snails, shimmering with silvery slime. In the tripe market, Auguste and Augustine, with the foolish expression of newly married people, had just been purchasing some pig's trotters, and were starting off in a trap for their pork shop at Montrouge. Then, as it was now 8 o'clock and already quite warm, Claude, on again coming to the Rue Rambuteau, perceived Mouche and Pauline playing at horses. Mouche was crawling along on all fours, while Pauline sat on his back and clung to his hair to keep herself from falling. However, a moving shadow which fell from the eaves of the market roof made Claude look up, and he then espied Cadine and Marjolin aloft, kissing and warming themselves in the sunshine, parading their loves before the whole neighborhood like a pair of light-hearted animals. Claude shook his fist at them. All this joyousness down below and on high exasperated him. He reviled the fat. The fat, he declared, had conquered the thin. All around him he could see none but the fat protruding their paunches, bursting with robust health, and greeting with delight another day of gorging and digestion. And a last blow was dealt to him by the spectacle which he perceived on either hand as he halted opposite the Rue Pirouette. On his right, the beautiful Normande, or the beautiful Madame Lebigre, as she was now called, stood at the door of her shop. Her husband had at length been granted the privilege of adding a state tobacco agency. Footnote: most readers will remember that the tobacco trade is a state monopoly in France. The retail tobacconists are merely government agents. translator, to his wine shop, a long-cherished dream of his which he'd finally been able to realize through the great services he'd rendered to the authorities. And to Claude, the beautiful Madame Lebigre looked superb, with her silk dress and her frizzed hair, quite ready to take her seat behind her counter, whither all the gentlemen in the neighborhood flocked to buy their cigars and packets of tobacco. She had become quite distinguished, quite the lady. The shop behind her had been newly painted with borders of twining vine branches showing against the soft background. The zinc-plated wine counter gleamed brightly, and in the tall mirror the flasks of liqueur set brighter flashes of color than ever. And the mistress of all these things stood smiling radiantly at the bright sunshine. Then, on Claude's left, the beautiful Lisa blocked up the doorway of her shop as she stood on the threshold. Never before had her linen shone with such dazzling whiteness. Never had her serene face and rosy cheeks appeared in a more lustrous setting of glossy locks. She displayed the deep calmness of repletion, a massive tranquility unruffled even by a smile. She was a picture of absolute quietude, of perfect felicity, not only cloudless, but lifeless, the simple felicity of basking in the warm atmosphere. Her tightly stretched bodice seemed to be still digesting the happiness of yesterday, while her dimpled hands, hidden in the folds of her apron, did not even trouble to grasp at the happiness of today, certain as they were that it would come of itself. And the shop window at her side seemed to display the same felicity. It had recovered from its former blight. The tongues lolled out, red and healthy. The hams had regained their old chubbiness of form. The festoons of sausages no longer wore that mournful air which had so greatly distressed Quenu. Hearty laughter, accompanied by a jubilant clattering of pans, sounded from the kitchen in the rear. The whole place again reeked with fat health. The flitches of bacon and the sides of pork that hung against the marble showed roundly like paunches, triumphant paunches, whilst Lisa, with her imposing breadth of shoulders and dignity of mien, bade the markets good morning with those big eyes of hers which so clearly bespoke a gross feeder. However, the two women bowed to each other. Beautiful Madame Lebigre and beautiful Madame Quenu exchanged a friendly salute. And then Claude, who had certainly forgotten to dine on the previous day, was thrilled with anger at seeing them standing there, looking so healthy and well-to-do with their buxom bosoms. And tightening his sash, he growled in a tone of irritation, "What blackguards respectable people are!" This ends section 15.
End of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli.